Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Tuesday stream, the first stream of the very new year 2024, starting off with a bang with everyone's favorite, has yet to be fired from Harvard University, Adam Friended.
Well, it's on my bucket list, Sitch. Someday. Someday. First, I got to get hired at Harvard, then I'll get fired. I'm thinking maybe smoking weed in the teacher's lounge might be something good. Maybe coming to a diversity and inclusion meeting drunk. I mean, there's so many different ways I could do it, Sitch. What do you think?
I think you should get dragged before Congress, okay, and explain that possibly advocating for the death of a group of students at the school may not actually violate the policies at Harvard. I think that's the way you should go out.
I'll do you one better. I'll chop up a line of cocaine right on the desk, and I'll snort it before I testify. How about that?
That's a pretty Chad move. They're like, can you explain the policy and all the goings on at Harvard? You're like, one moment, Congressman.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly.
Now, let me tell you what's going on.
Now let me give you a lesson in free speech, you mofos.
Adam jumps up on the table, rips his shirt off. He's got like the American flag and an eagle like tattooed on his chest.
There you go. Exactly.
USA,
exactly.
USA.
I'm going out in style, man.
That would have been better. That actually, you know what's funny? That actually probably would have made Harvard look better than the answers that
of course. Of course. And look, the signups would be through the roof right now. They'd be like, oh, Harvard is back again. No more of this lame Harvard.
That's right.
Yes.
So breaking news today, Claudine Gay has been fired / she resigned in finger quotes from being the president at Harvard. And she broke new ground. I don't know if you know about this, Adam. She broke new ground. Yeah.
Yes. Was it that she was the first black female gay president of Harvard?
No, it was that she's the shortest serving president of Harvard's ever had.
Wow. What? I heard someone say 6 months.
Yes.
6 months?
Oh my God.
She barely got her office arranged.
She just finished unpacking all of her stuff, and now she's got to pack it all back up again.
How depressing.
So I want to read, first I want to read her letter of resignation. We'll see if she takes responsibility, right, for her, for her resigning. And then I want to go through some people's reactions to it, because it's pretty funny.
Okay, cool.
A lot of people happy, obviously. A lot of people very
very unhappy.
Very unhappy about this. So expressing their misery. So let me read. I can bring it up.
Who we got? We've got like I see Ida B. Wells in here.
Yes, but first bring up
Ibram X Kendi.
Yeah, so there's some nice ones. But first bring up Christopher. I say this. It's on the Christopher Ruffo tweet. He posted her statement, her letter of resignation here.
I'm bringing it up. Go ahead and start reading. It'll appear.
Okay.
As you
Dear members of the Harvard community, it is with a heavy heart, but a deep love for Harvard that I write to share that I will be stepping down as president. This is not a decision I came to easily. Indeed, it has been difficult beyond words. This is, by the way, when she, the rumor was she was threatening to sue if they fired her.
Look, you gotta do a better SJW voice. What are you doing?
Listen, I'm gonna do a little bit. Okay,
we need like a lift or something.
No, okay.
Come on,
you can't bad faith bury it too much. Okay.
Come on, give us a little lift.
No,
come on, just a little lift as you read it. Come on.
Her last name is Gay, Adam. That's offensive. I can't.
Come on, Seth. Come on, Seth. You can do it.
You want to read it?
No, I want you to read it, but I want you to read it.
I have looked forward.
But I want you to read it like this.
So many of you.
I want you to read it like this.
This is offensive. I look forward to working with so many of you to advance the commitment to academic excellence that has propelled this great university across centuries.
This great university.
It is amazing that Harvard has gone from like the most famous world-class university to basically a laughingstock in I don't know, like a week, 2 weeks.
World class.
But after the consultation with members of the corporation, it has become clear that it is in the best interest of Harvard for me to resign so that our community can navigate this moment of extraordinary challenge with focus on the institution rather than any individual. Okay. That is
Wow.
that is corporate speak for saying I was getting so much flack for being a big idiot dum-dum that it was detracting. I myself personally was basically tanking the entire credibility of Harvard University, so much so that I have to go away for the good, the greater good.
Look, none of this. All this is BS. We all know this is complete BS. Like,
well, I mean, it's true that she was basically destroying Harvard's reputation.
Oh yeah, all that part is true. But they went to her and they said, "Listen, we need you to resign." And she said, "Look, I'm not gonna resign." And they said, "Well, you realize, I mean, we can fire you." They had to explain to her. They had to sit down with her and go, "Listen, okay, if we fire you, that's going to look bad for everyone involved. Okay, we're not asking you here. We're telling you you're going to resign. Okay." That's how it goes, right? This is why everyone resigns. They're like, yes. It's better for everyone involved, right?
Of course, of course.
With that voice that you always do.
No, I'm not doing.
With the FAW. Come on, fifth.
It is a singular honor to be a member of this university, which has been my home and my inspiration for most of my professional career. My deep sense of connection to Harvard and its people has made it all more painful to witness the tensions and divisions that have riven.
Is there a typo?
Wait, is that a word, riven?
Did she plagiarize her resignation letter? Please tell me she did.
No, okay, it's a word. I've never even heard this word, riven. I thought that was just a missed game.
Oh, wow.
Okay. It means to tear apart. There you go.
She's like... She's like, look, I'll show you.
I gotta put it. Yeah, there you go.
Think that has riven
our community in recent months, weakening the bonds of trust and reciprocity. I can't even speak right now. Reciprocity.
Because you're doing the voice wrong.
I know. I can't do the voice right.
I've ruined you.
Reciprocity. That should be our sources of strength and support of times of crisis. Amidst all of this, it has been distressing to have doubt cast on my commitment to confronting hate and to upholding scholarly rigor. Well, two bedrock values that are fundamental to who I am. I mean, does anyone believe that? Okay, when you testify to Congress that you don't even know if it's a violation of Harvard standards to advocate for the death of a class of people, combined with the fact that apparently it's come out now that 50% of all of the works she has written has some form of plagiarism in it. We're supposed to believe she has some commitment to confronting hate and upholding scholarly rigor? I think not, ma'am. I think not.
50%. Wow.
Yes.
That's like 6 papers.
That is like 6 papers.
I couldn't help myself. You know.
Oh, and of course she has to throw in, and frightening to be subjected to personal attacks and threats fueled by racial animus.
Oh, no. No, please. Oh, stop.
Yeah.
She pulls out the racism card.
That's why. I mean, that was it, really. She was attacked by the racisms. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I believe in the people of Harvard because I see in you the possibility and the promise of a better future, especially when I'm gone. These last weeks have helped make clear the work we need to do to build that future, to combat bias and hate in all forms, to create a learning environment in which we respect each other's dignity and treat one another with compassion.
Mm-hmm. And by not stealing their work?
Yeah, exactly.
That's a compassionate thing to do, right?
Yes, that is. These last weeks have helped me clear the work we need to do to build that future. to combat bias and hate in all its forms, to create a learning environment in which we respect each other's dignity and treat one another with compassion, and to affirm our enduring commitment to open inquiry and free expression in the pursuit of truth. I believe we have within us all that we need to heal from this period of tension and division to emerge stronger. I had hoped with all my heart to lead us on that journey. But like Moses, I have been cast out from the promised land.
Does it really say that?
It does not actually say that.
Okay, I was going to say, oh my God. Really?
She didn't
She
compare
went the
herself
Moses
to listen,
route?
in her mind, she compared herself to Moses, but they edited that out.
You
The board
got me.
edited it
You
out.
got me for a second there. I was like, Jesus, weirdo.
As I now return to the faculty, yes, unfortunately, she will go back
They're
to
not,
some.
what?
She will go back to some other position.
They're not
removed
even
from
kicking her
president.
out.
Nope, she's gonna still be, head of woke studies or whatever garbage she was before.
Lame.
And now, as I return to the faculty and to scholarship and teaching that are the lifeblood of what we do, I pledge to continue working alongside you to build the community we all deserve. When I became president for that very, very tiny, teeny tiny period of time, I considered myself particularly blessed by the opportunity to serve people from around the world who saw in my presidency a vision of Harvard that affirmed their sense of belonging, unless you were Jewish or white. Their sense that Harvard welcomes people of talent and promise as long as they're a minority from every background imaginable, unless they're Asian, to learn from and grow with one another, to
Oh my God, it's so
understand
good.
why white people are just the worst. To all of you, please know that all those doors remain open unless you're white, Asian, or Jewish. And Harvard will be stronger and better because they do. As we
Wow.
welcome a new year and a new semester, I hope we can all look forward to brighter days now that I am gone. Sad as I am to be sending this message, my hope for Harvard remains undimmed, that you will continue to not let whites, Asians, and Jews participate
Oh my God.
in the upper echelons of the school. I mean, when my brief presidency is remembered, that's what she literally wrote. She wrote that. I didn't make it up. When my brief
What?
presidency
That one's
is
not made up?
remembered. That one is real.
Really?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
When my brief presidency is remembered, that's a little like her trying
She
to
should
be
have said
like,
impactful. Come on.
yes. I hope it will be seen as a moment of reawakening to the importance of striving to find our common humanity by hating white people together. and of not allowing rancor and vituperation. Oh my God. I've never heard
Oh,
that word either.
vituperation is the worst.
Vituperation.
I hate it when that happens.
Don't you hate it when you
I
goof
do,
the
yeah.
floof and you vituperate the enemy?
You have to vituperate it? Yeah.
Yes. To
Bad
undermine
news.
the vital process of education. I trust we will all find ways in this time of intense challenge and controversy to recommit ourselves to the excellence, to the openness, and the independence that are crucial to what our university stands for. Not letting Asian people get into our school, and to our capacity to serve the world by promoting wokeness and anti-white racism everywhere. Sincerely, Claudine Gay.
Wow.
There you go.
That was very moving.
I know. I was practically holding back the tears.
Yeah. Look, I do like the fact that you can read between the lines so successfully.
I didn't. What do you mean? Everything I just said, that was what she wrote. I didn't ad lib any of that. I didn't add any of that. That was all there. I'm just a humble reporter reading words. Reading words on a page.
Of course. Yeah.
Yes.
Look, it's a comedy show. Finally, we get to rest on our comedy show laurels.
There you go. So Claudine Gay is no longer president, though she's still around. But it's not all cheerful. It's not all praise.
Yeah, a lot of people
joy, jubilee.
Big mad.
Yeah, some people big mad.
Well, let's read Christopher Ruffo's tweet first. Christopher Ruffo says, "This is Claudine Gay's resignation letter. Rather than take responsibility for minimizing anti-Semitism, committing serial plagiarism, intimidating the free press, and damaging the institution, she calls her critics racist. This is the poison of DEI ideology. Glad she's gone."
Yep.
So look, I watched a video you sent to me, Sitch, before the stream where Brianna Greyjoy was big mad about the Claudine gay stuff. But I just look, it's so stupid. I don't get this because some malfeasance is uncovered via political motivation that suddenly that becomes a get out of jail free card. You can do whatever you want. It's like most crime, most malfeasance, most fraud is uncovered by parties who have a vested interest in uncovering it. It's just, come on. Yeah. That's the system we live in.
Yep.
Yeah. I just look, what's up with that? And when is she going to stop saying pogrom? If I hear the word pogrom one more time.
Listen, okay. Greyjoy was really into pogs as a young child.
Yeah,
maybe she's just confused, about the meaning. But no, so it was really funny because like right before I think this story came out that she resigned, The Hill released a clip of Robbie and Brianna fighting once again on the Claudine gay thing. And of course, as it's basically the same as like when we covered the other video on this, where Greyjoy just completely whataboutisms, change the subject every 2 seconds, just does a whole bunch of BS. And it's so funny because in her mind, I mean, I think not only is it like a woke thing, and not only is it like, oh, it's racist because she's a black woman thing, that Claudine Gay's black woman, but a lot of it's like all tied up in the Palestine thing. And it's not even like Claudine Gay didn't even give the defense that the woke left wanted for that. Okay, Claudine Gay didn't go before Congress and say, people are saying from the river to the sea or intifada, and that's not a call for like, killing anyone or genocide or anything like that, which is that's what Greyjoy wants them to say. That's not even what Claudine Gay said. She conceded that all those slogans could mean that people are advocating to kill people, that are advocating for genocide. Claudine Gay completely capitulated all that. She gave the worst possible defense. She's like, well, maybe they are, but I don't know if that's actually a violation of the standards at Harvard.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. Well, look, they've moved on to the plagiarism stuff, which I just the whole idea that you have to hold the leader of the institution to a higher standard seems to be going completely over her head. And that's what I find offensive, because look, I don't see how you weather that. Like, you can make a lot of excuses about the congressional hearing, and a lot of people were making excuses about that. How the hell are you going to make excuses for plagiarism at Harvard? What?
I mean, they were just minor. They're minor, plagiarisms. I mean, yeah, it was in like almost every paper she did, but it was minor in all those papers, right?
Look, you're a freshman in Harvard. You're a freshman at Harvard. I'm willing to hear the different levels of plagiarism and how yours was not quite as bad as some other forms of plagiarism. Sure, I'm willing to hear that. Not if you're the president of Harvard.
Yes.
What? Yeah. What?
You should be held to the highest standard.
You best not be jaywalking. You're the president of Harvard, for God's sake. What the heck?
And it wasn't like one time you're like, okay, maybe it was like a mess up. Like if it's in half of her papers, which as you said is like 6, but if it's in like half of her papers, this is definitely, as they like to say, a systemic issue.
Yeah. There's some craziness going on here.
So
but I think I got most of these up here, but I don't know which one you want to go to. I am on the Serfs if you want to do that one first.
Okay, well, I'll read the Serfs first. So our good friend Lance of the Serfs, not very happy about all this. He says, you can give the whole game away ahead of time publicly, but it doesn't matter when Jake Tapper or CNN want to push the same narrative anyways.
Look, he's doing the same exact thing.
Yep.
This isn't a narrative. She committed plagiarism.
No, but you don't understand.
It's not a narrative.
Adam, you don't understand. Okay, let me spell it out for you. Let me make it very simple for you. Okay. Oh, God. If there's a person that you agree with politically,
right,
and they do something wrong,
right? Okay,
and a person you disagree with politically points it out, you can't listen to them. You have to defend the person you agree with politically. It doesn't matter what they did. Okay, all that matters is the politics of the situation, right? That's why Lance and Greyjoy say that when very obviously people on the left or Democrats point out something that Trump did wrong and people on the right defend Trump, Serfs and Greyjoy just say, yeah, that's fine. Obviously,
It's
they should
politically
trust.
motivated.
It's
Yeah.
completely politically motivated, right? You know, Trump gets a free pass because it's just completely politically motivated.
Yeah.
Obviously. Yeah.
Yeah. Top secret documents, politically motivated. You gotta let him off the hook. It's so ridiculous. I don't care if you're my best fucking friend, okay? If you're the president of Harvard, you get caught plagiarizing. First thing I'm going to say is, look, why the fuck did you plagiarize? You're the president of fucking Harvard. What are you doing? Then I'm going to say, look, it's not the end of the world. You pick yourself up, get another job. Look, you still got a job at Harvard, right? You go back to the faculty. This is not the end of the world. But I'm not going to be like, oh my God, you did nothing wrong. They're innocent. Why the hell are these people throwing their credibility down the toilet? That's what I don't get.
It's because they don't. This really shows. It's so funny. It really shows, like, very blatantly the sort of socialist perspective of not caring about truth or principles. All you care about is power.
Yes. Fucking sad. Very sad.
And so the tweets that Lance was highlighting was Christopher Ruffo saying, you know, like early in December or mid-December, saying, we launched the Claudine gay plagiarism story from the right. The next step is to smuggle into the media apparatus of the left, legitimizing the narrative to center-left actors who have the power to topple her, then squeeze, which is essentially exactly what happened.
Christopher Ruffo does this shit just to infuriate Lance. Like,
he does.
I mean, it's hilarious to me. It's hilarious to me. Everything Lance and all of these leftists do, you can see, you know, from a mile away. Like, all of it is completely obviously politically motivated. But since Christopher Ruffo comes out and says, this is politically motivated, suddenly, oh my God, where's the fainting couch?
Well, the thing
is,
he's not even saying it's politically motivated. All he's saying is, in order to get Claudine Gay fired, you have to move the story from just being talked about in right-wing spaces to left-wing spaces.
Totally, yes.
That's always. Now, he used the word smuggle, which would definitely trigger them. But
he did that just for you, Lance.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like, he's not even saying that. He's not saying that she doesn't deserve to be fired. That it's just because I don't agree with her politics. So you just explain the process. So
look,
then
the thing that I find offensive is this is our system, okay?
Yeah.
It's like looking at a defense attorney and saying, "Oh my God, you're defending a murderer." Yeah, it's my job, okay? Shut the fuck up. Sit down, okay? Yes, that's our system. Look, if we caught a plagiarist, I'm happy.
Right.
President of Harvard shouldn't be a plagiarist. Look, America's great. Let's get rid of the plagiarists at Harvard. And that's another thing. Greyjoy keeps going around and going, we need to investigate them all. Like, I'm like, yeah, good idea. like somebody's going to be upset about that. No. Anyway, go ahead. Continue. Are we moving on or?
Well, I'll read the other two pictures and then, because the thing that Lance was crying about was Jake Tapper the next day said, Harvard's president's corrections do not address her clearest instance of plagiarism, including as a student in 1990s. So you have Jake Tapper of CNN.
What?
Calling her out, saying, listen, like, you know, this is legit. What's going on here?
Oh, what? What? She was doing it as a student.
Yep.
Ouch. ChatGPT takes another one down.
So Lance is upset that CNN is actually engaged in normal, honest reporting.
Journalism, yeah. Look at this.
Look at that. And then, of course, in the last picture, Claudine Gay will resign as president. Lance will cry.
Oh, okay. Where's that one? Breaking
news. Out of here.
Oh, okay. Wow.
So Ibram X Kendi, our good friend Ibram X Kendi.
See if I got that one.
Yeah, it's a funny tweet. He says, racist mobs won't stop until they topple all black people from positions of power and influence who are not reinforcing the structure of racism. What these racist mobs are doing should be obvious to any reporter who cares about truth or justice as opposed to conflict and clicks.
I think we should go to ChatGPT right now and say, Chat GPT, can you give us a response in the tone of Ibram X Kendi to the Claudine Gay firing? I swear to God, he's just like, all he does is pull out 5 buzzwords and figure out how to string them together. This guy is such an empty suit.
Yep.
Yeah.
And well, it's so ridiculous because like my response to this I tweet out was like the first person that they were that these mob of people were trying to get fired was a white lady.
Oh yeah, and they got her fired. Notice?
Yeah, it was the president.
Notice how the racism works there?
Like this is why this is like this is so delusional. This is why Kendi, it's so blatantly obvious. People are not falling for this crap anymore. Because like you have 2 people, there's 3 really, but there's like the 2 main people. The president of University of Pennsylvania, the president of Harvard, people are calling for them both to get fired. Okay, one's white and one's black. The white lady fired basically almost
within 24 hours. Yeah, she's gone.
Right, she's gone, and then Claudine Gay manages to hang on by her fingernails, even after like a month basically of pounding her with these plagiarism accusations until finally it's like just untenable and they have to get rid of her.
Yeah, the white lady
somehow
got fired.
That's racism. That like what do you? I mean, I guess maybe it's racist. It's like the opposite. It's like racism, like protecting her essentially.
Yeah, the white lady got fired with no plagiarism charges. She had a clean record. She got fired just for messing up at the congressional hearings.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, Claudine Gay should have got fired for. When you're president, you have like 3 main jobs, okay? Mm-hmm. 1, to delegate responsibilities, 2, to raise money, and 3, to be the face of the university.
Yeah, protect the interests of the university.
And the reputation of the university.
Yeah.
And if the reputation of the university is literally the smuggest, smug bitch of all time, sitting in Congress with a weird, smug face, talking about how it's maybe okay to advocate for killing off an entire population of students in the school, that's not the look you want for your Ivy League college, okay?
Yeah.
Not
looks
good.
Racist.
It looks a little bad. It's a little bitty bad.
It looks very racist.
Yes.
So now who are we going to next?
Ida B. Wells.
Oh, yeah.
Also known as Nicole Hannah Jones of the 1619 Project. She was also very upset by this. She said, let's be real. This is an extension of what happened to me.
Wow.
At UNC. Look at this. Everything's about me. Everything is me. I love it. And it's a glimpse into the future to come. Ooh, academic freedom is under attack.
Wow. Says the people have been attacking academic freedom for the last 6-7 years.
It's hilarious because, Claudine Gay, so there's a guy, we did a video of this, but if you haven't seen it, there's a black professor at Harvard named Roland Fryer.
Oh, yeah.
And he, did a research paper during the Black Lives Matter movement that showed that actually, white cops were not shooting black people disproportionately. I think it actually showed the opposite. I think they were more hesitant to shoot black people. And
the narrative.
Yeah, and it completely harmed and destroyed the narrative. And then when completely BS accusations came out against him for making lewd sexual jokes, okay? These accusations were so BS that even at woke Harvard in the middle of Me Too movement, they looked at these accusations and the people that did the investigation, the recommendation was, well, make him go to sensitivity training, That was the recommendation. And Claudine Gay and a couple other people, but Claudine Gay, they're like, no, let's suspend him from teaching and from being, able to do research for over a year. And Claudine Gay personally tried to get his tenure revoked. So don't talk to me, Miss Jones, about academic freedom being under attack. All right. That's such BS.
Yes, total BS.
Unless maybe she means academic freedom. She's like the academic freedom to plagiarize, without getting in trouble.
She says hello in chat. She also said hello, Adam and Sitch. I'm so glad that you like the new name of the show.
Who said hello?
Was Shu.
Oh.
June.
I thought you meant Ida B. Wells.
No.
In the chat.
Oh man, I wish.
Oh,
God, what I would give to get her on the show.
I was like, wow. I didn't know she was. Listen, friend of the show, Nicole Hannah Jones. What do you mean Adam and Sitch? It's Sitch and Adam, Shu. What are you doing here? Did you read? Wait a minute.
She's doing that just to antagonize you. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I had to check for a second. I thought maybe Adam tried to rename the channel for the new year or something. I didn't notice. Okay.
Waiting for April 1st.
There you go. She also continues saying racial justice programs are under attack. Black women will be made to pay. Our so-called allies too often lack any real courage.
Courage not to plagiarize? Is that the courage they're lacking?
Yeah, like just if you don't blindly support, a black lady because she's black, even if she does something wrong, that's lacking the courage.
Nicole Hannah Jones basically came up with the 1619 project that was panned by actual historians as historical revisionism.
Yeah.
And I think she won a bunch of prizes and stuff, and everyone got big mad at her. So, I mean, it's kind of funny that you've got a history revisionist making these claims.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you think? I mean,
I think it's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Then we have this guy named David Austin Walsh.
Okay.
Now, I'm not super familiar with this guy, but he is a postdoc historian at Yale, supposedly. And he says, I have no particular love for Claudine Gay, but this is a major victory for reactionary donors and the far right's campaign to dismantle American higher education.
Interesting.
Okay. I mean, it's just, if you make every little thing about a broader political movement, you're going to be unhappy. Your life is going to be so unhappy.
Of course. Yes, right? Of course. Look, I'm looking forward to this election season because I'm not going to lose my mind if Trump becomes president again or if Biden becomes president again. That's Unfortunately,
oh my God, you're right.
There's like a lot of people who just look. We're going to be dealing with crazy people, Sitch. Just insane people. You and I are going to be having the time of our lives.
I know. Listen. It's gonna be a lot of tears.
It's going to be
from
fun,
some
though.
direction. Okay.
Yes. So yeah, half the country is going to lose their fucking minds. I don't know which half it is yet, but it's going to happen.
Oh my God. Because I listen to Scott Adams. He's been going wacky. He's just
wacky every day. He's got the Biden derangement syndrome.
About, revolution and violence now. If something happens to Trump or if he's arrested, I'm just like, oh my God, stop it, Scott, please.
Look, I thought he was supposed to be hunted and killed already because Biden became president. What's going on? How's that guy still alive? And look, I see his numbers are way up. He gets more live viewers than I've ever seen him get. And half the show is him yelling at the chat. I'm like, I'm not here for your therapy session with your chat, man.
Well, apparently a lot of people are though.
Well, whatever. It's not my cup of tea. Look, we talk to the chat occasionally, but we don't do it for an hour on end every single day.
That's what we got.
That's not the show. Here. The show is not us yelling at the chat for an hour.
But it could be though.
Well, maybe we'll do a Thursday stream.
We'll figure it out. Yeah. So here's one of my favorites. This is from a guy named Stan Oklobdija.
Hold on a second here.
Yeah.
I had something to say about this. Reactionary donors.
Yeah.
People, these institutions have lost all credibility. It's not about dismantling the institutions. The reason people are talking about dismantling the institutions is because they're just not credible.
Yeah.
And they've given up on their telos. They don't care about truth anymore. They care about activism. They might as well just be an arm of the Democratic Party. They're not here to educate your children anymore. They're here to indoctrinate your children. So they vote Democrat.
Well, it's not about dismantling and destroying. It's about trying to fix these.
Yeah, reforming.
Yeah,
exactly.
So.
Who we going to next?
Stan
the man.
Stanley,
here we go.
Okay. So Stanley is apparently an advanced high school teacher. That's what his bio says. He's
advanced.
Wow. Okay, he's advanced. Stan says Harvard has a $50 billion endowment, more than the GDP of Latvia. Wow. More than
Ooh.
the GDP of Dr. Doom's home country. And they still let a bunch of fascist mouth breathers bully their president into resigning. Congratulations to American universities on winning the 2024 Neville Chamberlain Award for Excellence in Capitulation.
They just ignore the fact that she got caught cheating. It's like, doesn't that matter? Doesn't that matter? I feel like it does.
No, it doesn't matter. What matters, Adam, is that if you wanted her fired, you're a fascist and you're a mouth breather and you're basically Harvard. Listen, Harvard is like Neville Chamberlain, okay? By firing Claudine Gay, this is like just allowing Hitler to take over Europe. It's this like the same level. Can't you see it?
No,
It's the same level.
This is ridiculous. I wasn't big in we have to fire over the congressional hearings. Yes, it's abhorrent. Yes, she did a terrible job. But I'm like, if they're going to be forced, if this is going to make it so they're forced to do more free speech on campus, stop disinviting people because they're like a vanilla conservative, that kind of thing, then maybe it's a good thing, right?
Right.
But then she got caught cheating on like her entire academic career. What the hell? That's just like, you can't look the other way at that kind of stuff. It looks bad. And look, it's a lot of these other, I've seen the people yelling at her. A lot of them are black people who are upset that, you know, she's representing them as a class. Fucking cheater.
I know.
That's bullshit.
Terrible.
That's bullshit. Look, a lot of people are mad about Ibram X Kendi because he lost a bunch of money that they gave him. Like, he's obviously just a dipshit that they're sending money to for diversity reasons.
True.
There are plenty of black people who are smart, academically minded. This has got to be just killing them, right? How horrible is it if you're black and because you're conservative, you're looked at as like a second-class citizen, as a traitor to your race? It's so evil, Sitch. I can't stand that stuff. Larry Elder, obviously, probably, you know, got this woman beat by 50 IQ points. All he experiences in the public space is racism and ridicule.
Yeah, but isn't he the black face of white supremacy?
Yeah, all that stuff. Look at that.
Yeah.
Look, I bet we could go to Stan's timeline and find him making fun of Larry Elder. Probably in there.
Probably.
It's just awful. It's totally awful. Let
well,
people
actually,
be whatever
just
they
along
want
the
to be.
lines, there's a lady. Her Twitter name is BMW.
Okay.
Her handle is Dr. Britt Williams.
Dear black women. Oh, this is going to be good.
Dear black women, let these institutions fall on their face. Let these people eat themselves. Do not take on these roles without considering the social, emotional, and more importantly, the physiological, I don't know what that's supposed to mean in this context, implications. Being the first anything has never really been worth it. So her whole thing here, so she's even telling black women not even to try.
Right.
It's like, don't even try to be, you know, get a job at a university. Don't even try to be president of a university. It's not worth it. So the racism.
Yeah, well, that's not the answer either.
No.
It's sad. It's sad.
Then we have a guy named Keith Boykin, who apparently is taking the Brianna Greyjoy defense here, and says, if we're going to start scrutinizing every detail of college presidents' past writings for technical attribution issues, do you like that? Not plagiarism, technical attribution issues.
Right, yeah. That's what I call it whenever I plagiarize too.
Listen, I didn't steal from you. I just technically took something without your express consent, okay?
Right,
it's different.
Yeah.
Then let's do it. Let's go look at everyone's past writings, not just Claudine Gay at Harvard. Let's put them all under the microscope and see how they hold up.
This is a variant of the anybody could be CEO argument. That old chestnut that every communist likes to drag out. They like to say, look, anyone can do this. Everyone's cheating. It's all just a scam. It's all fake.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's funny because I don't know if you can see it underneath that. Christopher Ruffo actually replied.
Oh, I can't see it in this one.
It's I'll just describe it. It's the meme of the yes guy with the beard talking to an NPC face, and he says, "Your terms are acceptable."
Yeah, true. Look,
okay, sure.
Yeah, look at them all. I don't care. I think they should be held to a higher scrutiny, and hopefully it makes people wise up and stop cheating.
True.
Yeah.
Then we have a guy named Eric Deggans at NPR. So he works for NPR. He's an NPR critic, TV and media critic. So he wrote a book called Race Baiter, How Media Wields Dangerous Words to Divide a Nation. So he knows all about race baiting, right?
Well, does he know about it from a you shouldn't do it perspective, or that's a good way to get a job?
Well, let's find out. Let's read his tweet. He says, he's responding to someone. Someone says, it boggles my mind that these people care at all about university leadership, especially at elite institutions like Harvard. I don't even see the value of this as a ceremonial victory. Okay. And his response is, the intimidation is the point. Will the next president of Harvard stand for diversity? Will that person be female? Will that person be black? If not, they have forced several steps back, and everyone across the school gets the message.
I hate this. I completely despise this.
This guy is literally saying that, like, unless they have specifically a black female president, that's a bad thing.
Right.
Like, nothing about shouldn't you're talking about the president of one of the most prestigious universities in the entire world. Shouldn't their qualifications be a little teeny beeny weeny bit more important than their gender and race? You know,
you would think, yeah. Yeah. This could be read as it's impossible to find a black person or a woman that doesn't do plagiarism. That's exactly how it could be read, Sitch.
That's true.
I'm not going to read it that way. I think there are women and black people that can function in academia without cheating.
I would believe so too. Yeah, I'd be willing to take that bet. And then the last one I have here is Celeste NG. Wow, should be a little.
Let's see, Celeste.
That name's a little offensive to me, Celeste. I think you should be a little more sensitive considering we're talking about a black woman here, but okay. She said, so what we've learned is bad faith bigots pretending they're concerned about anti-Semitism will happily use women of color, especially black women, as a scapegoat and a lightning rod for large systemic issues, and that people invested in maintaining those systemic issues will comply.
Yeah.
What does that actually mean?
Yes, Celeste. That's exactly what we mean.
But I don't even know what that's even supposed to mean.
It's all about the bad faith bigots that.
Yeah, I get that part, but like, what are the black women are a scapegoat and lightning rod for large systemic issues? I mean, like plagiarism. It's like, what's the issue here?
Yeah, this could be read that all black women plagiarize, and it's a systemic issue, can't it? Anyway, yeah. Look, these people are losing their minds. They're way too invested in this.
They are.
I look. It's all. I mean, I don't really care. I don't know that Harvard's credibility is salvageable at this point. I just think it's. Look, she's going right back to the faculty. You know why? Because they all believe this stuff. And the person that replaces her is going to be just as bad or 10 times worse. None of this is addressing the real issue. So Harvard, the thing that is addressing the issue, I had heard that the enrollment was down 17% this semester or next semester, whichever semester they're accepting applications for. 17%. That's insane. Right?
Yes, that is insane. That's
a free market working right there. Going, look, Harvard is a cesspool. I'm not sending my kid to Harvard. I'll send him to state school before I send him to Harvard. I'll have him working at the company, at the family business before I send him off to Harvard. People are getting the message. That's good.
It's interesting. Glenn Greenwald retweeted this tweet because, he's very pro-Palestine. He's very anti-Israel. So, he has but he's also tries to be, Glenn is he's like a class reductionist, anti-woke socialist. So he's kind of in a weird position on the Claudine Gay situation. He's been trying to bang the free speech thing for defending her, but obviously free speech doesn't have really anything to do with plagiarism accusation. So he retweeted this guy named Tyler Austin Harper who said, "The Claudine Gay discourse is going to make my head explode, where the original attacks on her, which predated the plagiarism, were motivated by racism. Yes, obviously." Did she plagiarize? Yes, obviously. Stop debasing yourself with Orwellian talk of academic sloppiness. And the person goes on to say that basically she should be fired for the plagiarism, but remember that the beginning attacks were because of racism. So
yeah, look, I'm sure
stupid.
I'm sure there are plenty of racists who don't like Claudine Gay because she's a black woman. Look, live in reality, for heaven's sakes.
Right, but the original call for her to be fired was from her performance at Congress, which again, they call for a white lady to be fired too.
And she got fired.
Yes, instantly. So the idea that this is has to do with racism is ridiculous.
Yeah, I do think that letting people who are serial plagiarists be the representative of Harvard and somehow that's a feather in the cap of the black community because she happens to be black. I disagree. Look, I'm not black. So whoever, if you're black and you obviously have more of a say in this than me, but just I don't like the idea of somebody representing me as a class. And they're just obviously dipshits. The fact that Ibram X Kendi is a thing, if I was black, would just drive me insane. John McWhorter, it obviously drives insane, right? Glenn Lowry, it obviously drives insane. Because those guys are smart. They're totally smart. They're well educated. They wouldn't plagiarize. I mean, Glenn Lowry might do a bunch of cocaine before class, but he's not going to plagiarize, right?
Wait, what?
Evidently Glenn Lowry is he's got a past. I don't know if you know this. It's supposed to come out in he was like a gangster and some rogue professor in school.
Rogue economic professor and a gangster. That's quite the CV there.
It's all supposed to come out in his biography. I don't know if it's out yet, but I'm just saying, obviously they're both black, they're both academics, and they both don't like this people who are dipshits rising to the top. It's so obviously against the meritocracy, and it just makes everything look, it makes them as academics, it makes people look sideways at them going, oh, I bet you're a plagiarist too. The racists, it lets the racists make these accusations against them. And those accusations have some credibility because of this nonsense. True. Do you disagree?
I agree completely.
Yeah. So look, the whole idea, that's why I don't like these people that come out and say, oh, this is obviously racism. It's there's credible claims here. If they fired her for nonsense, look, I'd say, okay, maybe there's some racism going on here, but that's not the situation here. These are real credible claims. Okay. So look, they had credible claims when she was a bad representative of them in front of Congress. That's why the white lady got fired.
Have you considered, Adam, that she's black and a woman?
Yes.
And that the people that want her fired are Republicans. And a lot of them are white.
Well, I have considered that, yes.
Okay, well, how can you consider all that and still hold what you just said, unless you're a racist?
Well, what these people are doing is actually a form of racism. It's called the bigotry of low expectations, which is actually a form of racism.
Um, yeah, but no, that doesn't make any sense because we all know racism is power plus prejudice, right?
Right. Yeah. And if you don't have the power to plagiarize, if you don't have the power to cheat, if you don't have the power to completely disregard the rules and regulations to get ahead, do you really have power? That's the thing. Just these people, they live in this dream world where everyone is just cheating to get ahead. I mean, I'm sure there is a fair amount of cheating to get ahead. Obviously, this is cheating to get ahead. She got
Right.
caught. Who knows how many other people did this? Who knows how many other white people did this, right?
Yes.
Throw them all out. It's time to clean house.
Yes.
It's time to get the cheaters out.
What if it came out that Donald Trump
Mm-hmm.
plagiarized
We had a ghostwriter on his book.
in
The
college?
whole thing's a plagiar.
Okay.
Oh, of course. Donald Trump would be all over. They'd be all over it.
Get that degree out of there. Okay.
That's so funny.
Anyway, so anything else to say about Miss Gay getting KO'd?
Hopefully we can stop
Self-KO'd?
talking about this. This story's gone on way too long anyway.
Well,
but I
actually,
guess-
the one thing, and I don't know if we're going to cover it because I'm probably going to be more the same. Though it'll be a guilty pleasure. The one last thing I want to see regarding the story is I want to see the final meltdown between Greyjoy and Robbie. I want to cover this story.
Do you want to watch it? We can bring it up if you want to watch it.
No, it
now.
hasn't happened yet. I'm saying when they cover.
Oh,
that
you're right. Yeah. Okay. The
she's
one we
gone.
saw is actually before that. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. See, well, I'm here. Here's the thing. Maybe they'll have the other woman cover it instead, whose name escapes me, the MMT lady. We'll see if Greyjoy will.
Oh,
duck out or
MMT
not.
Cowgirl?
Yes.
Holy cow. We got almost have 1,500 live viewers on a Tuesday.
Thank you.
Welcome to the new year, everyone.
That's right. This is a fun story.
2024. We are less than a month away from Sitch paying me $500 because he made
No,
the
stop.
dumbest bet in human history.
Stop.
Sitch bet me $500.
I'm ending the stream. I'm ending the stream.
Half
I'm
of
gonna hit
one-
end the stream.
Half of $1,000 he bet me. Well, actually, look, I only wanted to bet him 100, but J-Mac was in the chat like 100. That's like not even worth it. What are you guys doing? You should bet 500. So J-Mac, obviously executive producer of the show, kind of bullied us into betting $500, which was the best thing that ever happened to me. So now, Sitch, let's relive some of this bet.
No.
Let's
move on.
what was the thinking here? What was the thinking here? Look, I do remember this bet. We made this bet, I think, a year ago. And I was like, Trump is running for president. There's no way. And Sitch was like, Trump is just going to retire. He's going to go back to Mar-a-Lago and chill. He's going to Netflix and chill for the rest of his life. And I said, look, right now, every single person that shows up at Mar-a-Lago is saying to Trump, and this was like about a year ago. So right now was like about a year ago. I said, everyone showing up is saying, Trump, they stole this from you. There's no way he's not going to run for president. It's impossible. Sitch, Sitch left. He's mad.
No, listen. In my defense, okay, Trump had a history before he became president. Trump did have a history of doing this for several election cycles. He would say, "I'm running for president," and then he would at the last thing, he'd be like, just kidding. I'm not actually running for president." Okay.
Yes.
And I thought, listen, here's my mistake. I have a mistake sometimes when I analyze people's behavior. I assume a level of intelligence that they don't have. Okay. I'm assuming that they're
I
smart
never
and they
do
have
that. I never
good
do that.
You don't, but that's why you have good predictions, because you're like, these people are fucking
These
stupid.
people are idiots.
Right. Because I'm like, well, listen, Trump's still rich. There's still a lot of people like him. He's not going to, if he announces there's going to be more stress and heat on him, he can just retire and sip, drinks and lay back and have a good life. Right. But as you pointed out, you're like Sitch. Trump doesn't care about having a good life. He is a person fueled by anger and
Yeah, by
revenge
rage.
and rage. Okay, and you were correct. That is what fuels him. That is his passion. So there you go.
It's passion. Rage.
Listen, I still have a month. Okay, he could get arrested, or who knows? He could have a heart attack or whatever, and the bet could
look.
push.
So just to let you guys know, it is a push. If Trump is taken out of the race for any reason, if he's arrested and he can't run, or he's drops dead, it's a push. It's the bet's off. So. But he's going to make it's only 2 weeks away. He's a fucking fighter, dude. He's going to make it. I think we should be streaming on
I'm going
the
to
caucus night on the
I'm going to send Donald Trump just like as many double Big Mac cheeseburgers as possible, okay? Just to really
You can't kill this guy, man. He's totally running. Ah, it's incredible.
I just briefly on the whole, this is actually annoying me. There's all these I was hearing this from Scott Adams. There's all these right-wing pundits like Tucker Carlson and people. We're all talking about how they're gonna take out Donald Trump. And it's really annoying to me because I could 100% believe that there's obviously crazy people out there. You 100% believe that there are people that are probably going to try to take him out that are just crazy a-holes. But they're framing it so that if anyone attacks him or if someone does attack him, there doesn't matter who it is, doesn't matter what the facts are, half the country will believe it was a deep state already. It just doesn't matter. So, it was a deep state. Deep state took him out.
Yep.
So
that's very sad.
Lame.
So I pulled up 538 just to look at the polls here.
Mm-hmm.
My goodness. What is happening?
What's going on?
DeSantis, 11.3%. Haley, 11.3%. Now, you said Haley would never pull ahead.
I'm shocked.
She's on his ankles.
There you go. Her support is one of the most baffling things I've ever seen.
Really?
Is it not to you?
It's probably just girl power.
In the Republican Party?
Look, if the Republicans... If Trump takes her as VP, he's basically unstoppable. I think even a lot of Democrats will vote Republican.
Okay, first of all, that's delusional. Okay, we were just praising your prediction skills. That's the worst prediction I've ever heard.
Well, look, you're doing the logic thing again. I'm talking I'm talking pure emotion. They're like, what? She's such a strong woman. I don't even care if she's a Republican.
No.
Strong woman.
Any Democrat's love of Haley, or of Haley, I should say, is nowhere near the monumental level of hatred they have for Donald Trump.
Yeah, I don't know.
If Trump picks Haley and which first of all, I don't think he will. Okay, that is so bizarre. I feel like so much of Donald Trump's base really dislikes Haley. It would be a very weird choice, in my opinion. He would pick, he could pick Carrie Lake, or there's some other women he can choose. It doesn't have to, I don't know why it would have to be Nikki Haley.
He takes the base anyway. He's going to get the base regardless. He's not trying to get the base. He's trying to get those independents that he can't get. That's why he picks Haley.
I don't know.
Haley is a good pick, man. Look, also Ramaswamy, 4%. Christie, 3.8%. Christie's going to take out Ramaswamy. The fat man gets the frat boy.
It's so interesting because I'm kind of scrolling through the thing you're looking at. Ramaswamy's point, he was actually before the debates, he was actually 7-8%.
The debates.
He just went down and down
him.
And down. Yeah.
Sorry, guys, you didn't like our debate coverage because you were big Ramaswamy fans.
What do you mean? We're huge Ramaswamy simps. Didn't you hear this?
Okay.
No, you didn't hear this?
We are? We have VDS, which don't say that.
Yeah.
Don't say VDS.
So
don't go around telling people you have VDS. Okay,
that's
they're
true.
gonna get the wrong impression.
The other day, so I was watching Destiny look into the Ray Epps thing
Oh, really?
because it's funny, he's only looking into it now, and I had said for many years, ever since I said that was one of the dumbest conspiracies that ever come out of that whole situation. And
Yeah,
we talked about it a little bit.
of course we did.
Um, and he was looking into it, and I decided to watch the stream because I was like, oh, I wonder if he'll uncover. Like, I haven't looked into it in like a while, so I was like, I don't know what any of the new information is about Ray Epps.
60 Minutes did a fluff piece trying to convince people that he's not a Fed. It's
There you go.
insane. I can't believe people are
Can't
falling
believe
for
it.
it.
Yes. But so I started watching him, and then for like no reason whatsoever, he takes this weird shot at us, and he accused us of being like Vivek simps, and I was like, what?
Did he really?
Yes, it was
What?
really bizarre.
Why?
I don't know. It's like, what? All right.
Fucking legendary fake news.
I was like, that's interesting, but okay.
Bring the clip up. Look, we got to make
I
hay
don't
out of
have
this. What
the
are you
clip.
talking about?
I did not save the clip, so I don't have to go find it. But it was really weird. So
Destiny
I don't know.
completely gets it wrong about us.
Yes.
Look,
Yes.
I guess, look. Destiny gets so mad when people misrepresent him. We've never misrepresented Destiny.
Never.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I thought it was funny because I'm like, what? Like, considering like so many people criticize us for being too hard on Vivek, somehow we get labeled as Vivek Sims, but that's just the way it goes, I guess. We live in topsy-turvy world.
Well, it's good to know we're living rent-free in Destiny's head. That's always
There you go.
entertaining. Yeah.
Okay, so what are we gonna look at today?
What do you mean?
What else are we gonna look at today?
Well, look, I want to talk about our insurrection video because people were big mad about that.
Oh, okay.
And I mean, I know that you say I'm the one that convinced you that using the word insurrection is fair. And I do think using the word insurrection is fair.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, every time we use that word, it's just going to devolve into a debate over definitions because there's two definitions of insurrection that people are using. And one of them involves a violence component, which, I mean, I think you can make an argument that there was violence. It's not as tenable an argument because there wasn't actually violence involved in the electoral process, in the throwing out the electors process.
Right.
And there's a definition that definitely fits, which we've brought up on the show before. So if you're just having a conversation in layman's terms, I think it's fair to say that Donald Trump committed insurrection. And I'll bring up those definitions.
So,
but I don't think it's, well, here, I'll let you respond while I bring the definition
so
up.
if you're operating from the position that the definition of insurrection requires violence, which, I mean, that's a common definition, so I don't really have a problem with that. Now the arguments would be, well, January 6th, there was obviously violence, right? People broke in to the Capitol and, were attacking guards and all that other stuff. So obviously that's an action of violence. However, my position, which I think Adam also has, is that when we talk about the insurrection, we're not really talking about the action of people breaking the Capitol. We're really talking about Donald Trump trying to get Pence to throw out the slate of electors and to have the people, even if they didn't break in, just being outside as a sort of show of electoral force to try to force Pence to do this thing, this action that would be a subversion of our, electoral process and our democracy. And that's kind of what we're considering the Insurrection Act. And if you want to say that insurrection requires violence, and so therefore that wouldn't really, the way that we're defining it wouldn't really fit, I mean, that's fine, maybe. I don't really care what you call it. If you want to call it if you want to call it a subversion of democracy or a subversion of our electoral process, whatever. I don't really want to get hung up on the word. I guess we do have to get hung up on the word because of the court case that's happening right now in Colorado, which will go to the Supreme Court, where they said because of the 14th Amendment, which is a video that you're talking about, Adam, that we talked about this, because of the 14th Amendment, therefore Trump gets kicked off the ballot because it says if you did an insurrection or rebellion, you get automatically kicked off the ballot, which in that video, and I thought we had sort of a unique position. And unfortunately, I should have probably said my entire position first in the beginning of the video. It probably would have saved some people from getting super TDS triggered, which is that I think we have a kind of unique position because we both think that Trump did quote the insurrection, but we both also don't think that he should be kicked off the ballot in Colorado or any of the other states.
Yeah, we're trying to turn the temperature down on this tit for tat cheating that people seem so anxious to engage in. So, yeah, our position is he did a no-no. I think he cheated. I think what he tried to do was cheat, and it's pretty obvious. And I don't like that. But at the same time, I think just banning him from the ballots is it's going to create a cycle of more cheating. People are going to perceive that as cheating. And it kind of is cheating. So like everyone's in this free for all, let's cheat as much as we can because everyone else is cheating.
Yeah. Well,
And
I know I agree. I agree with everything you said. And then also I would add to that, to me, the issue is that it doesn't seem to legally make sense to me. And I listen to lots of people argue about this. It doesn't make sense to me that and I said this in the video, that a state court with really no clear case to draw upon would decide kind of on its own that a person engaged in what is essentially a federal criminal crime and thus negates their ability to be on the ballot when that person is not even been charged with that crime federally. Okay, Donald Trump was never charged with insurrection, and B, was not tried for insurrection. Like if Donald Trump was tried by a court and found guilty in a federal court for insurrection, then I'd say, okay, then obviously it makes sense to take him off the ballot. But that never happened. And it seems really bizarre to me that the state court would have the authority to just kind of make this determination on their own.
Yeah, there is a legal definition of insurrection, people are saying.
There is.
But I've sent you an article for Media Matters. It's Media Matters, so this could be complete and utter bullshit. Who knows?
Right.
But they are saying that the definition of insurrection, or that him being charged for insurrection or convicted of insurrection, is superfluous to the matter of whether or not he can be on the ballot. Like it's basically up for the states to decide, and they cite some court case or something like that.
Well, and I said this, and this is part of what's weird too, because we talked about this. Part of the argument that Trump's lawyer or Trump's team made or wanted to make in 2020 or in 2019, 2020 was the idea that since the states ultimately have the authority to do whatever they want, that they could just throw out the vote and declare Donald Trump the winner, essentially. That wouldn't be a violation of federal law. Now, it could be a violation of state law, but it wouldn't be a violation of federal law. And so, like, it's possible that constitutionally, and I don't know, because the question would be like, the Constitution basically gives state legislatures, specifically state legislatures, the power to basically control their elections. So the question would be, could the state legislature just throw Donald Trump or some candidate off a ballot? Or would the Supreme Court rule that that's some kind of infringement on, the civil rights and equal protection of the citizens of the United States of America? And I don't know the answer to that question, but no one in this case really made that argument, really. The argument that they made instead was that insurrection, that the insurrection clause in the 14th Amendment is self-executing, and that therefore the state can just make the determination on its own, as it would, say if someone was the age 35 or something. So no one really made that argument.
They also say in this article that the people who brought the case in Colorado was 4 Republicans and 2 independents. They sued to disqualify Trump from the primary ballot.
Yeah, they had to be Republicans because it was for the primary. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So they're like never Trumpers.
I'm sure. Yeah, that'd be for sure. But no, so like, because what a lot of people say is that they say, well, the 14th Amendment makes no mention of being convicted, and that's true. The 14th Amendment doesn't make any mention of being convicted, but my problem with this argument is that all laws are basically created in response to something, or during some time period. And it's very clear, obviously, that when the 14th Amendment was written, it was in response to the Civil War. And so there wasn't really, no one was contending whether someone did an insurrection or not. It was very clear.
Right.
And so because of that, they never really wrote in a mechanism to kind of figure out or determine who did what insurrection, because they didn't need to at that time period. But we don't live in that world anymore, obviously. And this is a far more contentious issue about, did Donald Trump do an insurrection? It's not very clear cut like it was with the Civil War. And I was actually listening to Joe Goodlogic. He kind of had a debate with Pisco about this. And Joe brought up a very good point, which is that he said the 14th Amendment was written in order to penalize the southern states for rebelling against the country, obviously, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why would it make sense that the 14th Amendment would give the states themselves the authority to determine who did the insurrection? Because what that would mean would be right after the Civil War, you could have the state could make the determination that a person who was part of the Confederate Army actually didn't do an insurrection, didn't do a rebellion, and then send them to Washington.
Right. Yeah.
But that doesn't make any sense. Obviously, that defeats the entire point of including that in the amendment. And so that would seem to be not the way that would seem to be kind of go against, I would say, a fair interpretation of what the amendment means.
Spirit of the law, as they say. The spirit of the law.
Another thing is like in the fifth section of this amendment, it says very clearly, Congress shall have the power to enforce by appropriate legislation the provisions of this article. So to me, that seems to be, a pretty clear indication that Congress has the power here to enforce, the doctrines of the 14th Amendment. It doesn't make sense to me that, again, a state court on its own would just make this determination, and every individual state would make some determination about whether a candidate did an insurrection or did whatever, is able to be on the ballot. It seems to go against the spirit of kind of our elections.
So Media Matters been caught lying again.
Well, they're not lying, but they're just framing things in very biased ways. Okay. So like yeah, there's an argument.
Come on. Just call them liars. It's just fine.
Liars. Like the thing that annoys me about this whole thing is that to me, this is exactly the same as like the Pence throwing out the slate of electors thing. It's like, well, it doesn't technically say Pence can't do that, right? So therefore he has the power to do that. It's like, okay, let's all relax for a second. Obviously, it makes no sense that the vice president would have such power that he could basically control who is president. That kind of completely goes against like the entire point of everything in the spirit of this, right? And I feel like this is the same situation. It's like, okay, well, obviously it doesn't make sense that every individual state will just make a determination about whether a candidate, can be on the ballot or did an insurrection or whatever. That seems to go against the complete, spirit of sort of the way our democracy has been running for hundreds of years, or I should say our constitutional republic. So
yeah. Okay, cool. Well, I mean, I'm just talking about our layperson conversations about using the term insurrection. And I'm really just getting a massive headache. Every single debate over this devolves into a debate over definitions.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to bring it up because
it's just so I understand because Sitch's law, most arguments are about definitions.
Of course. It's just a headache. Look, I want to argue substance. You want to argue substance.
Right.
Like people don't understand. And you can tell them a million times. You can be like, look, there's two definitions. I'm using one definition. You're using another definition. That's fine. Okay. We're just having a layman debate argument here. Right.
Right. I'm just saying that unfortunately, the whole definition argument actually does matter in this case because of this Colorado and now Maine thing that's happening where they're trying to kick him off the ballot for doing the insurrection. Because then the definition actually matters. Because then if you say, well, he subverted democracy, right? Or, did something else bad, like defrauded the public, but he did insurrection, then he would still be on the ballot, presumably.
Right. That's why I'm bringing it up, because it is important, because these cases have made it important. They've made it relevant. So,
Yes.
look, and he hasn't been convicted of insurrection. So I don't want us to say, look, we think Trump did an insurrection, and then the next thing you know, people think that we mean he's been convicted of an insurrection. And they're like, oh, those guys don't know what they're talking about. He hasn't been convicted of an insurrection, right?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, he hasn't been, but obviously the people that are in favor of him make it about, again, they say a million times that that's not required.
Right. So look, Merriam-Webster says insurrection, an act or instance of revolting against civil authority or an established government. I don't see how you can't call, I don't see how the electors scheme doesn't fit that definition, right?
Yeah, no, I mean,
the civil authority is the the electoral college, all that stuff.
Right. So, but I think even under the federal statute, you'd have to look at previous case law. I don't know what it is. I know the federal statute itself doesn't give a definition of insurrection, I don't believe.
We don't have what is the legal definition of insurrection? There isn't one.
There isn't. I don't think there's one in law, but there's one in case law, probably.
Right.
Somewhere.
Okay. So they're going back to the case law.
You have to go to case law.
They're going to go back to the Civil War and look at.
Right. Well, I'm sure that's where a lot of it's going to be. I mean, there's probably been issue, after that, but independent people doing things, but also the whole conversation about the Colorado and the main thing. I mean, a lot of it's just kind of interesting legal arguments, but I think it's mostly pointless because, I mean, who does anyone really think the Supreme Court is going to uphold this? I mean, you have it 6-3 conservative. 3 of those people were literally put in place by Donald Trump himself. I think it's so vastly, immeasurably unlikely that the Supreme Court would uphold the Colorado decision.
That is the one thing that everybody left, right, and center seems to be in agreement on. I have not heard one person say, look, I haven't. I really haven't. Have you? Has anyone said, the Supreme Court is going to
I have heard
vote
one person.
for Colorado?
I have heard one person.
Who?
My mom.
I knew it was going to be.
I'm not even joking. She's
I should have guessed your mom.
She's like, listen, this will be a good chance for them to show they're not politically biased. And I'm like, Mom, that's not going to happen.
That's the big. That's not going to show that they're politically unbiased. That's going to show the complete opposite.
Well, okay, obviously, but she's coming from it from a very left-wing perspective.
Oh, right? Yeah.
So, but no, I mean, it's not going to happen. This is basically, in my mind, there's no chance whatsoever. Listen, I mean, you'll say, listen, I made some bad predictions about Donald Trump, so who knows? Maybe I'll be wrong here.
Well, no, look,
I think there's no chance that the Supreme Court doesn't throw this out. And I think, I would hope it's not just 6-3, along party lines, because things seem silly to me, but I don't think there's any way.
I mean, I'm tempted to take the other side of that bet just because it's such a long shot. Everybody's like,
okay, listen, Adam. $500. Okay,
look, let's not go crazy here.
You don't want to do a $500 bet on whether the Supreme Court will throw this out or not?
I'm just saying I might do a tweet or something because no one's going to remember that you got it wrong. But if you got it right, you could say, look, all these fucking dumb shits. There's 1 million dumb shits. And look, I nailed it. It's just as good odds.
This would be my guess. Okay, Supreme Court's going to throw it out, but they're not going to answer the question of whether Trump did an insurrection or not.
Why would they answer that?
No, they're not. There might be a concurrence from Thomas or somebody saying he didn't do an insurrection, but I think the majority opinion it will be on some kind of legal issue about the states don't have the authority to do this or whatever.
No way. The legal opinion is going to be, oh, he totally did an insurrection, but we like him. Let him stay on the ballot.
Mm-hmm.
But he's our guy.
There you go.
Let him go.
Oh,
you don't think that's going to happen?
You sent me something. So someone had left a comment you wanted me to address.
Oh, yeah. Let's do that while we're talking about this. Here, I'll bring the comment up.
So comment was about how in the 70s, and I talked about this before, but I'll talk about it again. The comment was about how in the 70s, because we always bring up the electors thing.
I got the comment up. Let's just read it.
Okay, you read it.
Nixon ratified an alternative state of electors from Hawaii in
Slate.
1968. Yeah. Oh, alternative slate of electors from Hawaii in 1968. Trump was correct in that Pence could have stopped it. I see this a lot. It just drives me crazy.
Right. Okay. So this situation is completely not comparable at all to what was going on with Trump. So in the 70s, basically what happened was it's Nixon versus JFK. JFK ends up winning, spoiler alert, spoiler alert. But when they were counting the votes for Hawaii, the first count of the votes showed that Nixon won Hawaii and not JFK. But it was close. It was close enough to trigger a recount. And so while the recount was happening, so okay, when he won the first vote for the first ballot, Nixon won on the first count, I should say. They, they had the electors for Hawaii come together and they cast their elector votes for Nixon, and the governor signed off on them. So they had an official slate of electors for the state of Hawaii. I assume everyone knows how we have electors that vote for president and not popular votes, so I don't have to explain that entire process, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Um, so, but this was also going to trigger a recount. Now, if you were old enough to remember the whole Bush v. Gore 2000 election, the big problem with the recount when Bush and Gore were running against each other was that the state of Florida didn't have enough time before the deadline to do a full recount of the votes. And so this is kind of why the recount got stopped and partially why George W. Bush ended up winning the election in 2000. So a lot of times what's going on is when there's recounts, there's a fear, depending on how long it's going to take, how many votes need to be counted, what the time period is, that it's not going to be done in time, or it's going to be done like super, super close to the wire. So in the 70s, after Nixon won on the first count and they were doing the recount, the Democrats did something which is technically should be illegal. So I don't have a problem with saying that, where they said, okay, well, we're doing a recount. In case it gets really close to the deadline, we might not have time to convene. Like if he wins, if JFK ends up winning the recount, we might not have time to reconvene all the electors and like have them all sign the paperwork that says that JFK, we're voting for JFK. So we're going to do that before the recount and have it ready to go, essentially, in case JFK wins the recount. So that's what the Democrats did. They got a bunch of electors together. They said, we vote for JFK. We have the authority of the state of Hawaii to vote for JFK, which they didn't at the time, and that's true. So it's technically a false document while they're doing this. And they sat on them and they said, okay, if JFK wins, we'll use, and we don't have time, we'll use the slate of electors. Well, what turns up happening is that they do a recount. JFK does win, but they do have ample time. So they just do a third slate of official electors from the same Democrats who say, okay, we say that JFK won the state of Hawaii and the governor signs it.
So, and all this is happening on January 6th, the same sort of situation.
Well, it's not happening on January 6th. It's all happening in December, November of
Okay.
1970.
So they still have counting going on in time and stuff. I'm just comparing it to this situation because obviously, I mean, January 6th is past the safe harbor day.
Obviously January 6th is way past
in the Trump situation, nobody's counting ballots.
Well, we'll get there.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So up until this point, the Trump team did something similar. And if this is where the Trump team stopped, I think they would have been fine and they wouldn't have been charged with anything.
Right.
Because, so basically what was going on was, obviously, I'm sure you guys remember, 2020 election, very contentious. Trump is saying it's all this fraud. So all these states are doing recounts and doing all this stuff. And Trump is suing all these states. So in like 7 or 8 of these states that are these swing states that are very important for Trump to win, they said they did the same thing that the Democrats did in 1970 in Hawaii. They said, well, we have all these recounts going. We have all these lawsuits going. It could come down to the wire. It could be like right on the edge of the safe harbor deadline. So we should have a bunch of alternate slates of electors that say Trump won the state in case we run out of time. But we still win the recount or we win a court case. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what they did. So they did this in New Mexico, Georgia, I think Michigan. They did this in like 6 or 7 other states. They created these alternate slates. Now, in 2 of the states, the electors were very smart because they were like, we don't know if this is technically legal, so we're going to write into it specifically that this only counts if Donald Trump wins the recount or wins some kind of lawsuit. Okay. Now, they didn't all
Yeah.
do that, and they should have, but so in 2 of the states, they did do that. So going back to JFK for a second. Okay, so JFK ends up winning the recount. They create a new slate of electors. When it's January 6th rolls around, Nixon is the vice president, even though he's, running against JFK. And for some reason, which I've never really seen explained or anyone has explained why, Richard Nixon is not just handed the latest version of the slate from the Democrats. He's handed all 3. He's handed the original slate from the Republicans when they first thought they won. He's handed essentially the fake slate from the Democrats before they did the recount. And then he's handed the 3rd slate, which is the after the recount official signed off by the governor slate from the Democrats.
So he gets all 3 slates.
Yes.
During the January 6th
During
process.
January 6th, Nixon gets all 3 slates.
Just like they did with Pence. Well, they tried to hand him.
They tried to. Pence, he said, "Get that shit out of the way."
Pence was like, "Get that fucking shit away from me, mofo."
So Nixon looked at the 3 slates and he said, "Okay, well, it's obvious that the correct slate is the post-recount signed off by the governor correct slate. Does anyone have any objections to me using this slate?" And obviously, no one had any objections to them using that slate. And so, therefore, the correct slate, the official slate by the state of Hawaii, was accepted. All right?
The correct slate, yes.
Right.
That the people voted for.
I don't even know why they gave Nixon the other 2, but then I've never seen anyone explain that why.
Right.
But okay, so let's jump back to Trump now.
So that kind of annihilates this comment.
Right.
Yeah.
So we jump to Trump, and so Trump ends up losing all the recounts in these swing states, and he ends up losing all the court cases. So that what they should have done, what the Trump team should have done, was they should have taken all those alternative electors they created and crumpled them up and put them in the trash can. And if they had done that, I don't think there'd be any of these legal problems whatsoever. But they didn't do that. They said, you had Eastman come, who was a lawyer for Trump, and he came up with this idea. And he said, well, there's technically maybe possibly this whole procedure that exists where if there aren't enough votes, okay, if when they're counting the electoral votes, if there aren't 270 electoral votes, if there's not enough to declare a winner, what they do is they send the vote back to the House of Representatives, and they have this. It's like a specific special type of voting where every state gets 1 vote for who's going to be president.
Right.
And at the time period in 2020, that would be, there was 26, I believe, Republican states and 24 Democrat states. And
right. The state legislature makes a determination. So
no. There's it's this weird process in the House. It's not the state legislature.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So in the House of Representatives, the federal House of Representatives. So
the House representatives vote, or who's voting?
It's too weird. Just say the House of Representatives. It's not quite. There's a distinction there, but don't worry about it. It doesn't matter. Just think about it this way. There were 26.
The election is decided by 50 votes. Every state gets 1 vote.
Yeah. The elections would be decided by 50 votes. Every state gets 1 vote. There were 26, quote, red states and 24 blue states. So presumably, if they all voted along party lines, Donald Trump would have won the election. Okay? Right.
Yes. But that's why he wanted this process to be enacted, because he had a advantage.
Exactly. But this process is only supposed to come into play if there's not 270 electoral votes. So like theoretically, say there's multiple 4 different candidates running, and they split the vote so much that no one gets 270, right? This would be the process to determine who is the president.
Right.
Okay. That's why this process exists. And this has happened, I believe, once or maybe twice in U.S. history.
But it seems like the game plan on the Trump side was to throw in enough fake electors that Pence had plausible deniability, just to throw all the electors out and nobody would get to 270.
So sort of. So the plan was, okay, so Eastman has this idea and he says, well, I think that if I squint at this law and read it in like this weird way,
My
that
novel legal theory.
right, that would give Pence the ability to make the determination about whether to accept the slate of electors or not. And then kind of also harkening back to what happened to Nixon. Now, this doesn't really seem applicable to Nixon because Nixon received three slates, one which was bullshit, one which was an old one, and one which was a new one, and he accepted the one that everyone says is the correct one to accept. Okay,
Right.
he
No
accepted the
disagreement.
correct one, right? And so Eastman had this idea where he said, well, what we should do is we should take these not official incorrect slate of electors, okay, for the state of Georgia, Michigan, and New Mexico, and all these other states. Now, it's very important to remember that at the time that these alternative electors existed, they're not signed off, even though they say that they have the right to represent the state of Georgia, whoever, they don't. They legally don't have the right to represent the state of Georgia or the state that they say they do. So these alternate slates of electors are the same weight and validity of a 5-year-old writing in crayon on construction paper that Donald Trump won the election. It means the same weight legally, okay, as these alternate slate of electors. And Eastman's plan was you would take this bullshit alternate slate of electors that have no legal value, you'd hand them to Pence, Pence would look at them, and then he would look at the real electors that everyone in the entire country knew were the official real slate of electors, and he would say, well, I can't make a determination which one of these is real because I'm a retarded person, and so I'm just going to not accept either of these.
Ooh.
That was the goal. That was the plan.
Yeah.
Okay. And so obviously, and then you would have enough to get 270. It would go to the House process. The House would presumably vote for Donald Trump to be president, right? So this obviously doesn't have like really anything to do with Nixon in 1970. It shouldn't be compared to Nixon in 1970. It's like a complete distraction to compare that. There's no precedent for this ever occurring. And it's kind of ridiculous to me at this point in 2024 that people are still arguing that this process should be legal or allowed or was even worse, was moral. Like this is obviously not a moral thing to do, whether you think it was a legal thing to do.
Well, if
And
it's legal and moral, the 2024 election's in the bag already. Kamala Harris is counting and Joe Biden's running, so it's over.
Well, no, so after this controversy,
oh, I know
they amended the law to make it like super clear that you can't do that.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Everyone claims though that that's them sealing up the loophole that Donald Trump could have legally taken advantage of.
Well, even if you believe that loophole existed, right? You think it would have been moral? You think it would have been moral to basically throw out, half the country's votes just because you don't like who won?
Well, the people who say it would be moral would be saying it would be moral based on that the leftists are going to take over the country and bring on catastrophe for all of us, and to let that happen when you have an option to fight against it would be immoral. But
see, that's the problem, because that's the same line of thinking that some people on the left have for why it would be okay to steal the election from Trump
in the first place. I know this. Look, we're in the cheating cycle here. For some reason, we have to rebuild trust in one another, in each other. Can it be done? I don't know.
No, and so one other thing that is often said about this, which is a misunderstanding, which I understand why it's a misunderstanding, is that they say, well, no, the goal wasn't to have this process where the state makes the House of Representatives makes its determination. The goal was to allow the states more time to investigate claims of fraud. Okay. And I understand where this confusion comes from. The confusion comes from because at the time that this was going on, Donald Trump was like tweeting out like multiple different things at the same time, because he was just trying to throw every possible alternative that he could at Pence. But on January 6th, the original plan, when we know this because Pence, we have text messages from Eastman to Pence or to Pence's underlings, was originally for Pence to throw out the slate of electors and then give the House of Representatives basically the vote so that Trump would be president. But here's the kicker. After the January 6th riot occurred, okay? So after people broke in the Capitol, the Congress people basically ran away, right? And that went on for like 4 or 5 hours. Then at night, all the Congress people come back. It's like 11 o'clock, 11:30 at night. They're trying to like certify the election. Finally, Eastman has the chutzpah, the gall, to still send a text message to Pence's assistant and say, listen, I know you're not going to throw out the vote and have the House of Representatives decide. How about you just pause everything and you give the states more time to investigate fraud claims?
Wow.
And he sends it to him
Wow.
after January 6th riot and everything had already occurred, which is pretty funny. So he did do both. He eventually did try to do both. Pence obviously didn't do that. And so, the rest is history. And I think when it comes to this is why I said, I think when it comes to the Georgia, so when it comes to the federal case, as I said earlier, federally, they're not charging Donald Trump with insurrection. And the reason for this, which is what the federal prosecutor said, was because they think it might be too difficult to charge him with insurrection because there isn't enough case law kind of built around how exactly that looks like. That was his explanation.
They don't have a good case. That's why they're not.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. Right. That's what the prosecutor said.
Don't bring the case if you know you can't win. That's
Right.
just legal 101.
So instead, they charge him with other things, and one of those things is violating people's civil rights and defrauding the voters, essentially. Now, part of, and I've said this a million times, I think part of the difficulty of the federal case against Trump for defrauding the voters is that you'd have to show that Donald Trump knew he lost the election, because you can't like accidentally defraud someone. You have to intentionally defraud them.
Oh, that's
and I
good
think
to
that's
know.
going to be difficult, unless one of two things. Unless they can, and I'm not sure because I'm not a lawyer, unless they can rely on saying it doesn't matter if Trump knew, a reasonable person should have known, then maybe they could win that case. Or number two, if someone from Trump's team who's taken a plea bargain, who there have been several, flips on Trump and says, Donald Trump told me he knew he lost the election, right? Says something like explosive like that, then Trump is screwed. But bearing that all aside, I think proving Trump knew he lost the election would be or could be difficult. But I bring this up because I say this is counter to the Georgia case. The Georgia case about the fake electors does not require Donald Trump know he won or lost the election at all, because that's not what matters. What matters is that they know that the slate of electors was fake, which obviously they do. That's not really in question.
Right. They have text messages calling that.
Yeah. So, and we know, and obviously Donald Trump is publicly trying to pressure Pence into doing these actions. Okay. And so you don't even get into the question of, is there a federal loophole that Pence could even do this, because Georgia's getting him for state law for violating their state laws regarding the electors. And so I think that's why, to me, the Georgia case seems to be, I have no clue how Donald Trump is not going to get convicted of that unless he just becomes president and they just, they hold it while he's president, and then it's after he's president, no one cares anymore. Because it just seems to me to be a very open and shut case against him from a state level perspective.
Right. All right. Any final thoughts? We wrap it up on this insurrection stuff?
Not really. I mean, I'll see if there's any super chats related to it, but
yeah, let's read some super chats and then we'll do the second thought video. I can only go till 6 p.m. tonight, guys. So we got another 3 hours, but just to let you guys know. So if we have super chats to read at 6, we'll do a extra stream on Thursday. I think you said you can do one, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes.
So
Grendel Vivat, thank you for the $100.
Yes.
And 50
Woo,
gifted
woo!
membership. Thank you so much.
Look, I was watching an Ethan Van Sciver stream the other day, and every time Ethan gets a big super chat, like, he just goes insane. It was so fucking funny. I couldn't stop laughing. He's like
Well,
playing music. He's like dancing and shit. Woo woo!
you should have like one of your filters where you press a button and like a bunch of
I
money rains
know.
down.
I
Yeah.
know. Look, I got, I should have done the all seeing eye to get it as
Right.
it goes past. Yeah.
So Grendel says EC out for the Supreme Court. Section 3 of the 14th Amendment does not disqualify candidates for presidency because of insurrection, and Section 5 directly contradicts self-executing argument because it authorized Congress to enforce the amendment through appropriate legislation. There you go. Yeah, that
That
makes
is
perfect sense.
correct. Thank goodness.
That's definitely possible. Mr. Ubercross for 20 months. Thank you, Mr. Ubercross says, I'm listening, not in chat. If you want a lawyer's opinion, let me know. I'm available for probably the next 2 hours.
I think we got it
Uh,
covered.
okay. Unless we say anything wrong. I know. So, but, well, thank you. And Suck for $20 says, get Mr. Ubercross on.
Um, well,
Uh,
I mean, we're kind of moving on, but
right. Thal for $20 says,
unless we got something completely
yeah, unless we got something completely wrong,
incorrect about it.
let me know. Thal for $20 says, an easy way to understand this is the following. Sitch, I saw you drinking one day and I know you own a car. Therefore, you can't have a driver's license. In essence, it's a pre-crime punishment based on suspicion. Um, I understand like what you're saying. I don't think that's not quite the argument they're making because they're saying that he did do it, and then they're saying he did do it. The amendment doesn't say you had to be convicted of it. It just says if you did it. And so it kind of puts you in this weird gray area of like, well, who makes the determination of whether you did the action or not? Is it self-executing, like the age of a candidate? So it's not quite that, but I understand what you're saying. Myth from 6 for 200 Kazark says, why not describe what Trump did? He attempted to abuse his power to cheat the system. Calling it insurrection sounds like when sovereign citizens say they're traveling, not driving, and therefore don't need a driver's license. Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, that
that's
makes
what I'm
sense.
looking for. Something that I can say. Like, I
Right.
do think Trump, he tried to cheat. He did try to cheat.
Hmm.
And I don't like people that are cool with that. That's
Right.
just, it ain't cool. It ain't cool. He abandoned the idea that we're supposed to have the peaceful transfer of power.
Cameraman 502 for $10 says, in 1862, the Congress passed an Insurrection Act that disqualified convicted defendants. The 14th Amendment was to constitutionally endorse it. Until 1948, all versions of the statute required a conviction. That's interesting. I didn't know that. Well, if that's true, I mean, that would definitely bolster Trump's case so significantly. Thal says that's literally the same thing. I don't, I mean, well, I understand what you're saying. I just think your example is not quite, because in your example, you said you saw drinking one day and that you also know I own a car. It'd be more like if you saw me drinking, you thought you saw me drinking and driving, and then I was never convicted of it or found guilty of it, and then you suspended my license for that. So, but whatever, we're just parsing hairs here. But thank you for the $20 though. Boba Peck for $20 says, Sitch and Adam for the tribals defending Claudine Gay. Would the Trump tax fraud allegations be a good comparison for fitness for office? But I don't remember if those were ever proven. Happy New Year's. S class is the best class.
Well, I didn't vote for Trump because I didn't like the fact that he was not showing his tax returns and evidently never paid taxes. So yeah,
Well, is that what
that
Boba?
bugged
I
me.
thought I assume Boba Peck's talking about the recent Trump, like the claims that he overvalued properties for tax reasons.
Well, look, I don't think I think that's making hay about nothing, to be honest with you. Like that's
Right.
normal course of business that everybody does.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know enough about any of the legality of any of that stuff. And I tried to read a ruling on it, and it was so mired in like accounting gibberish that I didn't care enough to try to understand any of it. So I just said, okay, I don't know. I have no opinions on it whatsoever. So I couldn't, if that's what you're talking about, Boba, I could not, I don't know enough about it to make a comparison to Claudine Gay in the way that you're talking about. So, Mr.
Uh,
Ubercross says, For $5, I don't think Trump tried to cheat. He tried to challenge the rules as to what cheating is. It's not exactly the same.
Well, I disagree.
Then he said in chat, well, to be fair, maybe he did try to cheat, kind of. So,
Yeah, look, he had plenty of people telling him, including his vice president,
yeah.
that the legal theory was not sound, including his attorney general. He had plenty of people telling him this is not legal. This is not legal. This is the Supreme Court is not going to hold this up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, including, his own counsel and the White House counsel was telling him that this was ludicrous. So,
Yeah. Look, and he
but
said, I'm
again,
going to do it anyway.
if anyone's really holding out hope on the, well, was it legal argument, to me, it's like I would hope we'd all imagine, we'd all agree that's not a moral thing, a moral action to do. Even if such a loophole existed, it would be kind of an insane and an immoral action to do, right?
Yeah.
So,
Look, he might be our president again. If he wins on election night this year, I'm not going to lose any sleep over Trump being our president again. Like
Mhm.
it is kind of comical to me that Joe Biden is even running. Like, geez, I think politicians that overstay their welcome and they're becoming voluminous, right? You've got all these crypt keepers running around in Congress, right? They're 90 years old, like they're stumbling through TV press engagements and stuff like that. Look, I think all those people that overstay their welcome should be remembered as traitors,
Mhm.
traitors to America. These people that die in office, these senators that die in office, they should be labeled traitors.
Mm.
Yeah. It's so ridiculous. So look, and
Like,
I do
yeah.
think Biden is encroaching on that camp. I really do.
I mean, I think he's past it. I don't think he's a crush.
Okay, yeah. Look, the guy should not be running.
Listen, I don't would call these people traitors the way that you would, but I think to me, it's obvious that Biden is too old to be president. It's kind of insane. I used to think that they're going to do a switcher with Newsom. Now I don't. Now I think it's just ego must be either like the ego of Biden or his staff is driving this because they want to be the shadow people in charge. Because it's just completely bafflingly insane to me that he would try to be in office. Because even if you think it's like, even if you're like buying into the David Pakman level of cope, where we're supposed to believe that Biden is actually totally physically fine, like
And
you
it's
really
Trump. He's the
like,
one.
yeah, Trump is the one who's really like, I mean, by the way,
He's
Trump is
losing
getting
his
old
mind.
too, but like, yeah, but um, you think that Biden is going to make it like another 4 years? I mean, we've seen how rapidly the decline has been over this 4 years from when he was
Yes.
running. You think he's not like, what is he going to be another 4 years? It's going to be ridiculous.
Yeah, it's
He
bad
probably will
news.
die in office if he gets reelected.
Yeah, good. Traitor. Traitor.
So I think it's weird because I mean, Trump is such a polarizing figure, and I think especially after the January 6th stuff, that I do think basically almost any other Democrat would have a really good shot of beating Trump. I think Biden actually has the worst shot of beating Trump just because so many people are like, oh my God, he's so old.
And Biden has the Sarah Palin problem that McCain had.
Yeah.
Everyone is terrified that he's going to die in office and the worst woman in the world is going to become president of the United States.
Actually, I think Kamala Harris would have a better chance of beating Trump than Joe Biden would.
My God, that's painful. That literally hurt me just to hear.
I'm just saying it's true. It's true because like a lot of people who know a lot about politics really hate Kamala Harris. The average person doesn't know anything about her at all.
It's
But
so
the average
bad.
person looks at Biden, they're like, oh my, and as you brought up, the debate thing is going to be like insane. Okay.
Oh
Because
yeah, it
if,
is.
first of all,
Trump's going to walk all over him.
if Biden doesn't debate, he's going to lose the election. If he does debate and he's like barely cognizant right? Or just super, even
Can
if he's
you
cognizant.
imagine?
Okay. Let's say
Trump is
like,
going to be like, wake up, Sleepy, wake up. We're having a debate here.
yeah, like even if let's
He's
just say
gonna
like Biden
taunt
is
him.
like completely cognizant during the debate, he's going to be so low energy compared to Trump. It's going to look like really bad.
It's going to look terrible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my
So
God. And I can't wait. Sitch, God, we're going to cover it. It's going to be amazing. This year is going to be incredible.
and they'll probably only do one debate, which is even wild. Like, because usually there's like three, and they'll probably only do one.
Well, there's usually two. I don't know.
No, it's usually three. What do you mean?
Yeah, vice presidential debate is usually the third one. There's usually two presidential debates and a vice president debate.
There was 3 Trump versus Hillary debates.
Were there?
Yeah. Because the first one,
oh, you're right. They did do
well.
one.
The second one was Trump standing behind her, and the third one she did really poorly.
Was there 3?
There was 3. I don't know if
there
was
two
3.
two standing at podiums and one walking around, right?
Yes.
I seem to remember. Maybe there was 3.
I don't know if there was 3 Trump Biden debates. But I believe there's normally 3. I'm pretty sure there was 3 Obama, debates against the various people.
I could be wrong.
So.
Yeah, no. Yeah, look. It's definitely going to be insane.
Yeah, there were 3.
Cool.
There you go. There was one vice president one.
Look,
okay, anyway.
I'll have 5 debates. I love the presidential debates. They're insane. Hey, you missed Mark Lamont Hill. Mark Lamont Hill 3 hours ago says the next president of Harvard must be a black woman. What the fuck, dude? Why would you? Oh God, these people, they just don't get it.
They get it. I get it. I get it.
Pisco's responding. I tweeted, I don't know if you saw this tweet. I bet Jimmy Carter is thrilled to see Joe Biden running for a second term. Finally, someone will replace Carter as the worst one-term president of all time. Pisco responded, crazy thing to say. Pisco, what are you doing? I can't. These people, oh man. The Biden people. I just look. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's so obvious. He's gonna lose.
Yeah, well, I'm assuming Pisco's coming from the perspective of not that, but of
Oh, he likes Jimmy Carter?
No, that he likes Biden's administration and what they did so far. That's what I'm assuming.
Right. Yeah. Look, I don't think Biden is the worst president of all time. I mean, obviously, it's just a joke tweet. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. What is this video, Adam, that you want us to watch?
Oh, look. We have our favorite second thought. It's so weird. Why would you want to? Doesn't thought stand for that hoe over there? Why would you want to be the second that hoe over there? Makes no sense at all.
Don't
you want to be first
you
thought?
Want to be the first one? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to be a hoe, you might as well be number 1 hoe, right? First hoe. Anyway. Yeah, I thought we'd check out this video. It doesn't have anything to do with economics or anything. I just thought it'd be fun to do.
What is this really? What is the video titled? Why the government has infinite money. It's nothing to do with economics, huh?
Right, yeah. Look, we haven't covered second thought in a while. I thought it might be fun. People like it when we rip up the commies. So hopefully he doesn't say anything embarrassing for our channel, for us. So you ready to give it a shot? There was another super chat actually first. That was
what? Which one?
Pseudo Sin for $10. Is that it? Am I saying Pseudo Sin for $10? I know Adam has a headache from this definition thing, but sorry, but by whichever definition does civil disobedience qualify as an insurrection? Well, by the definition in Webster's dictionary, civil disobedience does definitely qualify as an insurrection. But I think I don't really think people would use the term civil disobedience over insurrection. The thing that I think is missing from that Webster's definition is trying to subvert. Well, no, I guess it does say an act or instance of revolting against civil authority or an established government. So you could do it under the civil authority, but obviously that's not trying to overthrow the established government.
Here's the difference. So civil disobedience usually is when you believe there's an unjust law, and so you refuse to follow the law, but you do it in a peaceful form. So like sitting at the countertops, right? For like, during segregation, when the black people would go into the diners and they'd sit where they weren't supposed to sit, or they'd say, no, I'm going to sit at the front of the bus. I'm not going to sit at the back of the bus. Like that's a form of civil disobedience, right?
Right.
Now, the claim against Trump is that, well, first of all, this doesn't have anything to do with, none of those actions had anything to do with stopping like a governmental process. It's someone breaking the law, technically, but they're not stopping, quote, a governmental process, such as like, the transfer of power, right? Or counting the electoral ballots or something. So it's different legally in that respect, number one. And then number two, obviously, if you're going to tie in the whole January 6th thing, people, violently breaking into a building is obviously not a peaceful protest. So.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Civil disobedience has the word civil in it. Right. Good catch.
So.
Okay, so maybe not. Anyway.
And to be clear, to be fair though, I understand that like the whole like what is insurrection, and like there is an element of that that's kind of like the whole pornography thing. I know it when I see it. Like that is kind of the problem with a lot of our legal definitions of things are, can be difficult to quite pin down so specifically. So
right. All right, let's get into this video.
Okay, let's watch this infinite money hack video.
Right.
This episode is brought to you by Ground News.
We begin with the deal to raise the debt ceiling.
The agreement raises the debt ceiling until 2025.
It's not 100% what everybody wants, but when you look, the country is going to be stronger. This is going to be transformational.
Congress just passed an agreement to increase the debt ceiling. If you didn't hear about it after the big panic,
Congress has not prudently done its job. They're off the rails.
Well, that's done now. Republicans and Democrats came to an agreement. They'll raise the debt ceiling for 2 more years, and in exchange, work requirements for food stamps and welfare are going to get worse. There's going to be a $1.5 trillion spending cut over the next 10 years, which will put a ton of strain on programs like affordable housing. New fossil fuel projects will have an easier time getting permits, meaning more pipelines, and you gotta love that. And of course, the student loan payment moratorium will be coming to an end. The government is just spending too much money, and we need to tighten our belts and make compromises.
Biden is totally going to get screwed on the student loan stuff in this election. He way overpromised, way underdelivered.
Well, do you think that many people really came out to vote for him on that anyway? Like, how many young people really came out?
I don't know. A lot. Supposedly supposedly young people are what tipped him over the edge in the 20,
Really? I thought it was suburban housewives that tipped him over the edge.
And young people, yeah. The student loan offer definitely got people to show up. Yes.
I think
a lot of them are pissed.
I think the thing that's going to hurt Biden more than that is all the immigration issue.
That's going to hurt him too. That's definitely going to hurt him.
Because at first I think Biden was kind of given a good boon of being able to run, or whatever Democrat Biden gets replaced, being able to run on abortion. I think that was going to be a significant blow to the Republicans. But then the immigration stuff is kind of spiraling out of control. And it's like reached the mainstream in terms of spiraling out of control. And is that going to be fixed by election time? I'm skeptical. I'm assuming it's just going to stay the same or increase.
Biden has a double whammy with young people. Young people got screwed on student loan forgiveness. He promised them that he was going to forgive a bunch of student loans and then didn't. So they're on the hook paying for those student loans, which, ooh, ouch, that's got to hurt. And also, they see him as the genocider in chief in Gaza.
Oh, you're right.
It's going to hurt a lot of, it's going to depress young voter turnout tremendously. Yes. Yeah. So, yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
It's
It
not
could be.
looking good.
I mean, I think it's going to be close because all elections seem to be close now. But you're right. It could be definitely an uphill battle for whomever the Democratic candidate is.
The economy, I think, is going to be pretty good this year. I
Yes.
think the economy is going to help him.
Except for the military, because it's just cool as hell. You guys
Which you would like to point out, MMT correctly predicted
What's that?
the.
The economy? Oh, yeah.
You know, it's funny. I keep hearing Scott Adams talk about how all the economists predicted that the economy was going to be bad in 2023 and 2024,
Right.
except for Scott. Scott said he was the one person who said it was going to do well, and I'm like, all the MMT people said it was going to do.
Oh, Scott was saying it was going to do okay?
Yes.
Interesting.
But he was saying that none of the other economists said it was going to do good, and I was like,
Look, what, 2 months ago, I was telling Sitch, I'm like, here's your time to buy. Easy money. Easy
Yep.
money.
that's
Buy
true.
the S&P 500. Easy money.
Yep.
Easy money.
Yep.
Up 20%.
Yep. And we had that MMT guy on saying the same thing.
He
with his,
called it. He totally
his
called it.
model.
Look, I
Yeah.
sent this video, this second thought video, to Doug, and Doug was just horrified. Doug does not like the commies either. Look, Doug is like an investor, a trader. Like, he's using MMT to make money. He doesn't like all the commies coming out and appropriating MMT.
Is this okay? So I've seen this video, but it was a while ago. I don't remember. Is this video going to be second thought trying to use MMT to justify communism?
Yep.
Uh-oh.
The Republicans need to wake up, man. MMT is a reality. They should be using it to get the programs they want funded. I mean, they basically just ignore the Republicans are interesting because the Republicans, all they do is complain about the debt. And then as soon as they're in office, all they do is ignore the debt. Like, they basically spend like they know MMT is true. I mean, you even had Dick Cheney come out and say deficits don't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, that pretty much just nails it, right?
A lot of people are definitely. I mean, it definitely seems to be the case. They complain about the debt, and then when Trump's in office, it really wasn't. They didn't do anything to really combat the debt. They just increased it again and again and again.
Yeah.
And I kind of, what's weird too. I don't know if, and maybe someone in the chat knows. Has any Republican brought forward some kind of definitive immigration bill? Because you'd think this would be the time would be ripe right now for some Republican to make a name for himself, to be like, I have the bill to fix immigration, and wave that around. I haven't really been hearing anyone do that.
Yeah, they should. This is a time to step up, isn't it?
Because I feel like immigration's another thing that's the people run on, and they don't really do anything to change it. Because okay, a wall, I guess, that's visual imagery, and I get that. I don't know how much it's really going to help. I still don't understand why no one has advocated for removing the ability to apply for amnesty at the border. It seems to be really the only way to solve the issue. And I've just never really heard people push for it.
Look, Sitch has the solution right here. Sitch is like, I have the solution.
I mean, that's the only way to fix
pretty
the problem.
simple. Yeah. It's
I don't
pretty
get it.
simple.
And
it's
then
like, tell them they have to apply for amnesty. Okay, well, you have to apply for this in Washington, D.C. Here, let me give you the address.
yeah, you have to send in your little form, and we're not going to let you in. Okay, we're just going to kick you back out.
They start walking. Oh no. You have to mail it in.
Yeah, yeah. Right.
Thank you for coming, though.
Yes.
Oh, that'd be amazing. That'd be incredible. AOC would be down there in a white dress, crying as they're turning away every single person.
Camera pans over. She's really just staring at an empty lot. There's nothing there.
Exactly.
She couldn't be bothered to go to wherever the actual people were.
It's green screen.
Yeah.
guys get it. It's so sick, man. It's awesome with all the guns and the tanks and the domestic spying and the...
God, this guy is so bad, man. He just hates America.
What's wrong with who doesn't like guns? Guns are cool.
I know. Look at this. He's putting them in his video. He knows what's up.
Yeah.
We gotta give those guys more money. At least $886 billion next year. 3% more than in 2023, if I had to randomly pick a number.
Do you maggots understand that?
Nothing we can do about it. It's just the coolest thing we can spend money on.
Yes, I mean, it is.
Agree.
Look,
Yeah.
I hate to agree with second thought, but I mean, he's talking some...
Right.
He's dropping some knowledge here. Look how cool all this stuff is.
Yeah. Well, and also, like, a lot of normal technology is produced via our military anyway.
Oh, of course. I mean, how do you like the internet? It's pretty
Right.
cool.
Anyway,
You like that? Listen, he's just like a normal guy. Okay?
I'm just a
He's
normal guy. I
wearing his
love it how all
dippy
this,
white shorts as in he's filming his video here.
all of these communist videos are all made by filmmakers. It's just like it's like I went to film school. Now I'm a communist on the internet.
Does that hurt you? Does that hurt you as a film guy?
Look, that's a double whammy. Look, not only am I a film guy, but I like MMT. So
I
look,
know. How are you not communist? And you're in LA. How you like trip? How are you not a communist? And you're an artist, Adam. How are you not a communist?
because I believe in truth, Sitch.
Oh, okay.
I believe in reality. Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. And also, I like selling my artwork. That's like that's the funnest part. What are you talking about? Look, I believe in Adam Smith's vision. It's a win-win. I've always had more people wanting paintings for me than I could ever produce. So I love it.
This whole episode is about government spending, which is a very familiar theme in American politics. With the 2024 election season starting, like every cycle, one of the things you'll inevitably hear is the "how are you going to pay for that?" question. Like with the debt ceiling stuff, this question will never come up for defense spending, obviously. That money is special and totally different and unrelated, and stop worrying about it. We've got hospitals to bomb. Come on now. But over the next 14 or so...
Well, okay. So to give since obviously he's going to bad faith bury everything, to give a good faith Gary of the defense spending, it makes... Now, again, I don't know. I'm sure there's lots of pork and fat and BS to trim out of the defense budget. I assume that exists for every part of the budget. Okay?
Of course. Yeah.
Right. So that's fine. But it does make philosophical sense that the part of your budget that would be more sacrosanct and that would be you'd be more tepid or timid to sort of cut would be defense, because essentially that's the thing that protects your country's continued existence. Okay. If your country gets taken over, you don't have an economy anymore. Your money doesn't matter anymore at that point. Right. So it makes sense that the thing that basically protects your countries from existing is going to get like a big chunk of money.
Yeah. It's interesting to me that so many of the MMT people, and this is one of my chief critiques of MMT, is that they're in favor of a jobs program. That's what they want, a jobs program, a program that anybody can go and get a job, right? What the fuck is the military? The fuck is the military, Sitch?
It is that, yeah.
How many people do you know that go into the military? Because look, I grew up poor. I couldn't afford to go to college. I went into the military so they would pay for my school.
Right.
There's so many Americans.
Yeah.
The military's a jobs program. Stop talking about cutting the jobs program. Right?
This episode is brought to you by...
Shit, I clicked on the wrong thing. Stop talking about cutting the jobs program, please. Right?
Right.
You get it? Do you get it, Sitch? Does that make sense?
No, I agree.
Did I just simplify it for you?
Listen. When I talk about jobs program, okay, as a lefty, I want people producing plays in a
Shakespeare in the park.
Okay. I want people painting pretty pictures. I don't want people going, to join the military where they're being trained to kill, innocent foreigners to advance colonialism from the global hegemon that is the American empire.
Sitch, what is wrong with colonialism? Okay.
Why could you say such a thing?
Look, colonialism gets a bad rap. I'm saying it.
Listen to this guy over here. He's got full colonial.
We are literally a colony.
What do you mean? We said no to colonialism. We said get out of here, colonial masters. We're free.
Bullshit.
This is America.
Bullshit. We said listen. We're taking over this colony, Europe. England, you can suck it. Actually, France helped us take over the colony. So not all of Europe. You're not all bad.
That's true.
Anyway, I hope I got to the right spot again.
American politics. With the 2024 election season starting, like every cycle, one of the things you'll inevitably hear is the "how are you going to pay for that?" question. Like with the debt ceiling stuff, this question will never come up for defense spending, obviously. That money is special and totally different and unrelated, and stop worrying about it, we've got hospitals to bomb, come on now. But over the next 14 or so months, every single progressive candidate proposing universal health care will, without fail, get scrutinized for their budgeting. Despite the fact it's estimated that universal healthcare would save Americans $450 billion a year, and, less importantly, tens of thousands of lives. But none of that matters. What matters is if it would create a budget deficit. More money going out than money coming in taxes, and therefore more debt. And this sucks. This selective scrutiny for progressive spending, I mean. It creates doubt in a lot of people's minds about the viability of good projects like free healthcare. And this doubt rarely ever gets resolved by the truth. The truth being that the government can absolutely afford these programs. More than afford. The government has a long list of good reasons to spend money like this, and almost no reason not to, as you'll see throughout this video.
Okay, I'm not really... Well, I mean, I am disagreeing in that obviously you have to produce something if you're going to do government spending. You have to increase the production side of the equation a lot of times, so the commies will leave that part out. So...
Well, and there's one more thing too about the defense spending that I don't hear people ever bring up, which is that you have to take into consideration not just if you only look at the cost of something as opposed to how much you make back from it, then you're not understanding anything, right? They'd be like, if I invest $100 in something and I get back $1 million, you'd be an idiot to say, "Oh, why are you spending $100? You're $100 in debt," right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And I don't know if you could even calculate this, but you'd say, like, how much money and wealth does the United States generate by projecting its U.S. force kind of across the globe, and being kind of the world superpower? Like, how much money and wealth does the U.S. generate by doing that? And a large part of that money is generated via us having a big, expensive, high-tech military.
Yeah. We allow all of these nations to specialize in what they're good at and increase their economic output that way. Yeah, no. Specialization has created trillions of dollars in economic wealth. Yeah. And
they're all using the US dollar globally, baby.
Yeah, of course.
Questions about government spending create a lot of doubt, though, and keep us from embracing progressive policies we believe in, including me.
So yeah, look, I hate this framing, because this framing, my ultimate goal is to get conservatives and Republicans to realize that MMT is not some demon child scam designed to like destroy them. I mean, they basically all use MMT anyway. Like I said, when it comes to spending, they're not going to let the deficit stand in the way of border security, right? They're not going to let the deficit stand in the way of military spending. So, I mean, to some extent, they already agree with this stuff. But look, I hate the fact that progressives are constantly framing MMT as like progressive economics.
Right.
Yeah. Such bullshit. Look, I'm not really disagreeing here, but this video does definitely go off the rails, guys.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
For a while, social programs like free healthcare always sounded good to me, but they also sounded expensive. And for a long time, constantly being told that the government's spending so much already that the debt is in trillions of dollars made me believe we actively needed to give up on stuff like free healthcare and scale back our spending.
Free healthcare, I just hate that term. I think you and I are both in favor of a public option where there is a government insurance plan. It's not free.
It's
healthcare,
free.
obviously. But we want to see some sort. We obviously want to see some sort of market solution. Like I'm a firm believer in markets. I think like right now in healthcare, the reason why our American healthcare sucks so much is that we don't have a free market. The hospitals and healthcare providers literally hide the prices from consumers. So
Well,
we have nowhere near a
yeah.
free market.
No,
in
I mean, and I
healthcare.
agree. And I think that would help if they didn't. But I do think there are just obviously extraneous circumstances on certain goods and services, like not dying, that put weird constraints on markets that don't exist in like buying a phone, right?
Inelastic goods. Yeah.
Right. But yeah, I'm in favor of public option, but it is annoying when you talk about free healthcare because obviously it's not free. We're paying for it via our taxes, right? It's not
Yeah.
free.
Also, they always talk about Medicare for all, like Medicare for all is going to just completely save the day. And it just, it's so infuriating.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think Medicare for all is a total pipe dream. Like that's the idea, if you don't know, Medicare for all is the idea that there would be no private insurance at all. Everything would be run by the government. And I guess they don't talk about this, but I guess that would only function if we had a sort of British system where all the doctors become government employees, which that would be such a radical change to our healthcare system. I don't even know if that's possible. I don't know what that would even look like.
Well, we have the best doctors and healthcare providers in the world because they get educated in these other countries that have universal healthcare where they can't make any money and they immigrate to the United States because they want to be rich. They want to be a rich doctor.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So I don't even know if that's feasible. But yeah, the free, but the thing when they call it free healthcare, that really shows you where their headspace is. Like they literally believe in magic, I guess, that like there's a possibility for everyone to just have like some magically amazing good service, I should say, for free, and like just some evil force that prevents it because they're just evil, right?
Well, I do think there's a little bit of evil going on with the healthcare providers hiding the prices from everyone. Obviously, they're doing it because they want to. They're publicly traded companies and they want to make more and more money. So,
right.
But if you talk about Medicare, if turning Medicare into a public option where everyone has the opportunity to buy into Medicare at any age, I mean, then we're having a conversation, right?
Right.
Yeah. Anyway.
And in short, no, we don't. And in long, that's what the rest of the video is for. What I'd like to explain today is that government spending isn't a bad thing. There's no debt your kids will have to pay back, nor is it reckless spending by well-intentioned but ultimately kinda careless bureaucrats. We can afford to pay for social programs like universal healthcare, and welfare, and new infrastructure, and high-speed rail, and sustainable energy, because government spending is A, not funded by taxes, so more government spending doesn't mean less money in your pocket, and B, there is no hard limit on government spending so long as the government spends money on something. The real constraint on government spending isn't money, that it has in unlimited supply. The constraint is physical resources.
Look, he gets it right with the physical resources.
Well, he doesn't really get it right, though.
He gets it. What do you mean? That is the constraint is the physical resources.
Well, no, it's not physical. It's you have to. It's not just physical resources. The constraint is being able to utilize physical resources in some way that produces value.
To make them productive. You're right. Yeah.
Like if the government spent all its money producing,
ditches.
Your plastic straws, like, it's like, okay, you might not run out of plastic, but it's kind of like not worth a lot of money to do that. And also to just say, and to me, just to say like, well, the government just has like infinite money, right? That's such a bad framing of the entire conversation.
Yeah, totally. Yes. There obviously isn't infinite money. No MMTer says that there's infinite money.
Right. And I'm shocked that you wanted to watch this video.
Why?
Because it's just gonna like put such a bad taste in some people's mouth for MMT.
Well, I honestly don't care to be frank with you.
That's
look, fair. I'm a true
That's true.
seeker.
You're a true seeker. This
and
is based. Yeah, there you go.
What bothers me is like the commies appropriating MMT.
I see.
It really bugs me. Look, you've kind of got the king. You've got straw men on the right, straw men on the left. It's like The commies want to say MMT means you can spend infinite money on all your Shakespeare in the Park you want.
Right.
And the right is like they're basically straw manning the real MMT perspective, that by saying that there's, look, both of them have the same straw man. They're both saying that there's infinite spending, that you can never tax again and spend to your heart's content and nothing's going to go wrong.
Yeah, it's kind of like
they agree.
it's kind of like when there was a straw man that was created for many, many years that was like, whenever the government does something that's communism,
Yes.
and the right kind of pushed that straw man for a very long time, and it got to the point where now that communism is like not the dirty word it used to be. Richard Wolff has stolen and appropriated that straw man to say, yes, that is what it is.
That is true. Yeah. Yeah. So it bugs me that you can't really seek truth.
Right.
We're really just dealing with a bunch of straw men.
Isn't more responsible to spend less, because all that spending less means is not taking advantage of the resources at our disposal. It wouldn't cause massive problems if we spent more, because for a country like the US, which has something called currency sovereignty, increasing the national debt isn't the same thing as when you and I go into debt. It isn't even really debt at all. Let me explain. The federal government of the US has currency sovereignty. It has a fiat currency, meaning its currency isn't tied to anything like gold, and it issues debt mainly in said currency. When the government spends more than it taxes, this is called a deficit. This deficit is a gap the government fills at the moment through debt, and the US gets this debt by selling bonds. This is easily the most confusing part of the video, so bear with me for a second. What are bonds? Well, the private sector lends the US money, and in return, the US issues them an IOU, a bond that the government promises to pay back with interest at a later date, maybe 5, 10, 15 years later. The government doesn't really need this money. Remember, it can print more at any time because it has a fiat currency, so this is less of an actual loan and more of a savings account for the private sector. A risk-free asset that the government lets people, mostly the wealthy, store some of their money in. But anyway, these bonds are held by a lot of people.
Okay, well, this is only half true, but I guess the truth is even more complicated. So is it even worth getting into?
So it's just like going to draw out how money is created.
Well, that was but that was the thing, because we did the deep dive, because for me to like truly understand whether MMT was real or true, I was like, well, I need to understand exactly how money is created. And it's such a stupidly complicated process that is like, basically, because we were once on the gold standard, we now kind of have a Rube Goldberg
yeah,
kind of machine that's like kind of stuck together with gum and paper clips.
Yeah,
that is how the government produces money, which seems very bizarre, but I guess it still works. And as they say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Sort of situation going on to create money. But I mean, I guess it's fair to not like go into explaining that process, because it is really bizarre and not super important, I guess, for most people.
The MMT framing is, we don't have to worry about going bankrupt because we print the money. We can make as much money as we want. I mean, people know this constantly, and it's just, it's obvious. So the constraint on printing infinite money is inflation, obviously.
Right.
You don't want inflation. But production in a technologically advanced economy like the United States tends to trend upward. They tend to figure out ways to make the things we want to buy cheaper and cheaper and more plentiful year after year after year. So as long as production is going up, you want to grow the money supply to keep prices stable. Otherwise, you're going to get deflation. And the argument against deflation is, if I can buy something for half price tomorrow, I'm a fool not to wait till tomorrow to buy it. Well, that causes the economy to seize up. Then all of a sudden, nobody's buying anything. People are producing stuff, but nobody's buying, and you get depressions from that. So
right.
A lot of people say, they point to technology and they say, well, we have deflation in technology and it doesn't hurt us. Well, having deflation in one sector, I think, is fine. Having deflation in all sectors, I mean, you're gonna have having deflation in the housing market. People are gonna wait to buy homes.
Yeah, there's a difference between like the cost of a specific good or service or a sector of goods or services going down. That's very different than saying you have general deflation because the value of money is going up. That's a
Right.
completely different phenomenon that's happening.
They also point to things like food, things that expire, and they're like, look, you can't hold off on buying Coke, right? Buying Pepsi. Well, you can hold off on stocking up on it, right? If you're a restaurant, you're like, I'll just buy enough to get by, right? If the price is continuing to trend down.
Right.
Yeah. So look, I think the deflation argument is sound. I think
well, I mean, we know it. Like, you can just look globally if you just look at countries across the globe that have been having deflation problems where things deflate.
Sure, Japan.
Japan's a very classic example. It always hurts their economy. It's not really it's not like really a thing to argue about. Like, the data is in on that one. So
right, yeah. So you need price stability to have a functioning private sector, a functioning business sector. So that's the job of the Federal Reserve, is to create price stability. We create that price stability by production going up and us increasing the money supply in response to that production level going up.
Right,
So,
but that's also has the weird counter effect of essentially weakening labor's ability to ask for pay raises
okay.
by maintaining the NAIRU.
Pay raises do cause inflation.
Exactly, but
Yeah. Pay raises are literally inflation.
I understand that, but that's what's kind of the weird thing is, when people look at the chart where it's like, oh, the middle class is shrinking, and you can't, people can't afford, on a single salary, blah 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 blah. A lot of this is not just it all compounds because obviously there's globalization and shipping jobs overseas and all that other stuff. And obviously you had kind of the unions get busted and neoliberal economic policies get kind of brought in. But part of the neoliberal economic policies were to sort of heavily fixate the Fed on maintaining price stability. And the offset of maintaining price stability is to basically stagnate a lot of labor's wages.
Yeah. The goal with raising interest rates is to slow down the economy. And the way that they slow down the economy is they get companies to fire people. And when people have less money in their pocket, they don't buy as many products, and that doesn't force the prices up. That doesn't create demand pull inflation. So it's a weird thing. If you went and just cut everyone's wages in half across the United States, let's say you're a dictator for a day, that would eventually cause prices to be cut in half, because obviously the capitalism runs on sales. Companies have to sell products, right? So they got to lower the price until people start buying the products. Got it? Sitch is salivating at the idea of cutting everyone's wages in half.
I'm actually doing it right this second. But I'm going to take all the half, so I'm not going to actually,
he's
create
like,
deflation or anything.
I can't wait to do it. I mean, we could do it. Look, you don't even have to be dictator. You just do it in all the government sector, and you force the private sector to follow suit, right?
Including some foreign governments. But the vast majority are held by Americans, the government itself.
I'm going to do a little spoiler here just because it's more entertaining. In the end of the video, look, I keep reading books on economics and MMT. I'm completely fascinated by it. At the end of this video, he's like, I hope you like the video. I learned all about this on the Wikipedia page and from my other communist buddy's other video.
Oh, wow. Okay.
He's like, I'm an expert now.
I mean, that's like 99% of all these video essays, right? They just
Of
read a
course.
Wikipedia article or something.
Of course. Look, this is why people like our show. We do deep dive videos, man. We talk about this stuff for years and argue with the chat and
Have guests on that we
have
argue
guests
about.
on. Of course.
Look at very stupid graphs and charts explaining the nonsense of. Well, see, but I just want to say, because this is like the one thing that kind of annoyed me about MTs when they say like, when he's kind of repeating it too, which is technically not true. But they say, well, the government doesn't need to issue out bonds. It chooses to. And it's like, well, that's not really true. It's like only true in the sense that like the government could change the law so it doesn't need to issue bonds. But currently, without changing the law, the government does have to issue out bonds and get into debt in order to create currency.
Right. Yeah. The Fed has some asset on its balance sheet for every dollar that's in the economy.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, theoretically, you could change the law so the government could be running at zero debt or deficit, but you can't.
But you'd have to change the law.
You'd have to
Yeah.
change the law to do that. Yeah.
And the Federal Reserve, which will often buy back bonds as a way to introduce more currency into the economy. We call this debt. But it's more like an accounting system for the government and a way for it to give some value to its currency, by making sure people want to store their wealth in dollars instead of something else. Unlike you and me, the government will always be able to pay this debt back, to return the money on the IOUs it created, because it's issued everything in dollars which the government can produce in unlimited supply. The government can never go bankrupt. It's not waiting for more gold to come in or something. The government debt is just—
Well, I mean, that's not true. The government can go bankrupt. Like, if this is like when you have a country that has an inflation crisis and basically the government or the currency collapses, that's essentially the government becoming bankrupt. The currency becomes worthless.
Yeah. I mean, technically, the government can never run out of dollars.
Yeah,
They
that's what he means when he
literally
says bankrupt.
make the dollars.
Right, but you just have to be. I think you have to be very clear here. He's not being very clear. I think you need to be very clear what you're saying.
Yeah. Here, we'll come back to this. I want to play this Alan Greenspan clip really quick. Or
Okay.
607.
So having
Okay. So this is what drives me crazy. And where he's kind of wrong here. Like, we can't do infinite spending because we will eventually run out of resources. But it bugs the shit out of me that all anybody ever talks about is the dollars. The dollars. How many dollars are in this account? How many dollars are coming in taxes? Because it's completely irrelevant to the health of the economy. So I want to play this clip here. It's an oldie but a goodie from Paul Ryan, who, I don't know if you remember Paul Ryan's situation, but he was trying to get private savings accounts. He was trying, instead of putting your money in Social Security, you were going to get a private savings account that was going to go into the stock market, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this was his
Okay.
big solution for Social Security, which is really a demographics problem, but
Right.
here we go.
So having personal retirement accounts is another way of making a future retiree benefits more secure for their retirement. And also, do you believe that personal retirement accounts as a component to a system of solvency does help improve solvency? Because when you have a personal retirement account policy, it's accompanied with a benefit offset. With that feature in place, do you believe that personal retirement accounts can help us achieve solvency for the system and make those future retiree benefits more secure?
Okay, so he's talking about solvency. He's basically talking about people having more money when they retire, right? That's the goal. We want people to live healthy, happy lives, right? They need more money. Listen to the response here.
Well, I wouldn't say that the pay-as-you-go benefits are insecure in the sense that there's nothing to prevent the federal government from creating as much money as it wants and paying it to somebody. The question is, how do you set up a system which assures that the real assets are created which those benefits are employed to purchase? So it's not a question of security. It's a question of the structure of a financial system which assures that the real resources are created for retirement as distinct from the cash. The cash itself is nice to have, but it's got to be in the context of the real resources being created at the time those benefits are paid, so that you can purchase real resources with the benefits, which of course are cash.
And look how it just completely goes over Paul Ryan's head here. He's like, what the fuck is this guy even talking about? Now, what Sitch gets wrong here, what Sitch is constantly getting wrong, is he doesn't know how much old people like Shakespeare in the Park. Okay? We have a deficit of Shakespeare in the Park for these people to spend their personal retirement accounts on. Sitch, it could be huge.
Well, okay. To be as much as it pains me to be charitable to Paul Ryan here, you could you could say, because the argument would be, well, and I don't, I haven't seen the full clip of this, so I don't know if they go into it deeper. Paul Ryan could respond to this. I don't know what his response is. He could respond to this by saying, well, I believe that having this scheme, this change, or basically, I said scheme, yeah. Basically having it so that people can invest in whatever private thing they want to invest in instead of Social Security would have the offset of creating more resources in the future, not just more money. So that would be still the viable solution to this problem, right?
Right, because you're giving the money to a corporation whose whole goal is to increase the productive output of the United States.
Yes.
Where a treasury bond, not so much, right?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, that's a really good counter argument, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I don't think Paul Ryan came up with that counter argument.
I don't know.
That would be interesting. Look, hey, Republicans, conservatives, Sitch just gave you an amazing counter argument, okay? That actually makes logical sense.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, my understanding to the counter to that counter argument is that the whole point of Social Security is that they want basically to have people to have a source of income that's guaranteed as they get older, where if it's true that some people, if they had their own private thing, they could end up making more money, but how many of those people would end up losing all their money or losing most of the money? It would kind of defeat the whole point of the program in the first place.
Yeah, look, I don't know the structure of the personal savings accounts that become stock. But the argument that, oh, we're going to put all the money in the stock market and the stock market's going to go bust and we're going to lose all that money is ridiculous in the content of MMT. Because
it depends what you put it in. If you're just putting it in, like, I don't know, a general mutual fund, then yeah, sure. Unless you end up retiring right when the housing crash happens, you're usually going to be okay in the long run.
Yeah,
right?
You could just write it off.
Right, but I don't know what the rules for Paul Ryan's thing was. If you had complete control to doing whatever you want, then you could definitely screw yourself.
Yeah.
Now, some people would say, well, that should be a person's right to screw themselves, but that's different. We kind of get into more of a philosophical issue.
This is just the thing that bugs me. I'm sure bugs you too, Sitch, is that just people leave out a whole half of the equation. They leave out the production side of the equation, which just makes it impossible to answer that question. I like this clip because Greenspan just cuts through the nonsense. He's like, well, I don't know. Like if you have, sure, if they have retirement accounts that are 10 times the value of what Social Security is, but there's only the same level of productivity and output, there's 10 times the currency to buy the same level of output, you're going to get massive inflation.
Right.
Right.
But the problem with Greenspan's answer, though, is he's answering in a technical way that if you're not familiar with kind of the concepts that we're talking about, you would listen to his answer and not know what the fuck he just said.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if that was intentional, because he's trying to not answer the question that Paul Ryan is saying it, so he says it in this way, or if it's just because he's kind of detached because he exists in this world. Like a lot of these people that are like quote academics or in these like highly technical fields, they get kind of insulated in the field for too long that they sort of forget how to communicate effectively with normal people.
Was any of what he said unclear to you though?
It was completely. I know. I understood what he was saying. But if I only understood what he's saying because I know what the answer was before he said it. If I didn't know that information, I'd have no fucking clue what he just said. I'd be like, that just sounds like gibberish to me.
It's so simple to me. It's like, look, a lot of people work their entire lives and stuff money into the mattress or stuff money into a savings account. Like they never spend money on anything, right? They're basically lending their productive output to the world. Like if
no. What I mean is, okay, so like the way you described it was a lot more clear than the way that Alan Greenspan described it. Okay, if he had said like, well, Mr. Ryan, the money itself isn't really the issue. The issue is the goods and services people can use, with the money. And so we need to have a system set up so that the government is in our society, our economy is continually producing additional larger and larger economies, more and more goods and services.
Growth. Yes.
Growth, right? So that, you don't want to have people sitting on giant bank accounts filled with money and nothing to spend it on, because then obviously that's going to create massive inflation. Like he could have said it in a way that was like using like words in sentence structures that a normal person would have like a better understanding of. He didn't say that. He kind of said it in a very true but technically jargony way that you'd be like, I don't really know what he's talking about.
Yeah. All right, I'm just gonna hit the back button. But this is where homeboy second thought goes off the rails. Because he's like, he doesn't really take in the productivity into consideration.
Well, he's a socialist.
Yeah, of course. Look, he's a commie. But he's like, oh my God, look, somebody taught me about MMT. Look what we can do. We can get rid of property rights.
We can do anything.
It's so funny. All the MMT people are hardcore capitalists. Warren Mosler literally owned a bank.
Right.
It's so funny to me.
Well,
capitalism runs on sales.
I'm looking at the comments of this video.
Oh, great. Give us some good ones. Give us some gold. Give us it in your FAW.
So
do your FAW voice. Come on, Sitch, please.
No.
Please do your FAW.
No.
Come on.
No, I'm trying to listen. It's a new year. I'm trying to be a better person.
Everybody loves your woke voice. Come on, Sitch, please.
Oh my God, stop it. Okay, someone says, I've said it for years. When it comes to economics, people seem to keep forgetting that it's imaginary. All of it. We made the whole system up, and if it isn't serving our needs, all we need to do to solve it is imagine a better one.
It's such bullshit.
Right.
Stay off my lawn.
Yeah, because it's like, okay, like what you're forgetting is, well, it's theoretically, technically true that humans have created the economic system, right? It's not imaginary. That's not the word I would use, because it only works because we all kind of agree that it like to the rules. Okay. You can't just snap your fingers and and change everyone's mind. That's the whole thing. In order for it to work, you'd have to first of all, you'd have to create a system that works in conjunction with the physical realities of goods and services being created, number one. And then number two, it'd have to also work in conjunction with everyone would agree to the rules of such a system in the first place.
Yeah, and it takes advantage of our natural human nature, our propensity to be fucking hoarders.
Right.
Human beings want to get rich. They want to, relax. They want to come up with some great idea and just retire for the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
That puts every single brain in society focused on, well, what can I do? How can I come up with a product or service that's going to improve people's lives? Make me rich. I can put my feet up for the rest of my life and relax. Right?
Right.
Commies completely ignore that. They're like, look, we can take away anyone's ability to be filthy, stinking rich, and no one will just slack off all day. What? How's that even? How do they think that, Sitch? You got to be stupid to think that.
Well, that idea and the comment I just read, they're very indicative of this completely stupid idea of the blank slate person that you can just, train or teach to believe and do whatever you want. That all people are just sort of this canvas for the communists to paint onto. And there's no prerequisite hardware or software in people that kind of affects their behavior. Because another comment that's kind of the same thing. This has 3.8 thousand upvotes. It says it really breaks your brain when you consider that 90% of humanity's problems like starvation, homelessness, the lack of healthcare are allowed to exist in spite of our ability to easily solve them. And it's like, well, that's not true.
Yeah, you easily solve them. That's where you've done screwed up in the comments section.
Right. What do you mean? If it's easily solved, it would be solved. The problem is no one can agree on how to solve them. Okay.
It's not an easy button for poverty.
Well, it's like, okay, if you want to solve all those problems, commenter and second thoughts, comment section, then how do you feel about the fact that basically the government would control the amount of money you can make directly and even control possibly the job you do? Then we could solve all those problems easily, right? But would you be happy? Would you be motivated to do anything? Would anyone be incentivized to create, new technologies or new products?
Yeah. Yeah, according to Thought Slime, another thought on the internet.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
People will just play, they'll drive trash trucks as a video game.
That's right. Yeah, listen, if people will play a video game where they drive a truck, obviously that means people in real life will drive trucks without being paid, for it, because that's how reality works.
Of course.
Yeah.
We just make it all up.
Yeah.
I'm second thought. I'm slime thought. I'm a thought too. I have an OnlyFans.
That's terrifying.
Way the government monitors and holds onto a part of the money supply. If that was a little technical and complicated, here's a more practical way to think about it. Governments spend first and tax later. They create money and then they destroy some of it with taxes. You already knew that. We all know that governments create money. Without the government, there would be no dollars because somebody needs to print them out, or credit bank accounts with digital dollars. And
Did you see? I sent you that Dave Smith clip. Did you see that?
I loved it. I retweeted it. Are you kidding me?
Oh, really? What did you say?
I retweeted that Andrew Jackson abolished the first central bank and the state banks picked up the slack, printed so much money that it caused one of the largest depressions in American history.
Mm-hmm.
And the Federal Reserve already is a private corporation, you dumbass.
Yeah.
Why do they want to? He's like, we got to privatize money. Yeah, that's what the Fed is. Fucking dumbass.
Well, listen, to be a little fair, it's like a quasi-private government.
A quasi-private organization.
It is. Listen,
it's a quasi-private. Look, it is private. All private organizations are regulated by government regulators.
No. It's a little different.
They're all quasi-public organizations.
It's New Year. Let's try to be some good faith Garys here.
I just look. What bothers me, and this is just a fundamental truism of the world.
Yeah.
It's like really stupid people can say something that just sounds correct and everyone's like, oh my God, they're a genius.
Right.
Even though they're completely wrong.
Of course.
Really smart people. Really smart people can say something that's true.
Yeah.
And unpopular. And everyone's like, that guy's a fucking idiot.
It's the Hannibal meme. Why you booing me? You know I'm right.
That guy's an idiot.
Yeah. Well, so the clip we're talking about, just to give you the breakdown, is Dave Smith was on PBD.
Well, we can bring it up if you want to bring it up.
I'll just explain it in like one sentence.
No, come on, let's bring it up. You can't talk about it and not bring the clip up. What are you doing, Sitch?
Okay, if you want to bring it up,
it's your fault for bringing it up. Read that
it
$50 super chat.
Woo!
Woo! $50. Look at that. PC. Hell yes. Happy New Year to you too. Sitch. Give me a woo.
Thank you.
Come on, like your favorite drunk college girl meme. Come on. Give me a woo. like a drunk college girl.
I'm actually taking my top off right now. You just can't see it.
Sitch,
You
come on.
We should create a Sitch avatar that's like a topless one. So whenever someone gives a big donation, I take my top off. That might disincentivize people to.
You know the mating call of the drunk college girl. Give it to me now.
Woo! Woo! Shots, baby.
Yeah. Sounded pretty good.
Thank you,
just
PC.
like Kamala Harris. Very good.
PC for the $50 and the 20 gift and memberships. Thank you so much. That's very generous of you.
Yeah, no, that's awesome.
PC says, Happy New Year, Sitch and Adam. Sitch, James Bennett wrote an article on the New York Times about their move to the left wing. He was the op-ed editor and fired in 2020. It should be free online, but I can send it if not. And Adam stands strong against the MMT hater.
Yes, of course. Look, people are coming around. I'm starting to see. I mean, I did like an MMT tweet, and I couldn't believe it got 57 likes. Like, what the fuck? God. For real? Yeah, this is the Dave Smith response. I was like, geez, that's fucking insane.
So
how is that possible?
So thank you, PC. I can read the article, and I'll read it when I get a chance. It's quite lengthy. It's in The Economist.
Yes. Can you send it to me too?
If you remember, this is it was Tom Cotton. They allowed Tom Cotton to write an op-ed about, was it during BLM or something, or COVID? Do you remember this?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, Tom Cotton. Everyone lost their minds because Tom Cotton. Oh my God, he's a bigot.
Mm-hmm. It's
insane.
What was it about? Was it about BLM or COVID?
I don't remember.
Let me look it up real quick because I don't
just type Tom Cotton. It's going to come up because it was like the biggest controversy.
Oh, Tom Cotton, send in the troops. The nation must restore order. June 3rd, 2020.
Oh, because the Black Lives Matter protest. He was like, stop the looting.
Right, that's right. It was to send in the military or the National Guard to stop the rioting and looting. And just because they allowed a sitting senator to write an op-ed, they fired this guy, which is insane.
Yeah, look at that.
Right.
How dare you say looting is wrong, Senator?
Well, even if you regardless of whether you agree or disagree with, he's a senator, so obviously you know he's going to be politically biased.
Problems, right?
Like, it's just his opinion. He's writing an op-ed. It's not like the New York Times doesn't write a bunch of like left-wing op-eds too, or left-wing articles. This is funny. The article itself has an editor's note on it. Okay.
No way.
Yeah, let me read it. After publication, this essay met strong criticism from many readers and many Times colleagues, prompting editors to review the piece and the editing process. Based on that review, we have concluded that the essay fell short of our standards and should not have been published. The basic argument advanced by Senator Cotton, however objectionable people may find them, represent a newsworthy part of the current debate. So that's weird. So at first it says represent a newsworthy part of the current debate. So that should be the end of the topic, right? It's a newspaper. Right. But given the life and death importance of the topic.
Yeah, looting.
Yeah. The senator's influential position and the gravity of the steps he advocates, the essay should have undergone the highest level of scrutiny. Instead, the editing process was rushed and flawed. Senior editors were not sufficiently involved. While Senator Cotton and his staff cooperated fully in our editing process, the op-ed should have been subject to further substantial revisions, as is frequently the case with essays, or rejected. For example, the published piece presents as facts assertions about roles of, quote, cadres of left-wing radicals like Antifa. In fact, those allegations have not been substantiated and have been widely questioned. Editors should have sought further corroboration of those assertions or remove them from the piece. The assertion that police officers, quote, bore the brunt of the violence is an overstatement that should have been challenged. The essay also includes a reference to, quote, constitutional duty that was intended as a paraphrase, and it should not have been rendered as a quotation. Beyond these factual questions, the tone of the essay in places is needlessly harsh and falls short of the thoughtful approach that advances useful debate. Editors should have offered suggestions to address those problems, and the headline, which was written by the Times and not Senator Cotton, was incendiary and should not have been used. Finally, we failed to offer appropriate additional context, either in the text or the presentation, that could have helped readers place Senator Cotton's views within a larger framework of debate.
That's pretty good woke voice. You
Thank you. You like it?
I like a little more lisp, but you're getting
was
warmer.
my woke NPR voice.
Oh yeah, very good. Yeah,
that's
exactly how they talk. Oh,
that's pretty disgusting. That whole thing I just read is fucking despicable. But see, 2020, I guess to me that's like peak woke. You have a major newspaper, but one of the largest newspapers in the country had to write this insipidly woke, disgusting preamble to excuse a sitting senator, just giving their take on why are we allowing basically a bunch of riots to occur?
Yeah, why are we letting people loot?
Yeah,
that's like they're going the full language of the unheard. Not only do you have to take our ridiculous argument why people should be allowed to loot at their discretion, you can't even hear the counter argument because it's dangerous. Oh my God, how terrible!
That moment with BLM was probably peak woke mind virus. Like people's brains were just broken on this stuff.
Yep.
Just completely broken on this stuff.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah. When these kids are going to start looting for Palestine, what? That's not going to go over.
That's not going to go for them. I'm curious. There was that thing. So some people apparently that were, there's been these like really, really retarded people. Okay. Possibly the dumbest people that ever could exist, who obviously don't really care about the movement. They just are people that like and get off on getting negative attention, maybe because their parents didn't love them, and the only way they get attention was by causing problems or something.
Mm-hmm.
Who block traffic to airports on like the busiest travel days around Christmas and around New Year's. And they took it a step further it was at JFK Airport. They like put up some balloon in the airport's airspace that had some sort of Palestinian message on it or something, which if you don't know this, that's super duper ultra illegal because planes could crash into it.
Wow. Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I'm curious to see. Now I saw some reporting on it. I didn't see whether anyone was arrested yet. So I'm very curious to see what if those people end up getting arrested and going to jail, because that's a really serious offense. So
yeah, people are not having it for this. They have the taste of the 2020 insurrections, the BLM insurrections too close to mind. They're like, nah, you're not blocking the freeway. I've seen all kinds of videos of people like running around them and stuff.
yeah, I bet it's interesting. I didn't think about it, but I bet a lot of those protesters are in their minds like, it's gonna be 2020 all over again. Woo, we're gonna do a BLM, George Floyd rioting. Woo, and then it's like, no one's having it. No one.
Palestinian cause. They're like, Palestine. What the fuck is that? Get off my hood.
Exactly.
Oh man.
Yeah.
So crazy.
And now it's even crazier. People are literally defending. Some people were protesting and defending the fucking Houthi rebels attacking U.S. ships.
No way.
Attacking us. Yeah.
No way.
There was some New York City protests where people were shouting like support for the Houthi rebels and stuff. And it's just like, listen. And some people were crying. There were literally people on Twitter, big accounts, that were whining because the U.S. started blowing up some of the Houthi rebels finally. Okay.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Wow.
They're blowing them up and killing them. And I'm like, good. We should wipe all those people out. Okay.
They're pirates.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, here's a super hot take. Piracy, literal piracy, people running around on ships trying to steal your shit is bad. Okay. We should just blow those people up.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is where I completely disagree with a lot of the ANCAP types who want to basically get rid of the central government. The central government has to be big enough to protect property rights. But sometimes that protection is like blowing pirates up in the Middle East.
Okay, what is this
Sorry,
clip?
not sorry.
This Dave Smith clip, ready?
Yeah. 3, 2, 1, go.
What we need today in the United States more than anything is the separation of money and the state, the separation of banking and the state. This is the cause of so many of our problems right now, is that the currency is controlled by the government. This allows us to spend way beyond our means to pull things off that we could never pull off if the government wasn't just printing money out of thin air. The entire idea that we're going to go around and occupy foreign countries for 20 years in the Middle East with nothing to show for it. Try doing that if you had to actually tax the people. Try gaining popular support for that if every month people had to pay for the war in Afghanistan. That thing would have been over by Christmas of 2001. And the same thing with the lockdowns. I mean, try maintaining the lockdowns if you couldn't just print up trillions of dollars in 2020. There's no way it could have been done. The Federal Reserve and the money printing is the lifeblood of the Leviathan. That's what we need to attack. What we need today in the United States.
All right.
It's interesting because he's actually making a super woke argument, but I don't think it's apparent.
Right. What's that argument?
Well, because what he's saying is, at least the first argument he was saying, is that he wants the United States government to be substantially weakened. Okay, like super duper hobble both the United States government and also the United States economy, because the economy would, I don't even know how the economy would even function. Our current
we would lose superpower status overnight if this took place. Yeah.
And this isn't even something that you have to like hypothetical. If you recall, this was like the big thing everyone was talking about with how stupid the EU was and how stupid so many of the EU countries were for giving up their sovereignty over their currency.
Their currency sovereignty.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
And this is part of what
adoption of the EU currency. What's it called?
The euro.
I don't know. The euro. That's
right.
It, yeah.
And this is part of what happened with Greece. This is what happened with a lot of European countries, where they're saying it basically allowed Germany and some other European countries to have like complete control over the economy, and it was completely stupid and retarded for a lot of these European countries to just give up so much power and weaken themselves by tying themselves down to a euro, a currency they don't have any control over themselves. And so they weaken their country. So essentially, Dave is arguing that he wants to weaken America and our economy just so that we don't attack people in the Middle East overseas.
Right. Yeah.
And that's why I'm saying it's like kind of a woke thing. He's saying like, let's weaken ourselves just so we don't blow up some people in Afghanistan or something. Which to me is not a good argument. That's a very weak argument.
Yeah. Look, I think there's better ways for us not to engage in these foreign wars. I think there's other processes we can use than just throwing away our complete monetary sovereignty. So
right. We don't have to cut off our legs, okay?
Yeah.
So that we're bleeding out in order to, have a changing policy.
There's a huge isolationist electorate growing out there that politicians are taking note of. So, I mean, the system is working here.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I mean, his idea that he's talking about, the completely separate like a government from the currency. I don't even know how that would function properly. It would be retarded, but.
Well, that's why I said the Fed is already a private bank, because that was the whole idea behind creating the Federal Reserve. It's a private.
The currency is not separated from the government, obviously. Right?
No, the Treasury, but the Fed controls the currency for the.
Okay, but obviously, the
Fed is the Fed is complete. Yeah, look, I understand that, but
even MMT people say
paper,
it's kind of silly to talk about it being like a private entity.
Conceptually, it is silly, but on paper,
I know
it's already a private institution.
I get it, but that's on paper, right?
Well, I mean, look, it's the way it always is.
I mean, it's not like I mean, I could be wrong. If the government needs money, the Fed's never gonna be like, go fuck yourself.
They just legislate it. What are you talking about? They can get as much money as they need.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, so it's like it's not really,
Make it so. That's what that's what it's like. Make this happen.
Make it so, number 2. Yeah. Okay, let's get back to this.
I'll go back to
that.
Okay, good. Where the hell is that? Here he goes. Look, we're getting close to him going off the rails.
You and me, we're just not allowed to do that. But we often forget this fact when it comes to government spending. We know that governments are responsible for money creation, and yet most of our lives, we're told that the government gets a big pile of money through taxes and then spends some of it, and that's how federal budgeting works. But that's not true. They spend first by creating money and spending it somewhere, and then they tax later according to how much they need to. Why are taxes part of this process? Well, the government has a rule. We all need to pay our taxes in dollars. No one's allowed to do it in Bitcoin or elegantly crafted poems, no matter how moving they may be. So people need dollars for their taxes, which the government gives them, sometimes by buying bonds, or more directly by funding new projects. That money goes from one business to another and eventually ends up in your pocket as your paycheck, and that way you can pay your taxes. This process of creation and taxation allows the government to fund projects, generate demand and value for its currency, and ultimately control the money supply in its economy. Now that you understand that, things get a bit more complicated. In practice, the government doesn't create all the money itself. It lets private banks do most of it, and it's mostly happy just kind of monitoring what's going on. When a private business gets loans from a bank, that bank isn't taking money from your savings and giving it to the business owner. It's creating new money out of thin air. And the government is cool with some private banks doing this so long as they follow a couple rules and the economy works the way the government wants it to. Money is created out of thin air all the time. Instead of letting private banks create new money, more government spending is just the federal government funding things itself instead of private businesses taking out loans. It's why when we say that the government could fund universal healthcare, infrastructure, the Green New Deal, whatever, it's true. The same way private banks could fund basically anything so long as the government doesn't call them a counterfeiter. There are no financial constraints when you can create and destroy money at will.
This is true. Nobody ever talks about it. The banks can write as many loans as they want. So not only is there the 32 trillion in debt, which is government spending, there's also, I believe it's 31 trillion in loans that are made to private individuals and companies.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a whole nother addition to the money supply.
Right. Well,
Got it?
Okay. So wait. Okay. So yeah, obviously the part about what was it called? The old banking system that everyone thinks still exists but doesn't.
Right.
What is it called?
It's fractional reserve banking.
Yes. Okay. So yeah, we know fractional reserve banking. He says a million times doesn't exist anymore. It's fine. That part's true. But what isn't true is what I just paused on, what he just said, which is that the government can just fund whatever it wants and there's no constraints whatsoever. Because he was saying like, oh, you could just fund the Green New Deal, you could just fund any of these programs and it's not a problem. It's like, well, that's not really the case. The case is if you fund these programs end up
These problems.
Yeah, these problems. If you fund these problem programs, and these programs end up making everything worse or shrinking the economy or having a detrimental effect, then you are increasing inflation drastically.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Of course. I mean, he said that in the beginning that the resources matter, but now this part of the video, the resources don't matter at all because communism.
Right. Because like, especially with the Green New Deal, a lot of it is restricting, adding regulations, restricting a lot of areas of potential growth for environmental reasons. And it's like, okay, if you're going to like print up billions of dollars to restrict the economy, I mean, that's going to create presumably inflation, a lot of inflation.
Yeah, of course, especially in oil or energy,
right?
Which will cause more inflation elsewhere in the economy.
Exactly.
I mean, this is the one thing that I love about MMT. It's like it forces you to think, okay, is this inflationary? Like I feel like a lot of the stimulus money that was spent just went into the stock market. I feel like that's why the stock market went up so crazily.
Well, it is because it's like, because a lot of it was during COVID. People didn't really know what to spend their money on. So a lot of people just
Right.
bought a bunch of stocks.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, is it inflationary when the piece of paper that Apple gives you for a share goes up in value? I mean, it's still just a piece of paper.
Well, I mean,
right?
obviously, during COVID, inflation increased, obviously. I mean,
Yeah,
we
it
all
did.
lived through it.
Real inflation on products and services. Yeah.
Right. And there still is the problem that, like, even though inflation numbers have gone down, the prices of everything hasn't gone down to match it yet.
No.
And there's sort of always a question of, is it lag time? Is it corporations just being dishonest because they think they can squelch,
I don't think the prices are going to go down because the wages have gone up. A lot of wages have gone up as well. Yeah.
Right. Some places, yeah.
Which are going to keep demand at those higher prices.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see.
Your $12 Starbucks latte is not going down anytime soon.
Is that how much it costs in LA?
I don't know. I'll go to Starbucks. Froofy drink. Come on.
Oh, wow. Look, Adam's too good for Starbucks, even though he drinks it every day because I recommended he drink Starbucks blonde roast and he says it's so delicious.
Look, every morning, breakfast, 6 a.m., Keystone Light. I'm good for the day.
So, what's the limit? Well, the only real constraint you have to consider is what economists call the real economy. There's money, and then there's the real economy, the actual resources that this new money can be spent on. In the case of universal healthcare, for example, the government would be paying doctors and nurses' salaries, the salaries of the workers who make medical equipment, pills, and other pharmaceuticals, the hospital's electricity bills, and all the other things that keep medical centers running. The real constraints on what a government can do aren't coming from the budget. Remember, the budget is infinite. The constraints are the real-world resources at its disposal. When the government isn't spending on healthcare like this, either the private sector will and profiteer, or
okay, wait. So, okay, he fundamentally doesn't understand the concept here.
Okay? No, he doesn't.
He doesn't understand the inflationary concept here, and he doesn't really understand what they mean when they say resources. What they mean is productive resources. So, like, if the government snapped its fingers and they said, okay, we're going to start paying every single doctor in the country, right? I mean, and every single pharmaceutical company now works for, like, the amount of money would just be astronomical that we're talking about here.
Yeah.
The government to take over the entire healthcare industry would be astronomically high. And that would create first of all, it would create massive inflation to do that. But then the flip side of it is, would you get, first of all, I mean, I don't even know how this would be legal, right? But even assuming it was legal, it would have all these downstream effects besides creating inflation, which would be, would healthcare suffer because a bunch of people have basically just been forced to work for the government, presumably for less money, because there's no way they could all pay them at their current salaries in the private industry. And, how's that going to have an impact on medicine going forward?
Yeah. Hard to say what would happen. Yeah. Look, I look at it as if you have a certain population that needs doctors, you got to make sure that you have enough doctors. So you got to think in terms of educating people, producing people that are smart enough to be a doctor. Like, all those are the kinds of things that you have to think of. And if you get in a situation where you have, a giant population of elderly people, and you've really only thought ahead to the point where you've got 6 doctors, you're fucked. You're totally fucked. And arguing over how much money is in their retirement account is pointless. It's pointless.
Yeah.
It drives me crazy that we do have huge demographic shifts going on. I mean, they do at least say, we're going to have one productive worker for 17 retirees. I'm like, well, you're getting warmer. You're getting warmer. I hope that one worker's a fucking doctor. Right?
Right.
It's just, it's maddening. It's maddening to me. And now that we're going into an election year where they're just going to be talking about this nonstop, nobody's ever going to mention the fact, how many doctors do we have?
Right.
They're just going to be talking about how much money do we have in the Social Security Trust Fund. Who cares? I don't care if it's $10 trillion. If you got 5 doctors, that $10 trillion isn't going to get you very far, right?
Right.
Right? Am I simplifying this enough? Does this make sense?
Yeah. But going back to what Second Thought said for a second, to me, it kind of illustrates the clear difference between the Chad liberal and the virgin communist.
Oh, okay. I like this.
Okay. Because like the Chad liberal who believes in liberalism, first of all, cares about freedom, right? And maximizing freedom. And so we understand that the way to try to get people to do things that you want, to be pro-social, is through incentives, okay? You try to incentivize specific behaviors you want to see people make a decision to choose to do, okay?
Yeah.
But the virgin communists, they don't care about freedom. They just want to force everyone to do whatever they want.
Oh, great.
It's for their own good. I'm going to force you to do everything. Everything's just force. The government's going to come in and take over everything and just mandate what everything is. We're not going to have incentives anymore. And that's why I think the socialist system will never work. Is because it's all relevant. It's all on the back, predicated on the back of just forcing people to do shit.
Yeah. You got to cajole people. You got to be slick.
You have
got
to
to be a Chad. You got to be like, yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like a safecracker or a pickpocket.
Exactly.
You gotta be like, hey, don't you want to be rich and famous? Come on. Work hard.
Yeah, exactly.
Succeed.
Right. Or it's
lifestyles of the rich and famous.
If you say, listen, no one's going to be rich, no one's going to be famous, because they're all going to get paid the same no matter what, and there's a council of obnoxious bureaucrats completely detached from your job who dictate how much money you make, are you really going to be incentivized to work hard?
How are these people popular, Sitch? I don't understand. That is like the worst story I've ever heard in my entire life. How are people gobbling this stuff up?
It's very simple. Free.
Oh, okay. It's just the power of free.
It's free healthcare. It's just free. Listen, there's a magic. You don't understand this. The government has a magic machine. Okay, it's a magic free machine. It just presses the button. It shoots a bunch of Freon in the air. Now, not the Freon you're thinking of, right? But a bunch of Freon that makes everything free. Healthcare, boom, free. Housing, boom, free. Student debt, boom, free. It's just a magic button the government presses, and everything's just magically free.
You just made me think of something. They have the same exact motivation as everybody else. They just want to avoid the working hard part. They still want to kick up their feet and relax and take the rest of their lives off. They want to slack and just take it easy, right? They just don't like the part where you become rich first. They're like, I just want to do that already.
It should be free.
Hit the free button.
Yeah. Hit the free button. Make it free.
Somebody else already worked hard. Why can't I just take advantage of them?
Right.
Yeah. It's fascinating to me. I guess that's why people buy this slop. I guess I'm more competitive. I think it's fun. Whatever. Losers. Look, Second Thought thinks he's got a channel with millions of subscribers. He goes to sleep at night thinking, look, I'm popular online. Everyone loves me.
Of course, they all do.
He thinks that.
They're all hypocrites.
They are
all
total
massive
hypocrites.
Yes.
I drive luxury cars.
You want me to starve? You want me to be homeless? Communism is when you're homeless, Adam.
I drive a luxury car.
What am I supposed to drive? Am I supposed to have a car? Communism is when you don't drive a car.
My name's Second Thought. I own 14 rental units. Oh,
What, you want those people to be homeless?
He did. Did you see that he dumped one of his sponsors because they wanted him to stop making ridiculous or I think they were pressuring him to denounce his ridiculous endorsement of Hamas. I think that's what happened. And he's like, nah, I'm not going to do that.
I mean, I know he got dropped from Nebula.
Yeah, Nebula. He said he he spun it as he didn't get dropped, that he dropped them because they were asking him to like make some pro-Israel statement, and he was like, I'm not going to do it.
I like how
that's the way
Nebula's
he's, it could be bullshit, but that's what the way he's
even if
it.
we assume his telling is accurate, okay,
Mhm.
which is probably not a good idea. But even if we do, okay, even if we assume what he's saying is accurate,
Probably not a good idea.
Right.
Okay.
I like the idea of Nebula being like, yeah, listen, second thought, yeah, we saw these clips, they're a little disturbing. You might have been advocating for like the murder of civilians and advocating that it was good that Hamas killed and raped a bunch of people and kidnapped them. It would be, it's a little problematic. It'd be nice if you could come out and you could say like, that's not quite what you meant. And the second thought is like, fuck you! That is what I meant! I'm getting out of here, you simps for Israel.
That's exactly how he spun it.
And that's like, all right. I mean, that's how you want to spin a second thought. I don't think that makes you look good, but okay.
Okay, yeah. No.
Oh, sure.
Well, I mean,
Okay.
it does make him look good to the pro-Palestine people.
But this is not even the pro-Palestine people. It's the pro-Hamas people. It's like a whole other
you're
level
right.
beyond that.
You're right, yeah. All right, let's continue.
Those resources will go unused. This is the reason government spending doesn't break everything. Because when new money is created, it's to do new stuff. The money supply grows, but so does the real economy, which government spending mobilizes.
So, look, I'm going to simplify this just because he makes it completely... I don't think you really understand what he's saying. Like, there's this thing called the NAIRU where it's a non-accelerating...
He's not even talking about that, but...
Well, he is kind of. The MMT people come in and they say, listen, our economic theory is that we have to keep unemployment at 3 to 5% to avoid inflation. And they're saying, look, we live in a big country, 330 million Americans. That's a lot of people that are going without working, that we're basically paying to be unemployed. If we just put those people to work, creating something valuable, increasing production, that's like a free lunch, uneaten. We need to put those people to work instead of just paying them to sit around and loaf. I think that's a pretty solid argument, right? Look, I don't like people sitting around and loafing. Why aren't they building houses or doing something productive for the economy? I mean, that would drive down the price of houses. That sounds like a good deal to me. So it's not infinite, right? There's not infinite resources that are going unused. And also there's like a certain amount of wood, steel, copper, wire, all that stuff that goes into a house. So you can't just necessarily just employ those people to build. So you'd also be pulling resources from the private sector. So it's a lot more complicated than he's letting on here. Just to fill
Okay, I
in.
thought you said you were going to simplify it, but you made it more complicated. But that's fine. We can continue.
Did I?
Yeah, don't worry.
When the government funds a new endeavor, it's getting more use out of the resources available. And therefore, having more money floating around isn't a problem.
Look, he doesn't, it's nonsensical the way he says.
Yeah,
It doesn't even make any sense.
I understand, yeah.
When the government spends money, magic happens. It's magic.
But I know you're thinking about inflation, because we're often told that inflation happens when the government spends too much. But that's not true either. Countries like Japan, for example, have some of the highest debt to GDP ratios in the world, and still the country can't get out of deflation. More government spending does not automatically lead to inflation or hyperinflation. All it really takes for inflation to happen is for enough businesses to start raising their prices. Your grocery store might raise their prices, if they're a market leader, for example, and you will feel the pain of inflation without the government having changed the money supply at all.
Don't you love this?
So is he just going
It
to say
has
that...
nothing to do with production at all. Forget about all that stuff.
Is he just going to make the argument that inflation will exist because greedy companies?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I shouldn't have been surprised, but okay.
Businesses that can't change their prices like this, either because they're in a more competitive market or can't move their prices as fast, will simply lose profits and might even go under. We tend to think of inflation as every...
Wait a minute.
I see what
partner.
you did there,
Let me go
partner.
back a second. Hold on.
Change their price store might raise inflation or hyperinflation. All it really takes for inflation to happen is for enough businesses to start raising their prices. Your grocery store might raise their prices, if they're a market leader, for example, and you will feel the pain of inflation without the government having changed the money supply at all. Businesses that can't change their prices like this, either because they're in a more competitive market or can't move their prices as fast, will simply lose profits and might even go under.
Wait, how does that make any sense?
It doesn't.
It
makes no sense. Look, there are tons of businesses.
That's the good part about it. It doesn't. That's a good
Look,
man.
I don't know why people shop at Whole Foods. Like Whole Foods is twice as much as the regular grocery store.
It's like you're getting healthier food, supposedly, right? That's the idea.
But look, that completely goes against this example. Whole Foods is like, let's just double everything in the grocery store. That doesn't drive the grocery store down the street out of business.
Well, yeah,
people
what he
compete
said
at different price levels.
Yeah, what he said made literally no sense. He said, okay, some companies could choose on their own to raise their prices.
Right. Whole Foods.
And by the way, this is, and he's saying due to no external pressure. So there's no pressure on the market or on the supply of goods or anything, right?
Right.
They're just decided on their own to raise their prices.
They're just greedy corporations, Sitch.
Right. Yeah. So
we need to raise these prices.
Right. So, Whole Food comes into the town and they're like, listen, we're going to raise the prices of all the groceries.
Yeah.
And then for some reason, that's going to make the supermarket down the street that hasn't raised its prices, that's going to make it go out of business somehow. How does that make any sense?
Yeah, exactly.
It makes
Wait a
no sense.
second
It's the
here.
opposite. People be like, well, I don't want to pay extra prices at Whole Foods, so I'm going to go to this other grocery store.
Fine, you poor person.
I don't.
Shop
What he
down
said
the
made
street.
no sense. It
I
makes
know.
literally no sense.
It's like
If they
the,
can't,
the people with the cheaper prices, they go under.
Okay, I guess. I mean, what?
I know.
We're missing some steps. This is underpants gnomes logic. We're missing some steps here, buddy. Like, come on.
It's comical.
Yeah.
Look, this is why that comment has so many upvotes. Look, we just make the rules when we write the video. We just create the whole universe.
It's all imaginary, Adam.
Yeah.
We tend to think of inflation as everything getting more expensive, and having more money in the economy seems like it would cause that. But if everything did get more expensive at once, inflation wouldn't be a problem. If everything suddenly got more expensive,
Wait, what?
your salary would automatically go up too. It's because things—
Well, wait. Wait a minute. That's the whole problem, is that when you don't have your salary matching the growth of inflation, right? That's the problem, okay? It's
This
not
is-
automatic, right?
This is where he does. Remember, he made that video how authoritarianism is good. His pitch
Yes.
was like authoritarianism is good.
We never
This
covered
is-
that. We'll cover that at some point.
Yeah, we should. This is inflation is actually good. It means your salary's going up.
Yeah, I mean, it can, but it doesn't necessarily mean it. Like,
Oh yeah. Yeah. Look, I like my salary to go up and all the prices to stay the same. I always feel better when that happens.
well, that is the goal, right? That's what everyone wants.
Of course. Yeah.
So he's operating under this idea that, like, listen, the government should just do everything for free, i.e., print money, because then it'll cause massive inflation. But that's fine because all our wages will just go up magically to compensate because magic occurs in the markets, and everything just works its way out.
Magic.
Okay.
things move asymmetrically.
Wait, that's what MMT stands for. Magic monetary theory.
Magic money tree. That's what
Oh,
all
there you
the
go.
haters call it. Yeah.
There you go.
The magic money tree.
In the real world, that inflation is so devastating, and all it takes is a few businesses leveraging their market position for it to happen. If anything, government spending on something like universal healthcare might even be deflationary.
See, people on the left constantly make this accusation that prices are going up because greedy companies are raising their prices. I mean, that could be going on. Like suppliers.
It happens to an extent. I mean, obviously.
Well, there was a supply chain disruption. So if you're a coffee manufacturer and you can't get coffee beans, you end up having to pay twice as much for coffee beans. Obviously, you're going to have to charge more money for your coffee, right? So, but I also do think there are companies that maybe have the same supply, but they're like, everyone's raising their prices.
Exactly.
Like, why do I want to be why do I want to be the cheapest guy? Look, I'm raising my prices too.
Yeah.
The businesses are constantly playing with prices because what they're doing is they're trying to figure out, how high can I raise this price and demand falls off? People stop buying it. People are like, that's ridiculous. I'm not going to spend that much money for a Coke. Some of these ice creams are insane. It's like a pint of ice cream is like $9.
Oh my God.
I'm like, what? $9 for a Ben & Jerry's size? That's ridiculous. Okay.
They put like fentanyl in the ice cream. Like,
yeah, look, I don't get it, but yeah, this is how people want to get their margins up. This is how capitalism works. Like, none of this is offensive to me. It is deeply offensive to many people when people charge too much. They feel like, oh, you're charging too much for your product.
Right.
I guess I really don't get that. I think we had a conversation about Pokemon and her cookies, and I think I was outed as a greedy capitalist during that conversation.
Well, I mean, I disagree with you, I guess, in this, because I do think it's obnoxious when people charge too much for things. I understand the counter is, well, then don't buy it, and that's fine. But there are certain things. The Pokemon situation is a little different. Like with Ben & Jerry's, well, even maybe it's not that different. Because, if we talk about like a food product like Ben & Jerry's, they pretend to be super woke and all this stuff. But those people at Ben & Jerry's are all evil. They're literally evil people. And I hate to tell you this. The people at Ben & Jerry's, people at most ice cream companies are all evil. At least the head up people, because they're literally creating a product that's really unhealthy for you to eat, but tastes really good. And they've spent millions of dollars in research and development to make the product taste really good in a way that's addictive.
Ben & Jerry's.
And this, and anyone can experiment on this, okay? If you can take a little ice cream, you could take a bag of potato chips. They have the same effect. And there's like they do this fucking crazy shit to your brain where when you're eating the ice cream, when you're in the moment of eating the ice cream, it like pauses your satiation, okay? You feel like you have to keep eating the chips. You have to keep eating the ice cream, right? But if you stop and you like just stop for like a minute or 2 minutes and you go do something else, you'll notice that feeling disappears and you'll feel full. And you're like, how am I still eating this? I feel full. Right. And so but they're doing that on purpose. They're literally fucking with your brain on purpose to try to get you to buy more of their product. And so I don't know. I do think there's an argument to be made that, especially if you're making something that, has some addictive quality to it or something.
If you're making something that's addictive or something somebody needs to survive, like a lot of
we don't need ice cream or potato chips to survive. You probably shouldn't even eat them because they're unhealthy for you.
Well, no,
I'm saying.
Go ahead.
But I'm just saying. So to me, like, and the same thing with like Pokemon. Now, Pokemon's thing is not really necessarily that the cookies are addictive. Maybe they are. I don't know. I don't know what they taste like. But it's more just the fact that there are people who like have a parasocial relationship with her, that have this emotional investment with her, that will spend a lot of extra money. They're basically giving a millionaire a lot of extra money when it's like, does she really need people? Like, the people that are spending money are like much generally poorer than her, this millionaire. Does she feel like weird about overcharging people just because her fucking name is on it? Like, to me, I would feel bad about that. Like, if I was some millionaire, person like Pokemon and I was making a cookie, I would want to like try to make it basically, costs, around the margin of the product in the first place.
Buy a grocery store. Don't be a social media influencer. Okay. Buy a Kroger. Like, that's my answer.
Okay. Well, I'm saying, different
look,
attitudes about things.
I look, if you're selling a product that has a million substitutions like cookies, like, cry me a fucking river. Don't buy the fucking cookie.
Mm-hmm.
That's my take.
Yeah, but you agree that you can take advantage of people's goodwill, I assume, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
But look,
Well, I mean,
I if you're talking about a product that
right.
people must have, like a triple bypass surgery
No,
or
no,
something.
no. I'm not saying
Or
something must have. I'm saying just a complete luxury product, a cookie. Okay.
yeah, it's a
Right.
luxury product. You said it yourself. It's a
Right.
luxury product.
Yeah, but I don't know. To me, and maybe
If you
this is
can't
just,
say no to a luxury product, that's a you problem.
listen. This is just the moral intuition difference here. Okay.
Look, the price is what makes it a luxury product.
I mean, that's true. But
Yes.
well, also that it's a cookie. No one needs cookies to survive. Okay.
Luxury cookies. Come
Right.
on now.
But no, to me, and this is just a moral intuitive difference. To my moral intuition is if you're some famous person, okay, it's not even a question of like, oh, some high, there's a lot of those like shitty brands out there that are like the fancy brands people literally buy to be expensive because they want to show off their wealth, right?
Of course.
But that's not what this is. This is a person who has a following and has basically a parasocial relationship with a bunch of people who's a millionaire. And to me, it does seem immoral, okay, to if you're at that levels of wealth, to basically leverage your community, your parasocial relationship to extract money from them in a way that you don't need to, like by just producing a cookie, which apparently the company you're working with already had completely done, and they just slapped your face on it just so they could upcharge the price, 3 times or whatever.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know. To me, I think it's immoral, and I understand people can choose not to buy it, but I still think it's wrong.
Right. So you think she's using her mind magic on people, making them buy the cookies, and they have no free will. They can't say no. These cookies are too expensive. I can't buy them. I mean, literally, the clip got put out because people were laughing at her in the chat, telling her, "Get out of here, bitch! Your cookies are dumb and expensive."
Well, that's because she was mocking someone for being poor.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. And they were mocking her for selling
I presume
pricey, stupid cookies.
Right. But I presume you agree that like quote influencers can like there's a great, I don't know if you saw it, there's a great South Park special about this.
I did see it, yeah.
You did? The one with Randy's dick out the whole episode?
Yeah.
Yeah. But that was the thing. Like, so in the South Park episode, you haven't seen it. Essentially, all the kids are going crazy because they were basically told by their influencers that they all had to buy this sports drink called Cred. In order to have credibility. It's a very funny episode. I check it out if you have the ability to watch it, because on streaming or something. But the whole thing is that all these kids are like going insane to buy this garbage sports drink. And I mean, doesn't that seem like immoral? That is basically getting all these kids to buy all this garbage just because they have some emotional attachment with some streamer person that doesn't give a shit about them? Because to me, that's what I look at the cookies as kind of like a similar thing too.
Right. So you're kind of looking at it like an addiction thing. You're saying like, is it moral to sell a product that people can't say no to?
Well, no, that is an issue. But with this specifically with the Pokemon cookies, I'm looking at more like someone crafts an emotional relationship with someone, and then the person, the influencer, uses that emotional relationship in an immoral way, in my opinion, to sell them a product.
Well, hold on a second. What if it's just the rich Pokemon fans that have money to burn that are buying the cookies?
Well, then I mean that I wouldn't care then. But I don't know. I don't think that's the case because I think it's exactly like that South Park episode. I think I wouldn't be surprised if Pokemon's audience is mostly children. And it's a bunch of children who don't have like good ideas about money. So they go to their parents and they beg them to buy them the stupid Pokemon.
Can I buy these $75 cookies, Mom? Oh, sure. Take the credit card.
And they basically whine and whine and whine until they eventually convince their parents to buy the stupid cookies.
Right.
That would be my guess as to probably where the majority of those purchases for Pokemon comes from. That's where most that's why that South Park episode was so brilliant. It was like the whole point of the South Park episode was, oh, there's this like lie that children are not the primary consumers of garbage on the internet. Right. When it's like, no, like they are the primary, because children are easier to influence than adults. They're the ones buying all this garbage from all these influencers that we've been seeing for the last 10 years. And influencers should be aware of that. And if they're not, I think that's an immoral thing.
Yeah.
But,
Okay. I mean, just in the context of pricing, though.
Right. I know we've gone way off topic.
Yeah. Look, you're trying to add a moral component to pricing.
Yeah.
That I prefer. Look, as a business owner, I think what you're doing is you're saying, I can produce this much ice cream, and I don't want to produce a lot of ice cream that's not going to sell. So my pricing has to be more than what it cost me to produce it, and as much money as I can charge and sell it all.
Right. You're looking from a purely market perspective.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not bringing all this, is it fair for me to charge a certain amount for ice cream because there's people out there that won't be able to afford it? Of course there are people out there that won't be able to afford it. Buy a different brand. Okay? It's not my job to make sure that ice cream is affordable for the America. Okay? It's my job to run a business and create a product that people want. An ice cream that's so good that people will pay $100 for a pint of it. Okay. Look, that's some people's dream. And then somebody comes along and they're like, oh my God, $100 for a pint of ice cream. This totally affects my moral sensibilities. Right?
Right.
Yeah. That bugs me.
Well, listen, usually because of my high levels of orderness, okay, I'm far more right wing on some issues than you are, but this is one of the times that you're.
I noticed. I noticed.
I'm a big lefty here, and you're a pretty right wing bloodthirsty capitalist. All right.
I noticed. Look, it's not many times you can say that, so this is cool.
There it is.
I do, just to make a little concession, I do agree with you that if you're charging, 5 times what the guy down the street charges for a triple bypass surgery, because look, you're here.
Right.
Obviously there's some pricing shenanigans going on. So,
okay. Well,
in all likelihood, it would lower the prices of health insurance and your prescriptions by cutting out the profits for the middlemen of the private insurance world.
Yeah, so basically, we're going to unemploy all of those people. All those people aren't going to have any jobs and not going to be, well, it's arguable whether or not they're actually producing anything, right? They're not producing healthcare. They're producing healthcare bills. So it's kind of comical. He's like, we're going to save money because we're going to unemploy half of America.
I'll say it again. Government spending has nothing to do with inflation. And in the real world, almost all cases.
Okay, that is 1,000% a lie. Government spending has nothing to do with inflation. Bullshit. No matter how you cut it, inflation has something to do with government spending.
Cases of hyperinflation didn't happen because of more money printing, but as the result of productive capacity collapsing or an over-reliance on foreign currency, not government spending. Taken all together, this is why the government has this kind of liberty to spend. This framework of understanding money creation and destruction, generally referred to as modern monetary theory, or MMT, is why more spending, and even more debt, is fine. So long as the government finds something to spend money on, it can do it. It already does this anytime the Pentagon comes running for more money, or during the pandemic when the Fed injected $5 trillion into the economy. The problem with government spending is profit. In a capitalist economy, the prime directive that private business owners are operating under is profit making. The more the government finances directly, which it can do without worrying about profit and only focusing on the real world outcomes, the less private businesses can extract profit from that thing.
See, and then it's so sad because as soon as he brings up MMT, he completely fucking shits the bed. It's like anybody who knows MMT is just furious by this video because he completely just turns MMT into a screed against Wall Street profit. And so many of the people who are MMTers, like Warren Mosler, basically the guy who came up with MMT, is a capitalist. He knows Capitalism runs on sales. Sales happen because companies make profits. Nobody is against profits. People should be paid for their work. This is your mission in life, to make sure that nobody gets paid for their effort. That's you, second thought. Oh, so infuriating.
Well, when I was going to the bathroom, I had a revelation.
Oh, you
as
did?
I usually do, yeah. The reason that I have my opinions about like the morals of pricing the way that I do and that you don't is because I believe in God and you're an atheist. Okay. And that's the difference.
Is it?
That's why, because you're a dirty atheist.
Okay. I'm not quite understanding the logic there, but I'm going to let it go.
Because I believe in God, I have a sense of morality that you atheists just never will.
Moral compass, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, look, there could be some areas where pricing is immoral.
I'm just joking.
The Pokemon situation doesn't really rise to that for me. But being
Fair
a bitch, obviously that's immoral, and she was totally a bitch about it. So, right? I mean, it's just simple.
Right.
It's simple. Don't make fun of people for not having money.
Right.
Look, there's no. You shouldn't be ashamed of being poor. You really shouldn't. It's like there's no shame in it at all. Like, be a good person. There's shame in not doing the right thing, even when it's hard to do. No shame in being poor.
Right.
If the government spends on healthcare, a private business can't and therefore won't get the opportunity to skim a little off the top.
It's with this guy. Just want to punch him in the face, Sitch. If the government does it, then the private industry won't have the ability to steal from you.
I mean, all right, because the government doesn't waste money or skim money. Like that's
yeah,
a take.
Of course.
It's funny if you were to talk about like these people are so hypocritical. If you're talking
They
about
are.
how, in one video he'll talk about how the U.S. government is the most evil entity in the world that is controlled by imperial colonialists who go around the world toppling every successful communist country and blowing up all the peaceful people and kill anyone that gets in their way. And yet for some reason, that same government, when it runs the healthcare industry, they're going to be like just the paragons of virtue and morality all of a sudden. Like, what the fuck is going on here?
He does it in the same video. He said in the very beginning of this video, oh, yes, we give all this money to the military. They're not going to waste it. They're not going to waste it at all.
People. Yeah, exactly.
Right. Let's give it to the healthcare industry where they won't waste it.
It's so stupid. It's like, how these two ideas are so contradictory.
Oh my God. I'm starting to think this guy just is, I got to come up with a video this week. Here, let me crap something out. Where's my stock photography?
Business owners also don't like getting taxed.
No, wait. I have it. This is how Second Thought makes his videos, okay? He has someone construct a video with no context of entirely stock footage first.
Oh, I bet he does.
And then he watches the stock footage and then he just writes a script to fit the stock footage backward. Like,
based the stock footage randomizer.
Right.
Wall Street.
Hospitals. Oh, okay. I got it.
If the government spends on healthcare, a private business can't and therefore won't get the opportunity to skim a little off the top. Business owners also don't like getting taxed. This approach to government spending partly relies on the ability of governments to delete money. Business owners, who accumulate money by paying their workers less than what they bring in for the company.
This is so insane. It's like he just learned enough to become dangerous. He's like, how do I make this fit my goal of just making business owners seem evil and maniacal?
Well, that's the meme, a little bit of knowledge, right?
Of course. Yeah, look, it's so insane. It's so insipid. And this is all the Commie's introduction to MMT, too. This guy's a menace to society, Sitch.
That's true.
would very much like to keep that stolen wealth and don't care at all about public projects that benefit everybody. So they lobby governments and pay accountants to find ways to not pay taxes and store their wealth somewhere else. Even when they are taxed, because these capitalists, these business owners are in charge of setting prices and wages, any taxation on businesses can often just be passed on to workers and consumers through price hikes, wage cuts, extended hours, lower benefits, and on and on.
Who's the enemy in this video, Sitch? It's difficult for me to
capitalism.
see who he's going after here.
Capitalism is the enemy.
These business owners.
Yeah.
Terrible people.
Look at him sitting there drinking his coffee, lording over us all from a 90th floor of his fucking studio business office, corner office, saying, how am I going to rip people off today as a white male?
I would love to, in like my dream Twilight episode.
Yeah.
You know, somebody comes to second thought, an angel, after making this video, and they snap their fingers, then every single business owner refuses to do business with second thought. He goes to the grocery store to buy groceries, and they're like, well, I'm a business owner. Get the fuck out. He goes to buy gas. I'm sorry, sir. You can't buy gas here. I'm a business owner. Fuck off. He goes to pay his rent. Oh, excuse me, sir. I'm a business owner. Get your shit out of my fucking place. Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't that be great? You just have a taste just for one day, not interacting with any of these dreaded business owners. Wouldn't that be great?
He can go live on a co-op, okay? And he can farm
look.
and
The bank, he shows up at the bank. Here's all your money. Good luck carrying it out, dipshit. We're a private business. Here's a paper bag for you to put it in. Hope you don't get mugged.
they draw a giant dollar bill sign on the burlap sack and they just give it. There you go.
Oh, that'd be so good. I guess the only one he could interact with is the police, which will be good because he'll be incarcerated soon.
Wow.
They can't see any good in anything. It's just like this America Bad virus drives me insane.
America bad, except when they take over and run our healthcare. Then it's good.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Then it's exceptional. Everything's free.
Yeah.
And these here are the limits of MMT and the point where a little Marxism comes in. MMT...
Oh, well, listen, at least he said it. This is the limits of MMT. That MMT is still firmly in the realms of liberal capitalism. We need to bring some
Marx into this. Of course
Yeah.
it is. That's the problem. This is the problem. The communists take this MMT stuff, and this is people's first experience with MMT. No wonder they hate it.
Give us the communists.
This guy's such a dipshit.
He accurately describes the power of the government to spend, but it doesn't take into account the power of the capitalist class to be upset about it. And in a class society like ours, that's a problem. The government can't go bankrupt. It can spend money on all sorts of cool stuff, but when it does, it has to get its permission slip signed by the ruling class first. If anything it does gets in the way of profit, the big chunk of money that...
Wait. When he says the government can spend money but has to get permission slip from the ruling class, does he mean our elected officials?
Right, probably.
The ruling class are the people that we as citizens vote for of our own free volition to, represent us in government. What the fuck's he talking about?
Right, yeah.
That's the ruling class, I guess.
We have a representative democracy.
Yeah.
All the elite theorists were like, these ruling elites, they don't do anything the population wants or needs. Or thinks they're going to get, or desires them to do whatever. Have you seen how fast Fetterman has changed? Just completely turned into something different because he's worried about a primary challenger.
Oh, you think that's what's going on there?
Look, I'm surprised. I am surprised how much power the public has with our elected leaders. It's funny that they're accusing him of bending on his principles. And I keep thinking,
Yeah.
I mean, his voters want him to do something else. What principles? What are you talking about? He's supposed to do what the voters want. That's his job.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway. Do you want to say something about this maniac?
Only a few people get to keep. It will only do it if there's fire in the streets and it doesn't have a choice.
Jesus Christ.
I know. This guy. What's up? This guy's like a little dictator.
Well, I mean, he did
The
make
government
a video
can
where
feed
he's
the
like,
homeless.
the liberal, where he did make a video about how like authoritarianism
is good. Yeah, exactly.
So I guess we shouldn't be surprised, but
it's so weird. It's like, I'm in my creepy bisexual lighting bedroom telling you to go out and burn down the city. Doesn't strike you as weird?
I mean, I feel like that's how all these people, the burn down city people, are. They're like, I am from the comfort of my home, not being involved in this violence. So telling you to go do something violent, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh.
Big chunk of money that only a few people get to keep. It will only do it.
Does he have a picture of himself on the... Oh, no, it's on his monitor. I was like...
He has... Yeah, it's weird. The monitor is he has open in whatever program he's using.
Right,
him
he's
editing a past video of himself.
Right.
But it's on a frame of him. Why would you do that?
Well, look, I thought it's better than him actually having like a framed picture of himself up in the room. I thought that's what that was.
Well, what is the point of that visual framing?
People
have a
love
little you on your shoulder like that?
We should do this. This is people.
You want to
love
have
this
like
stuff.
a little Adam like behind you in the background?
This is propaganda 101.
That's
right
so
here.
weird.
It is weird because this whole setup just screams, I'm wealthy. Look, I have a whole extra room. I can is my mood room that I do my filming in.
Right.
Yeah.
If there's fire in the streets and it doesn't have a choice. The government can feed the homeless, free people of debt, fund renewable energy, reduce working hours by law without cutting pay. But these kinds of things suck for profit seekers. They're great for humanity, but they're terrible for capitalists. The small percentage of humanity that benefits when people are forced to work and buy at an inflated price. Universal healthcare is great. It might even save businesses money, but it makes workers less desperate. And that small percentage of business owners has the power and the wealth to stop the kind of spending that would make people less desperate. I'll summarize this video another way. Take away the...
So it's even worse than like money. It's just that literally the evil cabal of business owners want workers to be desperate, and that's the real rub here. Like he is one of the dumbest, most toxically brain-rotted persons in BreadTube in this environment.
Yeah.
Like he literally just believes every conspiracy theory on the left imaginable.
Yeah, look, I find it hard to believe that business owners like desperate customers. I feel like they like customers that have a good income and want to spend money on things that they like.
Right.
You know, going out to eat, seeing movies, putt golf,
and
the
even
amusement park, right?
Oh, I want all my employees to be desperate. I'm like, I mean, this is from a kid. I don't know how old he is. He's either his late 20s, early 30s. So I wouldn't be shocked if he's never worked a job.
Oh, yeah, he has. He worked at the camera center at Best Buy. He says in another video.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
I thought was interesting. Yeah.
Very briefly.
Like all the technology that he loves, all this camera gear, like good luck developing that in a socialist economy.
But see, it kind of actually, and I'm glad you brought that up because that reminds me, it feels very much like he has the philosophy tube, like brain rot.
He
where
does.
It's like, I worked like a minimum wage job for a chain, and I don't understand why I'm not, getting paid more, even though I'm doing all this stuff, even though I'm not paying for all the things at Best Buy. I'm not paying for this giant location. I'm not paying for all the products and goods, and all the other people's that are working here. So therefore, I'm not getting enough money because profit shouldn't be able to exist, right?
Yeah, he says he was really offended by the fact that the Best Buy wanted them to sell more camera equipment. It's like capitalism runs on sales. That really offended his sensibilities. He's like, oh, people, look, you've got this nice old camera here that's just fine for you. You don't need to upgrade. It's like,
right.
I mean, look, welcome to the real world. Capitalism runs on sales. I like new technology. Like there's this thing called the technology cycle, right? It's just part of life, okay?
It's just the
trade-offs.
Right. But this is kind of the problem too, is like the people who've only ever been on one side of a production issue,
right?
And they don't have the empathy, or really some people just are completely unable to project themselves into another person's position and try to understand it. And so, like, yeah, I guess if you lack that ability and you don't understand from a business perspective. Obviously, there's lots of people that run businesses that are like pieces of shit. I'm not going to deny that. But the idea that like all the business, owners are sitting around in a cabal, like rubbing their hands together, like we need to keep our employees desperate and unhealthy so that they'll work for us. Like that's just completely bizarrely detached from any sort of reality that anyone's privy to.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because it's interesting. The ice cream analogy that I brought up. I mean, that applies to cameras too, but think of the cost investment in making all those cameras. So if they have a production run of 1 million cameras, they want to sell 1 million cameras. It's a waste just to make a camera that's never going to be sold, right?
Sure.
So that's like a giant investment. It's nice to have fucking new cameras and phones and shit like that. I like technology. I don't know how you feel about it, but fuck.
No, we need to return to monkey.
No, look, we're lengthening human lifespans. We're doing all kinds of amazing shit. The future looks bright.
Okay, Cap.
Then you got dipshits like this who are like, look, I think we should just degrowth.
Mm-hmm.
Let's degrowth and not make cameras anymore. Let's go back to black. Look, let's just use our hands on the wall in the cave.
Right.
No, come on. This totally offends my sensibilities. I hate communists. And he's shitting all over my beloved MMT. This is painful.
I know.
Look, I can't believe you. Why wouldn't I
wish that I had
this?
forced this upon you.
Why wouldn't I want to stream this?
I know.
I want people to know this is not MMT.
Right.
This is as bad a straw man of MMT as the Austrians do. And completely for ulterior motives, because he's just wants to shit all over private companies, shit all over other people. Mm-hmm. I'm sure he'd run a planned economy perfectly. No one would die. No one would starve to death.
Need for profit. Take away the power of the ruling class. In short, take away capitalism. And the only limit to doing cool stuff becomes the resources available. We have the doctors for universal healthcare, the housing for free homes.
Look, he's basically just describing a planned economy. This guy is such a dipshit.
Hanky Stalinist. Of course he wants a planned economy.
This is such a dipshit.
Yep.
How do you plan an economy? Look, all the buying and selling and trading and product development that goes on in the United States. Can you imagine the government planning that out? That's insane. That's insane.
They could do it, Adam.
They can't. It's so funny when they come in, they're like, look, we have computers now that can do this.
We'll just ask ChatGPT. It'll know how to run the economy, right?
It's so stupid. Like, there would not be a ChatGPT if it wasn't for capitalism and private industry. Dipshits. Dipshit.
Homes, the farms to feed everyone, the machines for infrastructure, the technology to switch away from fossil fuels. We can spend on these resources and bring them into action. Let workers control the economy democratically, and the new money we create can...
Sitch, get a piece of this guy. It's
I agree. I agree.
We don't need to worry about how we're going to pay for that. There are plenty of resources in our economy waiting to be used for the betterment of people's lives. The only obstacle left is how much improving people's lives costs the capitalist ruling class. Okay, I understand that this is a horribly complicated topic that probably doesn't make much sense at first. In about 15 minutes, I've tried to explain something that is in complete contradiction with how most of us are told government spending works our entire lives. So I'm sure this short video will have left you with more questions than answers. To help, I've left a few videos.
Yeah, like, why are you so stupid? Why are you so terrible person?
Yeah. Why do you hate everyone that just wants to make a living?
Right.
Yeah.
Who broke you?
Yeah.
And books in the description to help you learn more about this topic. Specifically, I want to highlight One Dime's 2 fantastic videos on taxation and government deficits.
Are you ready?
Oh,
Look
God.
at this. Look at this. I watched these two YouTube videos, and now I'm basically playing telephone.
Yeah. I mean, that's a, it's a good way to produce content, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
They were my introduction to this topic, and One Dime was kind enough to answer an unreasonable amount of my questions to make the video you just watched accurate. So please.
Good for you, One Dime. Wait, bad for you, One Dime.
He's got a DM thread going. He's like, here, let me look. I read Stephanie Kelton's book, read Warren Mosler's book. Ugh, I ain't got time for that shit. I got to read the Communist Manifesto.
Mm-hmm.
I got to read Das Kapital, and I'm learning it in the original German.
Please,
you have to check out
show him some love.
One Dime made a video 3 years ago called "The Truth About Centrism," and it says "Both sides bad?" ?
Oh yeah. One Dime. I don't think we ever covered a One Dime video.
I'm not even familiar with his channel. So
he is a wealth of content for us. I'm telling you. I mean, I watched that One Dime video that he made, but I don't remember it as much as this one because this is just like major offender.
I mean, his last video is a picture of Mao, and it says, "Why the Cultural Revolution failed, lessons for leftists." So,
oh yeah,
Okay.
This is a really interesting and complex topic, and funnily enough, government spending is one thing that both wings of the American two-party corporate duopoly agree on. So I just want to take a second and show you what that looks like with today's sponsor, Ground News.
No, we're not going to watch the sponsor
the corporate party duopoly.
Right.
Yeah.
How does anyone give this guy sponsorship after he advocated for killing civilians?
Well, they cut him off on that one. Well, he lost one of his sponsors, so.
I mean, how do you get any sponsors after that?
Yeah, you're right. He should have zero
sponsors.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty wild. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that was a terrible video.
Yeah. Look at that.
Okay.
Still fun, though.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. Let me read some super chats.
Yes.
Jay for $20 says, as someone that spent the better part of a decade addicted to illegal street inelastic goods, Adam's ice cream pushing is triggering the crap out of me.
You got addicted to illegal drugs? That sucks, man.
Yeah.
I've had a lot of friends addicted to drugs, and it is very, very sad.
Definitely.
I grew up in a place where just small town boredom basically took a lot of people down that drug path, and very sad. Very, very sad.
Well, I'm glad you're off of it, Jay.
Yeah. Was that J-Mac?
No, that was just Jay.
Okay.
Mike Hassange for $20 says, Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year. Tuesday and Sunday stream skipped. Feels like I haven't seen the Adam and Sitch. Oh, you bastard. Show since last year. Tell me, was the stupid joke worth the $20? Adam and Sitch simultaneously. No.
Yes.
It wasn't.
Totally worth it.
It was not worth it.
Worth every penny.
Thank you for the $20. Woo! Even though you said Adam and Sitch.
That was like a $50 woo you just gave, man.
There you go. Jay, for $20 before you triggered him with the ice cream take, says, Adam won me over with the genocider in chief comment. I'm voting for Biden now. Thanks, Adam.
Oh, wow.
There you go.
Interesting.
Brick Nose for $20 says, I don't think Biden is running on ego. He has incumbent advantage. He best Trump once already, and Biden's policies are going great. Soft landing, recession, Fed rates going to drop, inflation down, Mexico border deal coming, etc. Okay. But here's what's weird is that's why, I mean, you look at his ratings are in the toilet. Really far down. And I think it doesn't matter how well the economy bounces back in the coming year. People, I think, will still associate regardless of whether it's Biden's fault or not. I mean, I don't think it is. People will still associate the post-COVID inflation as Biden's fault. They'll still blame him for that. They're not going to see it as a soft landing recession. Doesn't matter how many times they're told that. People just are not going to perceive that at all. I don't think the inflation issue, I mean, I don't think the immigration issue is going to be fixed. And I think that's just going to get worse and worse and worse. The media is going to poke on it more and more and more. And I think it's just Biden coming out and stumbling around and just being so old and looking so weak is at the end of the day the thing that's going to kill him. I think people primarily vote on vibes, and not just the vibe of the country as a whole, which is important, but on the vibe that their candidate gives off. And Biden gives off a really incredibly weak vibe. If he was running against anyone that wasn't Trump, anyone that wasn't just so hyper polarized as Trump, he would just get annihilated. The only reason people are he only won the first time because people hate Trump. And now with everything that's happened, I don't know if that's going to be enough to push him past victory again. So.
Yeah. Look, I'm just looking at his incredibly terrible poll numbers.
Right.
Yeah. I don't think his presidency has been really that bad, to be honest with you. I mean, he did do really good with the Ukraine thing by letting Ukraine know that Russia was going to invade ahead of time, right?
Yeah. No, I think on non-woke issues, he's been fine for the most part.
Woke, he's been
on woke stuff, he's been awful. There's been some stuff that we've covered that he's done really awful. There's been other stuff that he's done that has been, good or even decent on. But I'm just talking about in terms of what I think everyone, like what the cow's going to go with the country, how people are going to react to it. Because I think a lot of people, especially people on the left, people who are more on the left that follow politics, again, you have to remember, people don't vote based on like any of this stuff. They vote based on a vibe. And it's sort of like, what vibe does the person cultivate? And that's, I think, how people vote. What is the vibe of the country and what is the vibe the candidate cultivates? And, the vibe of the country is getting better, definitely, well, at least economically, but what's it going to be like come election time? I don't know the answer to that question. Are people going to associate that with Biden? If it gets better, they can only associate the worst part. And his own personal vibe is just so awful that it's not possible for him to win. I just think it's going to be very difficult.
Oh my God. So many people are so butthurt over my Jimmy Carter tweet. It's hilarious.
Oh, really?
It is absolutely insane. Yeah, just look, this is the problem. A bunch of people are making Biden out like he's actually a good candidate. They're lying to themselves. They're completely lying to themselves. This year is going to be a fun year. It really is.
Mm-hmm.
I think the level of delusion on all sides is just so peak that we're just going to have a great time cutting straight through it.
Right.
I mean, it could be tough because obviously when you're weighing in on people's delusions, I mean, the people who are in on it, like a lot of our chat they're not really Biden sycophants. So, but if you get into like David Pakman's chat where they're just completely fucking lost their mind over Biden, they're not going to be able to, they're not going to think our jokes are very funny. Mm-hmm. And obviously if we're making jokes about, I'm sure Trump is going to do some really delusional shit and we're going to call it out and everyone's going to be, oh my God, you have TDS. Your TDS is off the charts.
Well, what do you mean is? I mean, we've already done that a lot.
I mean, we called out a bunch of
big part of the stream talking about the fake electors shit.
We called out a bunch of Vivek shit, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, you're crazy! You have Vivek. You're crazy with hatred for Vivek." I don't hate Vivek.
Right.
I've tried to get Vivek on the show. I would love to talk to Vivek. Okay, look, I just disagree with him on politics.
I think he has really stupid policies.
Look, and if he was doing, look, you could make. It's weird to me because like why. I'm not obsessed with Vivek. I pointed out what I don't like about Vivek, and I pointed out why I think the things Vivek is doing are making him tank in the polls. All of those are objectively true.
Yeah.
Where are we going wrong? Well, what's the reason to hate him? There's no reason to hate him. How dare you point reality out? Ah!
Well, I mean, a lot of political content is safe spaces for specific
Oh, you're
points of
right.
view. Okay. I mean, that is probably the majority of political content. So that is, but that's the problem is it's like, what, do you want to understand what reality is? Do you want to understand what the other side is saying? Do you understand like positions and arguments, or do you want someone to sort of feed you what you want to hear? Those are two different things. So but anyway, Orca for $20 says, he said, quote, lowercase woke, as in consciousness of race. He also made a joke when he saw 4 cops pulled next to one vehicle. And he said, they must have pulled over a black guy. Why must I suffer with this level of dissonance? Oh, hi, Wormy.
Who's that? Who said that? What was that about?
I don't remember. Is it a while ago? Worker for 5 months also said before this, have you guys heard anyone ever call themselves lowercase woke? My dad used it to dodge any recognition of the damage done by the movement. I haven't heard that, no. Oh, your dad made that comment. I've never heard that, no. I hope that's not like a new, if that's a new thing, I don't think it's gonna like take off. It's not sticky enough to take off, but I had not heard that before.
We're still up over 1,000 live viewers, which is crazy for us. For a Tuesday stream. Usually our Tuesday streams are maybe it's
we didn't
it's
stream
right
on
after
Sunday,
first of the
so
year.
people miss us.
Oh, I guess you're right. Yeah,
they love us.
Yeah, no,
We
I love it.
you.
Welcome. We have a community going here, a rowdy community that loves to make fun of each other and can take criticism
right
without losing their minds. Oh my God, you're talking about my candidate. Oh. How dare you?
Vinil for $20 says, Adam, the Pokemon issue is that her parasocial relationship can urge people to do an irrational action because they want to help their quote friend. I agree with Sitch that it is a morally questionable but fair game money-wise. There you go.
I agree.
Okay.
I get the whole selling sugary cereal to school children. It's just, I get it.
Darth Raver for $20. Thank you. Says, hey guys, sometimes I feel like a retard in my current educational situation, but listening to this guy's economics take makes me feel like I'm an Ashkenazi Jewish. Greetings from Germany.
Nice.
I don't get it. What does that mean?
Well, Ashkenazi Jews are supposed to be the smartest people in the world.
Oh, I get it. Okay.
Yeah. What are you talking about?
Listen, I guess I was being too humble. So
aren't you? Aren't you?
I guess I'm not. I guess I'm one of the dumb ones because I didn't get the joke.
Yeah.
I'm one of the retarded Ashkenazi Jews.
Yeah. Look, I often kid myself, but I do read and I try to stay informed. And I don't think of myself as stupid by any means. It's funny that a lot of people call me stupid. I think a lot of people call me dumb because I talk about doing drugs and stuff, which probably is not good. But look, I got to tell people why I look so young for my age. I got to let them know.
Is it from all the drugs you were doing?
Yeah, exactly.
You like pickled yourself so that you're...
I'm on a lifelong mission.
Yeah.
To have fun.
Speaking of you looking young, Brian Bishop, thanks so much for 3 months of Discipline Equals Freedom, says, Adam, I'm going to need you to stop showing your face. My wife and I were talking about our YouTuber hall pass, and she picked you.
No way.
Stop being so damn handsome.
Wow. Okay.
What? Okay. Listen, why would anyone ever have that conversation with their
I know.
significant
I was
other
thinking the
about like a
same
hall
thing.
pass? That's a terrible conversation to have. Come on.
Well,
What
I
are you
mean,
doing,
you
Brian?
do. Look,
Have you had that conversation with your wife?
No, look, I wouldn't either. Like, I don't think that would be. It's like, why do I want to sit around and talk to my wife about the women that I want to have sex with? Like, that's just like, come on, come on. And I don't want her talking about. I mean, obviously, like we go to movies together and stuff, and we have talked about whether or not actors or actresses are attractive. I mean,
Right.
that's
That's
not
very. It's a little
yeah,
different. Yeah.
exactly. We don't
A
go
hall
into
pass, if you guys aren't familiar, is the idea of like who would be a potential person you would allow your significant other to sleep with like you give them permission to.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So.
Well, I guess I'm honored and I feel bad at the same time. So
Adam is married though, so he would never accept such action.
of course, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. We don't engage in.
But there you go.
A-Team is about loyalty and fidelity to one's significant other.
Right.
Yeah.
Equishadox for $10 says, would Adam agree with this characterization of MMT? Money is a social construct anyway, so the supply of it can and should be dictated according to our needs. If true, I can see the argument.
Money is a social construct, so the supply of it can and should be dictated according to our needs. Well, I mean, the question is not worded very well, equals Shadox, because I don't necessarily know what you mean by according to our needs. If you mean people should have money to buy the resources they need, I'm not sure that I agree. But if you mean that we should expand the money supply to maintain price stability so the whole thing doesn't fall apart, I do agree.
Right. So, yeah. So I understand what you're trying to say is like you could agree with that statement, but it's sticky because it's who defines what our need is. Because like you just gave a definition of need like price stability, where we just watched a video where Second thought his definition of need would be, you know, making sure everyone has
free healthcare and housing and
right.
yeah, exactly.
Right. So yeah, so
nobody
so
works or does anything.
Right. So the statement's like true-y, but it's, you know, how we define need is going to be different for every person. So.
Most people who bitch about the Fed have no idea what the Fed does. They don't know that the Fed is tasked at keeping unemployment low and prices stable, price stability.
They print the monies, Adam.
Well, that's how they keep prices stable.
They print the monies that make badness. Government small enough to drown in bathtub.
It's the same with the defund the police people. I mean, they don't really know what police do. They just see police as hassling them.
Right.
Police are just here to hassle me.
Right.
Well, you know, if your mom gets killed, they solve the murder too. Hassle me. Defund the police.
Nicholas Van Neal for 5 Aussies. Thank you. Says the JFK balloon at the airport is especially bad as a plane in Narita burst into flames just yesterday/today after colliding with another aircraft. Yeah, I saw that. Bro, what is going on with Japan? Japan is like getting all the world's bad karma, like right in the beginning of the new year. You see, like first day of the new year, Japan gets hit with some like insanely large earthquake. It was like a 7.2 or something. I assume you heard about that.
Yeah.
And then right after that, they had like a plane crash into another plane on the tarmac. It's just
like Armageddon.
Yeah, but just for Japan, like Japan, what'd you do? Why is like all the bad juju going to Japan for 2024? So things seem pretty base so far in America, so I feel bad for Japan, but hang in there, Japan. Adam Gadboff for $5 says, why don't we call it the, quote, 50% income tax healthcare? That'd be more honest, but it doesn't have the same ring to it, and no one would vote for it. That's true. Rico Zorro for 21 months. Oh, thank you, Adam. That was your 10th ever super chat. Look at that. Thank you. Rico Zorro for 21 months says, are you down with CCP? Parentheses YYKM. Who's down with these commies? Are you down with Noam Chomsky? Who's down with no PP? I apologize. You did this in some kind of song that I don't know what song you're referencing.
Are
so
you
I
down with
couldn't sing it.
CCP? Yeah, you know me.
Oh, okay. You know it. You want to sing it?
Isn't it OPP? Oh, I believe OPP stands for other people's pussy too. It's very.
Why don't you sing it? Because I don't know what song he's referencing.
Is that what it is? I believe it is. What's OPP?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
OPP meaning. Oh, look, someone knows what's up.
I never heard this song before.
I'm
very white, Adam.
No. It's an old song. I mean, I think it's from the 90s.
Yeah.
What does OPP mean?
Other people's pie.
Oh, it is other people's pussy. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like going after someone's girlfriend.
I get it. Right.
Yeah. Horrible.
Are you gonna sing the lyrics?
No.
Oh, terrible.
Of course not. Everyone hates it when I sing.
I love it when you sing.
I
Sing
like
to me, Adam.
I like it when you do your FJW voice. That's what I really like.
Yeah, you would. Bloomer Media for $5 says, seems like these lefty types conflate value with money. Like, since we're operating on fiat, the government controls what has value. That's a good point. They do seem to make that conflation.
I mean, they kind of do, but
yeah.
Look, someone in the chat was saying, I don't like people conflating the Federal Reserve's mandate with central planning. And I'm going to tell you why. Because, look, central planning...
Tell me why!
Central planning is when people tell business owners what to produce, how much to produce, what they're going to charge for it. That's a planned economy. Price stability is more like policing. You can think of police as central planning, right? They're planning security. They're like, look, we want security in this area. We want a set of laws that if anyone breaks, we're going to take them out of this. We're going to take them out and throw them in jail, right? You're creating the environment for private businesses to thrive. Every private business wants price stability. You know how it's tough enough to plan a business. You know, you're going to make a product. How many people are going to buy it? It's risky enough. If you buy all of your supplies at one price and then they're double by the time your product gets to market, that's just not a stable environment for businesses.
Mm-hmm.
So just calling price stability what the Federal Reserve does a planned economy, it's just a lie. That's a lie. Do you have a take on that, Sitch?
I agree.
Yeah.
The Wooster for $5 says, after watching the Hbomber guy video, it seems like the left is really anti-plagiarism. It would be refreshing to have them on our side for once. Smirk. It's a good point.
I did do a tweet on that kind of blew up. That was going from Hbomber guy, everyone sucking his dick over that plagiarism video, to defending Claudine gay in 1 week is just crazy.
That's true.
Like, do you guys have any principles at all?
That's true. Thank you, Grendel Levat, woo, for the 20 gifted memberships. Thank you so much for giving us even more memberships, Grendel. It's very generous.
Yes, look at this.
Thank you. And thank you, Lucy Lemonbug, for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, despite you being a dirty, dirty sticker.
Yeah.
Orca Pajura says, what extinct animal would you bring back? And also, hi, Wormy.
Oh, Wormy says hi. Extinct animal. Oh, that's a good one.
Look up a list of extinct animals.
Well, I mean,
we all know like the dodo, but like, who wants to bring back the dodo? That's
I mean, look, you're going for T-Rex or Velociraptor. I mean, come on.
Why would you want to have a raptors?
Here.
I don't want dinosaurs running around. That's dangerous.
Well, I mean, there's probably a whale that's like 10 times bigger than any living whale. Oh, that's
you
the
want like
thing,
a
though.
cave bear or something horrible?
This is a thing because those animals got so big because the oxygen content in the atmosphere was
different,
enough
yeah,
to
for
sustain them. Yeah, so you
Right.
could bring them back, but they would not live very long, right?
Mm-hmm.
The velociraptor might just die. Oh, how painful! Velociraptor.
Yeah. I don't know. I'd have to think about that answer. That answer is too many choices. Too many animals I don't give a shit about. But it's an interesting question.
There's like that leopard lion thing that was pretty cool. I've seen a video of it.
Thing?
Yeah, the last one. It's like a big cat, but it has like zebra on one end and
the
regular on
thalassine?
the other thing. Yeah, that thing went extinct.
The thalassine, yeah. It looks weird.
That'd be a good one to bring back.
Okay. I say we need to kill more animals off.
Really?
Yeah. It's too many animals running around. Do we really need so many different types of animals? Like, wouldn't we be fine with just like, I don't know, like 100 animals, like max? Like, why do we need so many?
What was the tree in the Garden of Eden? Is that thing extinct?
The
tree of the
the tree
knowledge of
life?
good and evil.
Or depending on what version.
That's
you
what
use.
I'm bringing back.
You're gonna bring back the tree of knowledge.
I guess it's technically not an animal.
It's not
a
an
plant,
animal,
but
it's not really extinct, right?
I don't know. Is it?
It's like a magical tree by God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Swing for the fences, right?
Okay. You wouldn't bring back like Cro-Magnon men? Or not I mean, we are Cro-Magnon. No,
Neanderthal.
Neanderthals. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Neanderthals. Or they would be too competitive. They try to steal women. We should bring back the hobbits because we wouldn't care. Like, no, they're not going to steal no bitches, right?
Neanderthals down with OPP.
No. Get rid of the Neanderthals. We're going to bring back the hobbit people, whatever they were called. You know, the little hobbit people that used to run around in, like Australia or whatever. Let's bring them back.
I'm reading
That's
the
my
book,
answer.
The Master and His Emissary. And there's a lot of really dry, boring parts, but there's some super fascinating parts. And he's making the argument that humans learned singing as communication before they learned language, which is kind of a weird thing.
How could we know that?
Well, they have different ways of determining this. There's like some nerve that runs through the skull that needs to be a certain size to be able to do the mouth articulations to make words and language and stuff. So they can measure that from
and they're saying so anthropologically
skulls. Yeah.
we could make singing sounds before we could speak.
I don't look there. There's conflicting theories on this. And he's pretty straightforward about putting the conflicting theories out there. I just, it's kind of a mind fuck to think humans running around singing like birds. Like, you know how birds communicate is through singing, right?
Sure.
That's just so weird. It's just weird.
Well, I mean, it makes sense, but maybe you're thinking about it a little not exactly the way it would be. Because like, think of like the sound that monkeys make. You know, they go like woo. Like think about like a gibbon. They go like woo.
Sure. Yeah.
Like you could consider that's like singing, right? Like making the whoopee sounds. So like humans might have been making like weird kind of guttural tonal things that were like kind of quote in rhythm, so they were a song before we were like speaking words. So it makes sense.
Yeah. I just like to think of a bunch of humanoid.
You think of like humans running around like tweeting at each other and shit like
yeah,
but I don't think that's what was going on.
It
was people were making gibbon sounds.
Funnier.
People running around going whoop, 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 whoop. Like no, they weren't like serenading themselves with opera. Okay, as a form of speech. As funny as that would be. Philip Kogan's for 12 months. Thanks so much for the 1 year. It says MMT makes sense as long as the rest of the world needs dollars to buy oil. When that goes away, it will tank our economy with massive inflation.
Not true.
Okay.
You can look up the petrodollar myth and read all about pricing oil in dollars. I mean, the reason why oil is priced in dollars is because we manage our currency better than other currencies. You can think of currencies as just a platform, right? Are you going to pick the platform that has no stability and potentially massive inflation to do your business dealings in? Most people would choose a platform that's the stablest platform they can get. So, and even though we have had recent inflation, we're doing better than a lot of the other places. So
Yeah, that's true.
we're like the least bad option.
PLO 2PL for $5 says, if you guys were the founding fathers, the Declaration of Independence would have started with the word listen.
True.
That is true.
It would be, the second word would be true.
Listen.
Listen.
Comma, true.
Listen.
Listen.
True.
But it'd be spelled, it wouldn't be spelled it'd be spelled LISSEN. That's the correct way to spell listen. Okay.
The third thing, ironically, would be number 2.
What?
That would be the third thing.
Listen, true, number 2?
Yeah.
Okay, you're just making dumb shit up.
no, you say number 2. That's
number 2.
That's like your third. That's easily your third catchphrase.
Me saying
Yes.
the words number 2 is a catchphrase.
Look,
I
it's such
say.
a catchphrase you don't even notice it.
Chat.
Look, chat.
Is
I
Adam
want you.
gaslighting me? What the fuck's happening here?
I want you guys to start dropping number 2 emojis.
What the fuck is going on here?
When Sitch says number 2? He said number 2 like 5 times in this live
Well,
stream.
no,
He
because I'll
doesn't
list
even remember.
something off. So I'll say like number 1 X, number 2 Y, number 3. Like I'm just giving like lists of things.
I know.
Okay, it's just like guess we're fucking with me.
Sitch has moved on from Well. Well was like first season Sitch and Adam. This is like
Okay.
we're in like third
Well
season.
was
Sitch
from
and
like
Adam here.
first of all, Well started when I was doing my videos.
Yeah.
That was like the original Well.
I'll look at the number 2 emojis.
Mm-hmm. Just put in poop. How's that a real thing? We have like YouTube has like pink poop emojis.
Yeah, look.
Okay. No one's necessarily agreeing with this number 2 thing. I think you just made this up.
What? Look,
That's
everyone.
that's an Adam classic. The indignant what?
Everyone always agrees with me. That's
Yeah,
number
okay.
1. And number 2.
yeah.
Number 2 is
Uh-huh.
I'm always right. Oh wait, that was
okay.
number 1.
That is not.
No,
any
it
of
was
those
everyone
things.
always agrees with me. It was
No,
number 1.
no one ever agrees with you. That's not true.
It's true. Look.
Thank you, Vanessa. I should
I'm
take your
used to
wrench away.
disagreement. No, Vanessa.
How dare you, Vanessa?
It's fun to number 2 on you. Sid.
Terrible. We do need a butt sitch emoji. I don't know what a butt sitch emoji would
Oh,
look
yeah.
like. Look like a butt in my face or something.
I'm not gaslighting anyone. What are you talking about?
Okay. Yeah, you are. You're a chief gaslighter.
Are we done with super chats?
We're not done.
We only have 20 minutes left. Are we going to
Well,
make
I'm
it?
trying, but you're slowing me down. Bricknose for $10 says, agree that Trump should be on the ballot, but the argument of his presidential immunity is BS. If that's true, why can't Biden just roadblocks Trump by claiming immunity? Very slippery slope. Yeah, I agree with that. The whole Trump immunity argument is obviously retarded. But that, I mean, that's not, I don't think that's going to get upheld.
Yeah.
Anyway, different issue. Livian Does Well specifically for $5 says, compromise. We ditch all current candidates and elect a golden retriever as president. Some even have mayoral experience at a dog years conversion factor. I agree with it.
That's a great idea. I'm down with that.
Fondue for $2 says, I don't know, Sitch, remember Fetterman? That's true. He did get elected as basically comatose at the time. But I think there's a big difference between local and federal elections. So we'll see, but I'm not confident.
Yeah.
Huck Finn for 21 months. Thanks so much for being 21 months, Huck Finn. Says, Happy New Year. What was the craziest thing that happened in 2023? I don't know.
Yeah. Who knows? Wow.
Anna coming on our show and being ultra based.
Oh, that's probably it. Yeah. Look, we made friends with Anna Kasparian, which
There you
was a sweet treat. Yeah.
That's true.
Seems to be a big fan of the show and watches all the time. So might even be listening right now, you guys. How cool is that?
That's true. Brian
look,
Bishop.
I do think, Rising is super cool because Bree, Anna, and and Robbie fight, right? I mean,
Right.
they represent both left and right positions.
It'd be boring otherwise, yes.
I really think Young Turks should go more in that direction. I think Anna should push back on Cenk more. I mean, we push back on each other. The problem that we have is like none of us, I mean, we can articulate the conservative arguments, but we don't necessarily buy into them. The thing about Brianna and Robbie is they're both representing positions that they actually hold, which I think is that's the gold standard right there.
For making fun, violent, attacking content.
Yeah.
Argumentative content.
For making interesting content, for sure. Yeah.
Well, maybe not always, because a lot of their content is just them talking past each other, or like, Brianna, what about it?
Yeah, but the important thing is, though, they're articulating a position that both sides, like someone in their audience agrees with.
Right.
Yeah. A lot of these shows just, I guess, they're a safe space for a political perspective. Right. I think that's on the way out. I think people are more
I
interested.
completely disagree with you, but we'll see.
Really? Okay. Yes. Well, look, an election year, if you're right, an election year will definitely bring it out because
people want safe space for this election.
Yeah, there are certain, and this is why people are losing their minds over my tweet. They're like, "Oh my God, this is an election year. Adam is attacking Biden. We have to rally around this half-dead candidate.
Mm-hmm.
We can't say anything bad. He's going to lose the election, and I'm going to blame Adam for this tweet."
Yes.
Look, I bookmarked the tweet. So when Biden loses on election night, I'm going to retweet that fucking tweet.
Okay.
This year's going to be great. I can't wait.
Brian Bishop for $10 says, Adam, my wife and I have hall pass conversations because we're weird and we've never slept with anyone else. It makes it pretty clear we're committed. Well, that's good.
Oh, that's awesome.
Look at that. That's adorable.
That's awesome.
Well, good for you guys.
That's great. Yeah.
Good for you guys. Solodoge for $2 says, the butt Sitch emoji is Sitch doing the Omani man pose. What is the Omani man pose?
Omani man.
Did you mean Omni Man? Oh, you meant Omni Man with his shooting his ass out. Okay, I got you. That's disgusting. I'm not gonna do that. Also, that would be that wouldn't even look good on a emoji because it'd be too tiny. No one would be able to see it. Sammy, don't take notes on that shit. Okay, stop it.
Is she doing the notes in the?
She did the notes.
Oh
emoji.
no!
You gotta remove that notes emoji. Twitter sucks for $10 says Harvard confirming that you actually can pray the K away. I just like how they got her on plagiarism and not, the terrorism apologia, bruh.
That's a fucking solid joke. That's a 10 out of 10 joke.
It's a solid joke. One of us should steal it and tweet it out.
Yeah.
Adam says he does it.
Look, Sitch is a Twitter plagiarist here. He's the one that steals all my jokes, so.
Brian Bishop for another $5 says, additionally, Adam was also my YouTuber Hall Pass. There you go. Look at that. You're getting it from both ends, Adam.
Wow.
Literally.
Everyone. Jeez.
Yeah. There you go.
Just keep trying to tell you guys, I'm not gay, okay?
I don't care. Caleb the Cynic, thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, Caleb.
Yes.
I read that one. Stog, thank you for $2, even though you tracked the message. Afro Frycook for $10 says the issue with Georgia is that a president is generally immune from prosecution while fulfilling his duties. So even if he violates state law, that doesn't mean he can be convicted. No, untrue. So a president is only immune from prosecution if it's in the action of them fulfilling their presidential duties. Okay. And so like that, the reason for that is like, so say if like the president signs a bill into a law and that law, I don't know, the federal government does something, whatever that law says. Let's just say, okay, just to make it simplistic. Say the president signs some law. I used this example in the past. The president, Donald Trump, wants to build a border wall. Okay, so he signs a bill into law that says that, America can build the border wall. And in order to build the border wall, they have to eminent domain private land because a lot of people have private land on the border. The government does this action, and then the Supreme Court says, no, the way in which the federal government eminent domain this person's private land for the border wall was actually done illegally. So you can sue the federal government, right? So you could sue the federal government, but you couldn't sue Donald Trump personally. because he has immunity. He's acting within his purview as the president. It's something to do with his responsibility as president, like signing a bill into a law. Okay, so he would be immune. What isn't immune is things that you do in regards to you getting reelected. That has nothing to do with your ability. That's nothing to do with serving your duties as president. Your duties as president is not you getting reelected again. So him doing the fake elector shit in Georgia would provide him zero immunity from any actions. Presidential immunity would provide him zero immunity for any of the elector stuff because that's nothing to do with his duty as president. That's just him trying to get reelected. So,
right.
But anyway.
No free pass.
Right.
Hey, Shady Do-Rags is going to be on next Tuesday. Also, we will get Mr. Ubercross on to talk about election stuff. I have a short stream today, so today's just not a good day for it. Usually when we bring people on, it like adds hours to the stream. So
Right.
And I'm going on Stephen Michael Davis's channel tomorrow at, I think it's 3 p.m. my time, Pacific.
And I wasn't invited. Look at that.
He says he wants to talk to you
No!
separately. Yeah,
I don't want no. Now my feelings are hurt.
It's weird, huh?
Wow.
I knew it was weird. I was like, dude, what are you gonna like ask me out or something? You know I'm married. Like, come on. So I think we're gonna talk about democracy. You want to talk about democracy and stuff.
Okay.
But he is I think trying to build up his channel or whatever. So I'll post.
Good for him.
I'll
I
tell
like
him,
Steven,
look.
even though he doesn't like me. And it hurts my feelings.
It is weird.
Yeah.
Look, everybody expects
I
us
don't want to
as-
go on his show anyway. Okay. Fuck him.
Well, he wants you to go on the show. He said
I'm not going to.
specifically he
I'm
wants.
not going to.
Don't be a little baby.
Solo Touch for $5 says, let's start the new year off right. Adam, which is worse, being aware of your own blinking or being aware of your tongue on the roof of your mouth?
I'm going to go with tongue on the roof of your mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually know one that's way worse than both of those that I will not utter because I think it's too evil. So
Because you start thinking about it.
yeah, and it's
Is it
really
like
obnoxious.
something in your sock? Pebble in
No.
your sock.
I'm not no, because you could just make sure there's no pebble in your sock.
But sometimes you go in there and you're like, oh my God, there's nothing in here. What's going on? Why is my foot fucking... Why do I have
true.
imaginary pebble in my sock?
That's true. Richard Wasteland for 13 months says, Happy New Year, Sitch and Adam chat. Let's go. Glibbit CT. Well, thank you, Richard.
Yes. Thank you.
Tommy Simpson for 50 DK dollars says the legal definition is also relevant. 0 people have been charged with insurrection. They went to jail for trespassing. That's interesting. And I assume that's true as well.
Yeah.
Critically Chibi for 6 months. Thank you. Says, hey, great stream, guys. Wait to start the year off. Oh, Metal and Mahler are having a drinking Simpsons gaming stream. We'll see you guys Sunday. Well, thank you, Critically Chibi.
Oh, yeah. That's awesome.
Sug, thank you for the $5. Cameraman 502 for $10 says, in 1862, the Congress passed an Insurrection Act that disqualified... Oh, I read that one already. Well, but thank you. Nicholas Van Neal for 10 months says, using other cases to explain doesn't make sense because they didn't cite them in the judgment. They used the 14th Amendment, which doesn't cite the president. Interesting. Cameraman 502 for 10 months says, I think the problem in expanding the term insurrection beyond its legal context, where it's a term of art, without the riot, is it still one? Yeah, I don't know. Legally, it might not be. And that's fair. I don't know. I have to go look at... I don't know what the actual case law definition of insurrection is. It's just Abby for 5 months says, nobody ever has a heart attack when it's convenient. Say goodbye to the $500. Shut up, Abby. Shut up. Shut up.
That's all right. We've had a lot of fun with that anyway. And since I don't have to pay, it's even better.
Fuck you. Brick Nose for 6 months. Thank you, Brick Nose. Says, listen. As someone with heavy glasses and a small nose, mouth breathing is based. Not everyone stuck toys up nostrils as their kids. Mouth breathers unite. A-Teams reigns supreme. There you go. Look
Cool.
at that.
Yeah.
A-Team is the team for mouth breathers. Supposedly, I just remember like a while ago, there's a whole guy on Joe Rogan that was saying how breathing with your mouth is just like really bad for you, like health-wise. Causes all sorts of problems. So you shouldn't do it. Breathe with your nose, okay? Get lighter glasses, Brick Nose.
Occasional breath in the mouth isn't going to hurt you.
That's true. The Wooster for $5 says, after watching the Hbomber guy, I read that one. Lives in Dev's Wall specifically for $5 says, only Prince Adam is capable of being racist. He has the power. There you go. That's true.
The racism power.
He does. Stuck for $5 says, neither Trump nor Biden will get enough electoral votes, and then they'll do a fusion dance and win the election as Super Bidump. True. That'd be fun.
I have no idea where you are in this list.
I'm going backwards to confuse you.
I know. It's horrible.
Nova for 1 month says, in a world where people are coming even more irrational. I think he meant becoming even more rational. Thanks for being a voice of constant reason. Well, thank you, Nova. That's
really
the
best
nice
compliment. I love it when you guys say that, because we need more oasis of sanity. So people not losing their minds over politics. Whoever wins or loses, look, America is still going to be strong. We're still going to survive.
True.
Don't get upset about it. Don't let it get under your skin.
Everything's gonna be all right.
You're right.
Do. Pseudo Sin for $10 says, hey guys, Sitch has a great pair in the little animation at the end of your shorts. Really? I never really looked at the balls of my character in the shorts, but thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh, okay.
I assume that's what you mean by great pair. Curious to know how either of you define insurrection. Well, we answered that already, but thank you, Pseudo Sin.
Yes.
That was earlier before we didn't define it. Black Hat 0061 for 21 months. Thanks so much for being 21 months. Oh my God. We're getting close to the 2-year mark. Says, Adam, are you excited to use the Mouse King of Anaheim in any way you want in your art? Also, real quick, S-Class is the best class.
One of the most successful paintings I did quite some time ago was called Corporate Contraband. And it was Mickey Mouse crossed with an alien, a xenomorph.
It's a good picture.
And so, I mean, I've been using Mickey Mouse in my art for a long time. This painting back here is obviously Mickey Mouse and aliens, like a gang fight between xenomorphs and Mickey Mouses. So I don't know if it has to be black and white. I don't know the parameters of this coming into public domain, but hell yeah. Look, I think more stuff needs to become part of the public domain and be able to be used by everyone creatively. So yeah,
true.
Based and good.
Boom. Nomad for $10 says, have you guys watched TYT Jank versus Anna highly intellectual debate on the Claudine gay stuff? Very funny.
Yes, and look, I didn't want to cover that because I felt like, I don't know, it didn't feel right to me, but I mean, we might cover it later now that it seems like water under the bridge. So,
we probably
but
won't.
I do.
It's kind of old news, but
yeah.
But we did see it, yes.
We did see it, and yeah, look, I'm on Anna's side. I think it was one of the funniest things to come out of that was, I don't know if you saw this, Sitch, but Walsh covered it, and Walsh was completely on Jank's side up until the end, and was mad that Anna could not get the information out. Basically, they were fighting over the Claudine gay stuff, and Anna had done a bunch of work on the story and wanted to get all the information out. And Jank was kind of sandbagging her and stopping her from doing this.
Right.
Making the accusation that it was just...
He was very emotional.
Jank was very emotional.
Yes, Jank was very emotional, yeah.
Yeah. So, but Vosh was like, oh man, I kind of wish, now I want to know what happened. And in the end of the story, Anna goes, well, go to this website and look so you can get the information, kind of like as a fuck you to Jank. I like that part. That was funny. So Vosh goes to the website and looks it up, and he's like, yep, she's guilty of plagiarism.
That's hilarious.
He switched on a dime. It was the funniest thing.
That's funny.
It was totally the funniest thing. Yeah. Yes, she is guilty of plagiarism.
Well, there you
and
go.
even Vosh knows it.
There you go.
Oh, so hilarious.
Zero Fucks for 16 months says, it's just like affirmative action for a copycat to drop out of an Ivy League university after just a single semester. Happy New Year. Wow. But thank you.
Wow.
Horrible. Can't believe you said that.
Always going hard, Zero Fucks.
He is. Philip Kogan, thank you so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Filthy Casual for $5 says, have you guys read Red Rising? It's a great science fiction series. If you haven't, please become heterosexual and do.
Oh, okay.
Red Rising. No, I've never even heard of it.
Last time somebody gave me a sci-fi book suggestion, I got it and it was like terrible. It's kind of left a bad taste in my mouth.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Thos Apprentice. Hey, Thos, for $5 says, I don't know about you, but my favorite stream of 2023 was the one I was on. Unfortunately, Aiden dropped an F-bomb and Adam privated it. Never changed.
Who's that?
Thoth.
Oh, really?
You remember it?
Yeah.
Thoth was talking to Aiden about
I do
monarchy.
remember that.
Yeah. Wind Traveler, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Christian Baller, thanks so much for being outside the simulation for 21 months. Oh my God. Incredible. Saying, after showing my fiance about you saying her being A-team is a red flag set, she said, well, she said, well, at least he has the balls to show his face. Wow. That's another red flag, Christian. That's a huge red flag. I tried defending you, but she unfortunately doesn't have a point. Adam, how's the comic coming? Wow.
The comic is coming great. Like I'm putting the polishing touches on it. I see the light at the end of the tunnel. Like I'm super excited to be done with it. So I am like spending a bunch of time working on it because I'm so close and I have that fever of like, get it done. So other things in my life are like falling by the wayside, but looking forward to sending it out to you guys. Looking forward to getting your response to it. Yeah. Very exciting.
Terrible. Stug for 21 months. Thank you, Stug, for 21 months. Says, I haven't seen the Sitch and Adam stream since last year. Okay, I've accomplished my goal. I can die happy now. Farewell. There you go. There you go. You had 2 days, or a day and a half, really.
I've been trying to kind of prod Sitch a bit. I told Sitch to get a camera.
He has been. That's true. Listen,
and just
face
like we can warm up to it. Look, you can just face reveal. Look, I've seen your face, Sitch. I know what you look like. So
that's true.
We did. We did like the escape room together.
Here's the race. All right. Is Adam going to finish the comic first, or am I going to face reveal first? Right. That's the race.
Yeah. Look, if you never want to face reveal, I don't.
No,
look,
I do.
don't want to.
I'm just a lazy piece of shit.
Look, I think it's funnier if we just
keep it going forever.
Well, no, people like it when I have a lot more. I can do insane stuff. People like it when I fuck around with the filter.
People listen. A lot of people, they don't want, a lot of people are like, don't do a face reveal. But
I know people are mixed. They're like, oh my God, he's going to look like the Elephant Man. Please, don't.
I get it because as talked to multiple people who have only heard my voice for many years and then saw my face, I get that it's jarring. It's very strange. Okay,
I did not have a jarring experience.
You saw me like years ago, very early on.
Yeah, look, I breathed a sigh of relief that you look fucking normal. Okay?
I know.
Like I was like, oh my God, thank goodness.
Right.
He's just a normal guy.
But I think people do want, it's just better. People want to project, I think, emotion onto seeing human face, see me make all my funny faces, I do all these gesticulations and shit that you don't see because no one can see what's happening. So I think people do want to see, at the end of the day, want to see my face.
Yeah, when
my
I get
beautiful, beautiful, lovely face.
Okay? When I get triggered, it's like people are more captivated by it because they can see how fucking angry I am.
Yeah, and listen, I'm beautiful. Everyone wants to see my beautiful face. How angry I am. I gotta steal some of the hall passes away from Adam. All right.
Oh yeah, of course. Be great.
See, Landendorf.
You can have all my
Landendorf has it nailed. That's exactly what it is. So,
I told Sitch, I'm like, buy this camera. I think it's like $40. Like, you could just ease into it.
There you go.
When we do a interview with someone, they can see your face. People like that too. Yeah,
I know.
Sometimes I forget to turn my camera on when I'm talking to them on Zoom, and I'm like, oh fuck, I feel bad. Let me turn my camera on for you.
Right. Okay. What's your first thoughts for 9 months? Thanks so much. Says Happy New Year. I hope you had a wonderful weekend, and I can't wait to see what you guys bring to the table in 2024. Well, thank you.
We got some fun stuff planned.
Bruins for 18 months. Thank you. Says late. AOC. Late.
Oh yeah, I love that one.
Thank you, Bruins. Cecil S. Graham, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers.
I have not seen Lucifer the Doberman in the chat, but he pointed out that Cortez was the first colonialist in South America. And I was like, AOC, huh?
There you go.
She kept her colonialist name. How embarrassing.
That's true.
Yeah. Cortez. That murdering
if Sitch does
rapist.
the face reveal, what if I do my face reveal before the caucus? Do I get the renege out of the bet?
No. What are you talking about?
Come on, you got to give me some motivation to be quick.
You stay.
Oh my God!
You do your.
I'm
face.
sure. Listen, guys, I'm trying to help you out here, but he doesn't.
You don't need to ever do your face reveal. Like I'm fine. I'm fine with you staying anon.
All right. Okay.
You can keep your anonymous persona.
Okay. Red 473 for $10 says, gentlemen, Stephen Michael Davis made an interesting video advocating for the end of primary elections. What are your thoughts? Also, who is your favorite internet lolcow? Mine is Stuttering John. I haven't seen the Stephen Michael Davis video, so I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, I might have seen it. I'm not sure, but I do like primaries are. I mean, I could be persuaded that primaries are really messing things up. It's funny that all of these people wanted to be in these gerrymandered districts where they were like Democrat plus 10 or Republican plus 10. And now they're terrified that they're going to get attacked on their right or left. They're worried about a primary challenger. So it's technically not really even a safe district, even though it's gerrymandered. It's kind of weird.
Right. So the second question, first of all, Stuttering John, is he an internet lolcow? I mean, I always knew him as a whackpacker on Stern. My favorite whackpacker is Ryla Martin. So I guess I'll answer with that question. With that,
I don't really have one. Yeah, I don't. Too many to choose
Vanessa
from.
for 5 months says, Sitch, take it back, please. I had to do so much work cleaning and bleaching my wrench. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Okay, listen, fair enough. You did work very hard to clean that wrench. It was pretty gross when we gave it to you. So, okay, fair enough.
Who did I take it from? I can't even remember, but I feel bad that I don't think that guy's ever come back to the chat.
Good.
Good.
Look,
anyway.
Salindre for $10 says, I agree with the Golden Retriever for president. I nominate Sir Wheatley of the Golden Dawn. He is the best boy of all.
Oh, that's it. Andrew Clark.
There you go.
Andrew Clark. Yeah.
Andrew Clark's still around. What do you mean?
Oh, he is? Okay.
We like Andrew Clark. We just tease him.
Look, I don't like the degenerate stuff on our show. It's just it's so off brand for us. Look, I'm old man.
That's right.
I'm
We're
married.
very wholesome. We're never degenerate. Yeah, right.
I don't know. It's a weird thing. I remember when Rolo came on.
I like you, Andrew. I'm just teasing you. Come back, Andrew.
I remember when Rolo came on and Rolo was like bragging about how many women he had sex with. And I was like, what a fucking dork.
Hasn't he been married for like 20 years?
I know. What a dork.
Right.
Yeah. That's what people do now on the internet. Look, I'm a big internet guy. Look, I've had sex with all these
Is it even
women.
like a brag to be like 20 years ago, I banged a lot of broads? It's like, okay.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, grandpa.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know.
Exactly. Nobody wants to think of Rolo having sex.
Right.
That's the last thing anyone wants to think about. Okay.
That's true. I want to think of Adam being their hall pass. Filthy casual for $20. Said, thank you so much for the casual. Says, side quest, please review the video where XQC discovers condensation. It's 1 minute long. Also, there's a different filthy casual super chatting. I'll have to become something else now. Well, Adam has to go like now-ish.
Yeah.
But we will check it out. If you remind me, we'll try to check it out on Sunday or another Tuesday, because that does sound kind of hilarious. And I think I've seen that clip and it's really bonkers. And it'll be a funny thing to go over really quickly.
We might just do a stream on Thursday. We missed a couple streams anyway, so I mean,
maybe we'll see.
Yeah. Unless you got stuff. Oh, you might have stuff going on.
We'll see. Dr. Diddler for $2 says, our defense budget right now is going to kill dumbfuck pirates to protect free trade that the U.S. will definitely not use for bargaining power later. Financially serving the United States, you're welcome, no thought. True. That's a great point, Dr. Diddler. Dr. Diddler for another $2 says, my hot take is that we should blame simps more than we do. It's one thing to be sad and lonely. It's another thing to fund dumb hoes with no practical skills. Comes off as exceptionally pathetic to me. I mean, I don't disagree.
Dr. Diddler, isn't being a hoe a skill set? I feel like
I mean, it's technically the oldest skill set, so maybe. Okay. Dr. Diddler for $2 says, Literature Devil once said something interesting in one of his videos about heroes and villains. Heroes and the best villains both undertake the hero's journey, but the difference is that heroes sacrifice while the villain doesn't. They foist the required toll back. Most people sacrifice time and effort to make a living and build wealth, while communists want all of society to sacrifice for themselves. It's an ideology of evil. Well, that is a very interesting framing. I had to think about that, but that could be true. That's pretty cool. I like it.
Yeah. I've also heard that the heroes, they have the character arc, and the villains, the problem with the villains is they don't have a character arc.
Well, bad villains sometimes are just boring.
Yeah.
That's part of why I always liked Hunter x Hunter, is because they super go deep into making like you actually like and feel kind of sympathetic to like the villains, even though they're literally like the worst fucking people on the planet.
That's the best. So, yeah. I love the complex villains. Everyone does.
Anyways.
Is that it? All right. Look at this. Finally made it. We're only 10 minutes late.
I know. I was rushing for you. Anyways, thank you all for coming.
Yeah. Thank you all.
Anyway, there it is. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you for coming and joining us for the first new stream of the new year, 2024, baby. This is the year. This is the year where everything's gonna get funky, and in a good way funky, okay? There's not gonna be any civil wars. There's just gonna be lots of lulls, lots of tears. It doesn't matter who wins. Doesn't matter who loses. Everything's gonna be hilarious. You're right, AK Batosai. How did I miss it? I'm so sorry. I missed a couple super chats. Wait a minute. We're not over. I fucked up. What a disaster. AKA Batosai for 21 months says, raid Mahler before you leave. There are 20 shots in. Well, there you go, Adam. You could set it to switch to Mahler's channel.
Okay.
Hayden Dill for $2 says, how about we bring back Sitch's extinct channel? I could do that, but Adam would be jealous. Sulla for...
I tried to help you revive your extinct channel. What are you talking about? I'm totally on your side.
Sulla for $5 says, context. There's a second Eastman memo where he offers both tossing the votes and or sending them back to the states. Yes, I've seen that one. And Sulla for another $5 says, a big reason people say Israel is an apartheid state is that the Palestinian enclaves are supposedly similar to the South African Bantustans, however you say that word. Well, there you go. And Saul for $2 says, forgot my two chats. Well, there you go. Sorry about that. Yeah, I skipped like a segment for some reason, and I do apologize.
Customization. Where is this? Redirect. Add. Look at this.
There you go. Anyways.
No, hold on here. Can't do is it on Mahler's channel?
Is it over? Maybe it's over.
Oh no.
Mahler. No, it's still
there
going.
It is. Look at that.
There it is.
Save.
Perfect.
Should be able to redirect now. Look at that. Look at what we do. Look at what we do for you guys.
I know. Oh, hey, so on scale, we're just ending, yes. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donation. Hope you have a wonderful 2024. 2024 is going to be the year where everything gets based, okay? We're going to all laugh at all the people crying, all the people going crazy. We're going to be above it all because that's what we, the Enlightened Centrists, do. We stand above it all. We laugh. We laugh like the comedian, baby. This is the American dream. You're living it. So you are the true main characters, the true protagonists of life. And we'll see you all
Bye-bye.